Chapter 1251. Who's the king? Who's the king? Yen Mountain snowflakes are as big as a mat, falling to the Xian Yuan Tai. However, in the face of those terrifying flame birds, the heroic voice did not stop. It was like a silent slap to Li Fengge's face. In the distance, smoke filled the air. All the ancient flame birds could not catch Lin Ling's figure. Lin Ling moved left and right. It seemed dangerous, but he dodged those terrifying attacks every time. A million flame beasts. Li Fengge glared at the sky, his halberd striking the second drum. Countless ancient flame beasts rushed out of the fire drum as if to wreak havoc on the world. Qilins, Chongqi, Zhuyin, Baihen made the world seem to have returned to the ancient era. The distant crowd's heart pounded, such a terrifying war drum. If a seventh-stage transcendent expert was here, they'd be filled with hatred. Lin Ling, you're just a lowly transcendent realm cultivator, how can you stop me, the demon sovereign Qi Yu? The day I reincarnate, the ancient continent will be under my control, a million celestial soldiers. After beating the drum, Li Fengge roared at the sky and beat the last drum. The fire drum vibrated and terrifying flame rippled out. The ancient gods and demons had arrived. War god Xingtian, star god Kuafu, water god Gonggong, and even demon god Qi Yu. When the drum ended, the stars shone and demons danced. That part of the world had completely turned into an ancient battlefield. Li Fengge had brought all the people from the ancient era to this world, and they all pounced on Lin Ling. Heavens, Li Fengge is worthy of being chosen by the human emperor. With such talent and strength, who can compete with him? These are soul fragments, they only exist in legends. He actually brought them all here. That world belongs to Qi Yu, the demon lord. The distant crowd held their breaths, watching the ancient battlefield, their hearts pounding. Li Fengge was so terrifying. Then they looked at the proud man and found his white hair fluttering in the wind. He had a touch of the vicissitudes of life, but also a sense of freedom. His 8 tails swayed in the wind, fearless even in the face of an army of thousands. Yen Mountain snowflakes are as big as a mat, falling to the Xian Yuan Tai. The proud and aloof voice drifted out again. Lin Ling's body passed through the demonic smoke. None of the 1 million flame beasts could touch Lin Ling. My worries and the bright moon will follow you until the end of the world. His voice was illusory and ethereal. Lin Ling was like an outsider, allowing countless heavenly soldiers and heavenly deities to walk past him and see all the lives in the world. A million celestial soldiers, none of them could attack Lin Ling. What? Everyone stared at this scene, feeling that it was too mysterious, too incredible, and too thrilling. How could Lin Ling be so fierce? Facing Li Fengge, who was almost invincible in the transcendent realm, he was actually safe and sound. When did Xianping province have such a godly figure? Li Fengge's eyes narrowed, the ancient emperor Qi he was exuding turned solemn. He unleashed all of his techniques, enough to kill a transcendent 7th-level cultivator. However, all of this was useless against Lin Ling, who relied on the strange fox footwork to evade everything. Moreover, he saw Lin Ling walking towards him step by step. Although the speed was very slow, for some reason, he felt a strong pressure. The slower the pace, the more terrifying it was. All of this was too surreal. He thought that Lin Ling's arrogance would end when the angry maple flame tiger and demon venerable Jiu Yu appeared, but who knew that Lin Ling would merge with the ancient flame devil and reach the transformation stage, erupting with even more terrifying strength. What's the use of a cultivator who only knows how to run? Li Fengge shouted. He was still surrounded by the maple leaf great law, which made him temporarily helpless against Lin Ling, but Lin Ling would never be able to touch him. It's time to end this. However, at this moment, the evil voice became indifferent. The white-haired youth with 8 tails seemed to want to end everything. End? How? Although Lin Ling is undefeated, he's only using the ancient flame devil's speed as an advantage. It's impossible for him to defeat Li Finga. He can't hurt Li Finga. If he gets close, he'll give up his advantage and put himself in a disadvantageous position. Many experts said indifferently. They knew that Lin Ling's ancient flame devil couldn't hurt Li Finga. Huh, you think you can? Li Finga knew his advantage better than anyone else. He laughed loudly. I admit that I can't touch you in the short term, but after 3,000 moves you'll definitely die. You can't burn the devil flame for long. And if you want to kill me, it's impossible. I'll only take 1 scoop of the 3,000 weak water. I only need 1 move to kill you. Lin Ling's evil body became illusory, and his words made countless people's faces stiffen. He would only take 1 scoop of the 3,000 weak water. This meant that Lin Ling didn't need 3,000 moves to kill Li Finga in 1 move. What a fool's dream. Countless people thought so. How could it be possible? Li Finga also thought that it was impossible. Lin Ling's ancient flame devil was in an 8-tailed state, but even if it had 9 tails, it wouldn't be able to kill him. This was because, based on the demon god ranking, he was above the ancient flame devil. What was the ancient flame devil? It was just a trash little beast. Just 1 move, then come. Li Finga raised his eyes, and his voice was like thunder. I'm here. However, just as he raised his eyes, a white-haired figure appeared above his head. That evil smile was revealed, and Li Finga would never forget it. It was undeniable that his demon god ranking was higher than Lin Ling's, but in terms of speed, Lin Ling's ancient flame devil exceeded his imagination. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling appeared. Then come. It was still that arrogant voice. Li Finga quietly held the god-slaying halberd in his right hand. Lin Ling had appeared, and perhaps he could take this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. He only needed 1 move to succeed. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The crowd in the distance saw Lin Ling appear above Li Finga's head. The 2 kings looked at each other from a distance. Suddenly, they felt that this shocking battle had finally ushered in the peak of the battle. 1 move, the winner would be the king, and the loser would be the bandit. You've been fooled, Chiyu god-slaying halberd. Finally, Li Finga let out a roar. The halberd pierced the sky, and strange phenomena appeared. That's not necessarily true. At the same time, Lin Ling finally made his move. Smoke filled the air, and it was mighty. It was like the palm of a demon king. The palm carried the power to shatter heaven and earth as it heavily slammed down. Soul-sealing seal. This palm was earth-shattering. Boom! The moment Chiyu god-slaying halberd appeared, it pierced through the sun, moon, and stars. Everyone saw that the halberd had penetrated Lin Ling's chest, stirring up all of Lin Ling's vitality. In less than a breath's time, Lin Ling would die. But at this moment, the giant palm slammed down. Buzz! Terrifying invisible ripples burst out. It was soul power. The most terrifying thing was that with the invisible soul power, the power of this palm was enough to move mountains and rivers. A large number of martial artists in the distance lost their footing and fell to the ground. They felt as if their souls had been attacked, and they spat out blood. Puff! Even Tian Xiangzi's face turned pale. His soul trembled, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. A frightened voice came from his mouth, rank 40 soul power. Chapter 1252. At the same time, Li Finga was still rejoicing at having killed Lin Ling. But in the next instant, his soul power exploded, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His soul went blank, and he realized that Chiyo's soul fragment had been shattered by Lin Ling. This soul fragment was one of Chiyo's reincarnated souls, but now it had disappeared. Without Chiyu, his strength had decreased by a full 70%. No! He roared and raised his head to look at Lin Ling instantly. He saw Lin Ling's evil smile as he pulled the god-slaying halberd out of his chest. Then, his corporeal body was covered in smoke as he slowly recovered. The god-slaying halberd was also in Lin Ling's hand. At this moment, Li Finga was afraid. His strongest trump card had disappeared, and he had returned to normal. Lin Ling had defeated him. Indeed, he had taken only one out of the 3,000. One move was enough. His defense was strong, but his soul power was not as good as Lin Ling's. And after returning to normal, his martial heart was not strong at all. He quickly begged, "I admit defeat." These 3 words floated out, shocking the crowd. Li Finga actually admitted defeat. I've said it before. Without external objects, you're just trash. Lin Ling looked down and said coldly, "And it's too late to admit defeat now. What are you going to do?" Li Finga's face was pale. He could vaguely guess what Lin Ling was going to do, but he did not dare to imagine that he would die before Lin Ling. "What I'm going to do is what you're going to do to me." Die. His hand reached out, and his 5 sharp fingers pierced into Li Finga's body. A strong suction force was generated, and Li Finga's spiritual yuan and demonic spirit power were sucked into Lin Ling's body. No! Li Finga had no strength to resist. He no longer had the domineering demeanor of the ancient emperor. His pupils dilated. How could this happen? After all, he possessed the broken soul of the reincarnated demon lord Qiyu. In the future, he was going to become one of the 7 emperors. He was going to laugh at the heroes and command the wind and the clouds. Today's battle against Lin Ling was also the battle of his rise. After this battle, he was going to claim the credit of the 7 emperors and prove that he was a peerless genius. However, he had lost the battle that he never thought he would lose. Furthermore, he had lost to Lin Ling, a puny saint. No, I won't lose. Li Finga's voice was getting softer and softer, and his body was trembling. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. His domineering aura and strength came from external factors. He himself had not experienced any tempering, so his martial arts heart was extremely fragile. Without external factors, he was like a piece of trash. How dare you! At the same time, the Holy Mother of Ninely roared. Her voice was majestic, and the sound waves rushed towards Lin Ling, bastard. Lady Water Mist angrily shouted. The Ninely Holy Mother had violated the rules. It was supposed to be a fair battle, but she actually interfered. It was only because she was shocked by Lin Ling's shocking talent that she tried to stop her. But, it was too late. Fatty, you want to touch me? However, under the countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his head. His other hand swept out like a claw, as if it could cut the sun, moon, and stars in half. Rumble. Wherever the claw passed, the devil flame finally erupted. The earth-shattering sound wave attack was actually cut off by Lin Ling's claw. What? Countless people's expressions changed drastically. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Lin Ling had 9 tails behind him. This was the peak state of the ancient flame devil. Could it be that he had devoured the fire elemental energy of the furious maple flaming tiger and strengthened the ancient flame devil? Everyone looked at the furious maple flaming tiger and found that the ancient demon god had become illusory, about to dissipate from the world at any time. Sure enough, Lin Ling had absorbed the power of the furious maple flaming tiger and become a peak ancient flame devil. This boy is going to dominate and become an emperor. Countless people's hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling had used the ancient flame devil and had been in a state of dodging. However, with one move, he had immediately killed Li Fenggu. Today, Lin Ling had become famous in this battle. Moreover, for many ancient masters, Lin Ling not only had powerful essence in qi, but even his soul was extremely terrifying. He was a rare cultivator who cultivated essence, chi, and soul. At this moment, Ninely Holy Mother was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful that he could block the attack of her Saint Realm Master. The fat on her body trembled in anger. Just as she was about to attack again, a calm voice rang out, "Ninely Holy Mother, don't make a fool of yourself." The voice was very soft, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Ninely Holy Mother looked over and a deep sense of dread appeared in the depths of her eyes. In the end, she coldly snorted and gritted her teeth, not saying a word. The person who spoke was Lord Pu. She, Ninely Holy Mother, could not give face to anyone, but she had to give face to Lord Pu. She knew how terrifying that handsome middle-aged man could be when he was angry. Today's shocking battle happened in front of everyone. "If you attack, you will lose face for Kuan Temple," Lord Pu said again, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling in the distance. There was a deep sense of horror in the depths of his eyes. Lin Ling, a triple cultivator of essence, chi, and soul, it was too unbelievable. Of course, he wasn't the only one, the others felt the same way too. Li Finga was a peerless genius with all kinds of trump cards that could shake the world. Even a seventh heaven transcendent realm cultivator would die in front of him. No one was optimistic about Lin Ling in this battle. In fact, at the beginning, everyone thought that Lin Ling could force Li Finga to use some of his trump cards. However, they never thought about Lin Ling's trump cards. With those trump cards that were impossible to appear in heaven and earth, Lin Ling ruthlessly crushed Li Finga from the beginning to the end. Even the ancient demon commander Qi Yu was shattered alive. Li Finga, the peerless genius of a generation, had fallen before he could rise. At this moment, Lin Ling's right hand pulled back, causing Li Finga's lifeless body to slowly fall from the sky. Li Finga's eyes were still filled with unwillingness. Perhaps this was his only thought before he died. He was indeed unwilling. He had failed to rise as a peerless genius. All his dreams were just a pipe dream. Trash. Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at Li Finga. Indeed, if Li Finga wasn't trash, what was he? He had an innate advantage, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. After the belief in his heart was shattered, he immediately lost the will to fight. If it wasn't for those strong advantages, Li Finga was nothing. Who else doesn't like me? Heroes, heroes, welcome to the battle. Then, Lin Ling looked at the sea-gazing corner and shouted in a domineering manner. The crowd fell silent. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Welcome to the battle. He had fought for a long time, but he was still not afraid of anyone. Who else in Xianping province could beat him this year? Unfortunately, although Lin Ling was arrogant, no one dared to fight. Everyone smiled bitterly. The eyes of the demon god North Sea, Heavenly Lord Su Xing, and the other experts were filled with fear, especially the demon god North Sea. He could sense that Lin Ling wasn't much weaker than him. It was too terrifying. After all, how long had it been since Lin Ling had grown so strong? As for the experts, they all had different thoughts as they looked at the handsome young man. Some were happy, some were gloomy, and some were depressed, especially the experts of the martial pavilion. Their faces were ugly. In this shocking battle, someone had bet on Lin Ling's victory, and they had bet 30,000 primary stones. Now, they had to pay 300,000 primary stones. They had lost all the money they had earned. Tian Xiangzi, get over here. Chapter 1253. To soar into the sky previously, Tian Xiangzi was so confident that Lin Ling would definitely lose. However, he used a righteous tone to speak on behalf of the heavens to affect Lin Ling's fighting spirit. Although Lin Ling did not mind, Lin Ling naturally did not have a good impression of him. Finally, the first hexagram of my life has failed. Tian Xiangzi's face was as pale as death. He had performed countless divinations in his life, and had never failed. In fact, he had even performed a divination for the human emperor, and had succeeded with 60% success. However, today, he failed for the first time. Moreover, his opponent was just a nameless young man. With this defeat, all of his efforts went down the drain. His reputation as Tian Xiangzi in Xianping province was completely ruined. This made him smile bitterly. He had played with eagles his whole life, but in the end, he was pecked blind by an eagle. He had been too confident in himself. However, he also knew why his divination had failed. There were two reasons why he had failed. First, the other party's soul power surpassed his. Second, the other party did not belong to this world. Obviously, it was the first reason that had caused him to fail. However, he didn't know that the second point was also one of them. I lost. Sighing, Tian Xiangzi walked out and looked deeply at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with fear. This was the first time he had encountered a young man he couldn't see through. Then he dropped to his knees and kowtowed 3 times to Lin Ling, then turned and left. From now on, I won't perform any more divinations. The crowd was astounded. Not only had Lin Ling defeated a peerless genius today, he had even forced an ancient figure to lower his head. Lin Ling had taken all the limelight today. Lin Ling's countenance was as calm as ever, unmoved. Tian Xiangzi's ending was a result of his own actions, he didn't deserve any sympathy. His gaze swept over the crowd before landing on the Dark North Demon God. The coldness in his eyes caused the Dark North Demon God's heart to tremble violently as a sense of fear rose up in his heart. Back in the sacred land of the rainforest, Lin Ling was just an ant in his eyes. He could kill Lin Ling however he wanted. If Venerable Si Calming hadn't shown up, he would have killed Lin Ling long ago. However, Lin Ling came to Xianping province like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. He killed his son and defeated his daughter. At that time, Venerable Si Calming realized that Lin Ling was quite powerful. But now, he was not just powerful, but terrifying. He was a little afraid of Lin Ling. It's just a glance, why are you so nervous? Lin Ling's words made many people look at the evil god of North Darkness. They suddenly found that the latter's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Had the evil god of North Darkness been frightened by Lin Ling's gaze? The Dark North Demon God's expression was ferocious. Lin Ling was toying with him. He roared angrily, "Come and fight me if you dare. Why are you so agitated?" However, Lin Ling replied calmly. His reply was casual. Compared to the Dark North Demon God's anger, everyone knew who was afraid. The Dark North Demon God had shocked Xianping province with his evilness. However, compared to the white-haired, 8-tailed young man, whose evilness was like a child's play, Lin Ling was the real evilness. Lin Ling withdrew his gaze. He wanted to settle old debts, but he also knew that this was not the right place because there were too many people watching. Therefore, after looking at the Dark North Demon God and then at the solemn celestial master Su Xing in the distance, he ignored them. "Jin Luotong, you said that you were a genius of the 10 halls of Langya and that you lost to me last time because you were careless. Now, I'll give you a chance to fight." Lin Ling's gaze fell on Jin Luotong as he spoke calmly. 10 moves. At this moment, Jin Luotong was standing in the crowd. He was shocked. The moment Lin Ling's gaze fell on him, he knew that something bad was going to happen. Lin Ling was someone who would repay kindness and take revenge. As expected, he would settle accounts one by one. Moreover, Lin Ling had used all his strength to defeat him in the past, but now he was giving him 10 moves. How domineering. "Come and fight. Fight." Lin Ling spoke again, causing many people to look at Jin Luotong. Previously, when Lin Ling fought Li Finga, Jin Luotong had stepped forward to stop him. Now, Lin Ling was giving him a chance. "I admit defeat." Jin Luotong's expression kept changing. Finally, he spat out these words in shame. Seeing this, many people shook their heads and laughed. Jin Luotong was a genius of the 10 halls of Langya. However, Lin Ling was giving him 10 moves and he didn't even dare to fight. He was obviously someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. It was extremely embarrassing. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he stepped forward and walked towards the sea-gazing corner. There was a meaningful look in the eyes of the various experts. In the end, they slowly left. No one had expected Lin Ling to win today's battle. Lin Ling seemed to have soared into the sky with a single leap. This child is young but already has the strength of a hero. If he uses the ancient flame devil, he will become a hero. Very powerful battle strength. Most importantly, he's only a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator. However, a hero's aura is majestic. Lin Ling has threatened them with his identity as a hero. I'm afraid they won't let this matter go. When they left, everyone was discussing fervently. Lord Pu calmly stared at Lin Ling with an evil smile on his face. He was looking forward to seeing if Lin Ling would become one of the 10 halls of Langya. Lin Ling, you're amazing. You're a triple cultivator. Although you don't have Lifinga's talent, your foundation is the most solid in Xianping province. Old man Dong Fu looked at Lin Ling walking over and couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Ling. Old man Nan Bei and the others were in a daze. In such a short period of time, Lin Ling seemed to have grown close to their level. Venerable Si Kaming really had good foresight to recruit a genius like Lin Ling. Hehe, interesting little guy. Hehe. Lu Susu also smiled and left. Although she was surprised by Lin Ling's achievements, she felt that it was normal after thinking about it. With a mysterious expert as his master, how weak could Lin Ling be? This made her extremely curious about the mysterious expert. Who was this mysterious expert? He didn't seem that old. Lin Ling, hehe. Hehe. Yang Gan also came to Lin Ling's side. He smiled excitedly and thumped Lin Ling's chest. When Lin Ling defeated Lifinga, he was even more excited and proud than Lin Ling. I was just lucky. Hehe. Lin Ling also smiled. He also saw that Yang Gan was the only one who cared about him. Such a person was a brother and a partner. It seemed that he had to forge a set of Emperor's refined armor for Yang Gan. Let's go. Hehe. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Ling led everyone away. The next day, the news of Lin Ling defeating Lifinga spread throughout Xianping province. Who was Lin Ling? Chapter 1254. Return to home. The 72 demon gods of the heavens were ancient demon gods. Those who possessed them could become great heroes. Lin Ling possessed the ancient flame devil, so he would become a great hero in the future. But now, Lin Ling could unleash the strength of a great hero with the ancient flame devil. Who wouldn't be shocked by such progress? Moreover, everyone knew Lifinga. This person came from the ancient Jiuli tribe and possessed a mysterious power. Even great heroes didn't dare to underestimate him. He was even valued by one of the 7 emperors and was called a peerless genius. However, he was still defeated. Although many great heroes didn't watch the battle personally, they knew that it must be extremely exciting. In Xianping province, countless experts remembered the name Lin Ling. At this moment, the Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture was extremely lively. Venerable Si Kaming and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to become famous again in just a few days. This guy is really abnormal. Amazing. Venerable Si Kaming shook his head in shock at the miracle Lin Ling had created. Lin Ling's growth was too fast. Ancestor Taiyan and the others were also smiling. Although they didn't know how terrifying Lin Ling's achievements were, they knew a thing or two from Venerable Si Kaming's expression. At this moment, in the Purple Mansion, Elder Z, Lifinga's martial arts seem to have formed the laws of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for my physical body and the ancient flame devil's speed, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist. Lin Ling looked at Elder Z and said, Your Majesty, that's a heaven-rank martial art. It uses the laws of heaven and earth to create one's own martial Tao. The martial Tao is the heavenly Tao. Elder Z explained. The martial Tao is the heavenly Tao. Lin Ling muttered to himself. It seemed that if he wanted to form his own rules of martial arts, he would have to let his extreme martial arts reach the pinnacle stage. The extreme martial arts were divided into 4 stages: small success, large success, pinnacle, and extraordinary. Currently, Lin Ling had just reached the pinnacle stage of the fire attribute general trend. He was still a bit away from reaching the extraordinary stage. Even though Lin Ling borrowed the ancient flame devil to fight against a transcendent 7th stage expert, the ancient flame devil was ultimately an external object and not a part of his martial arts. Hence, for the sake of his future, Lin Ling still needed to improve his extreme martial arts. In the 1 year in Zifu, Lin Ling did not cultivate. Instead, he constantly comprehended and fought. Even though his cultivation did not increase, it made Lin Ling's cultivation more solid. At the same time, Lin Ling's universe card also received 300,000 source stones. This was a huge sum of money. It allowed Lin Ling to unceasingly learn the way of forging in Zifu. Among them, Lin Ling had refined a lot of Emperor refined armors. However, for Emperor refined armors, Lin Ling still needed to spend a lot of time. Among the 300,000 source stones, Lin Ling had spent 100,000 source stones to purchase materials. Even though most of them were wasted, Lin Ling knew that today's losses would definitely be repaid in the future. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. The way of forging was also through spending money. After a long time, Lin Ling finally left Zifu. The universe card appeared in his hand, causing a slight smile to appear on his face. It was time to let his grandfather and the others go home. However, before that, he had to clean up the rainforest's sacred land. Little Flame, let's go home together. On Lin Ling's shoulder, the little red-furred monkey appeared. It looked at Lin Ling with a smile and nodded its head. Little Flame had been bitterly cultivating in Zifu for a long time. After all, 1 year in Zifu was 1 day in the outside world. Even though there were no cultivation resources in Zifu, Little Flame was still able to grow rapidly due to its innate ferocious beast nature. Right now, within its red fur, there was a faint red bone armor that was faintly discernible. Lin Ling knew that during this time, Little Flame had been cultivating in the myriad Devil Mountain. It fought against demons and devils. These demons and devils were all captured by Great Emperor Zhai Xing in the past. Even though many years had passed and these demons and devils had become extremely weak, they were still valued by Great Emperor Zhai Xing. Even if they were weak, they were still terrifying. With these demons as training partners, Little Flame's strength naturally increased greatly. It could no longer be called a ferocious beast. It had reached the level of a desolate beast, the same level as the ancient flame devil and other demon gods. GG. Little Flame scratched the back of its head and made a sound. Lin Ling smiled. He knew what Little Flame meant. Was he not going to inform Patriarch Tai Yen and the others when he returned to the rainforest's sacred land? Even though the rainforest's sacred land belongs to me now, it is no longer the same as before. Hence, before grandfather and the others know about this, I want everything in the rainforest's sacred land to be the same as before. Lin Ling looked at the sky and said indifferently. Little Flame smiled and understood Lin Ling's painstaking efforts. Next, Lin Ling left the treasures to his family and friends. He then left Sky Tomb City. He put on the cloak again and used his cultivation technique. His aura became mysterious. Leaving the teleportation formation in Sky Tomb City, Lin Ling arrived at the closest place to the 6 saint regions. Then, he walked. The direction he was in obviously did not lead him to the rainforest's sacred land. It was close to the 100 regions. At this moment, in the direction of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's 100,000 mountains, the scenery was beautiful. It was as if it was isolated from the rest of the world. Even though the rainforest's sacred land had changed, this was still a small place. Hence, it did not experience any major changes. It does not matter if it does not grow. It must be done, the Milky Way will be pulled up, and the whole world will be cleansed. Kai Jiao of the Qilin Pavilion will leave behind the powder. He will laugh and leave. How many people can do this in the past? In the endless green mountains, an old voice drifted out, creating endless echoes. In front of him, the waves were long and leisurely. A small boat moved along the sea, causing Lin Ling, who was in the sky, to smile. He stepped on the clouds, holding a flagon of wine in his hand. Looking at the people on the ground, a sense of heroism and freedom rose in his heart. After which, he passed the wine jar to Little Flame. Little Flame also smiled and drank a mouthful. However, that mouthful was too big, causing Lin Ling to feel a little heartache as he said, "Little Flame, drink slowly. This wine is extremely precious. You have to taste it slowly and not swallow it in one gulp." Gee. Little Flame made a sound of protest. Hence, Lin Ling and Little Flame's quarrel could be heard in the sky. They stepped on the clouds and flew into the distance. Even though they were quarreling, they were in a happy mood. It was as if they had returned home. It was as if they had returned home with honor. "Grandpa, look at the sky. Those martial artists are walking on air." There were 4 people on the small boat. At this moment, a child pointed to the sky and said. His eyes were filled with admiration. "Those are the powerful martial artists." The old man who was rowing the boat said indifferently. There was also respect on his face. The 2 of them were obviously boatmen. The other 2 people on the boat were dressed as martial artists. They had a look of disdain. "It's just walking on air. What's so great about it? Look at how excited that guy is. I'm afraid he has just learned how to walk on air. He can barely walk in the sky." Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion in the sky. That figure shot into the distance like a meteor and disappeared from everyone's sight. The 2 martial artists who spoke narrowed their eyes. What a terrifying speed. That young guy was not a newcomer who had just learned how to walk on air. He might even be stronger than them. Chapter 1255. Mountain View Town. In his memory, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with excitement as he constantly spoke to Little Flame, which caused Little Flame's eyes to flicker. Was this the place where Big Brother Lin Ling first grew up? Soon enough, the familiar mountains and rivers appeared. It was still so tranquil and so nostalgic. Mountain View Town had appeared. Right now, Mountain View Town was still bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of martial artists were walking along the streets. Compared to the past, the martial artists were much stronger now. Heaven Spirit Realm experts could be seen everywhere. Back then, martial spirit realm experts were all dominating existences. With a difference of 2 major realms, it was clear that the era had changed drastically. Apart from the fact that there are more and stronger martial artists here, everything is still the same as before. Lin Ling spoke indifferently and took off his cloak. There was no need to hide his identity now that he was back. Of course, even if he was back, not many people would recognize him. Subsequently, Lin Ling walked around Mountain View Town, searching for the memories he left behind. I'm afraid the Sky Crane sect doesn't come with good intentions for today's negotiation. Sect Master, all of our Gu Yen sect's experts have been mobilized. We are most afraid that we will be wiped out in one fell swoop. On the main street, a large number of experts were walking along the streets. One of them was speaking to a middle-aged man with a frown. What will come will come. Not only the Gu Yen sect, but the Heaven Mystics Kingdom has also changed. I don't know what happened to the sacred ground that caused so many foreign experts to appear. A middle-aged man with high brows sighed. He didn't expect for a small place like the 100,000 Mountains to attract foreign experts. Right now, a massive sect called the Sky Crane sect had arrived and wanted to seize the #1 sect position in the 100,000 Mountains. Their Gu Yen sect and the Sky Crane sect had been fighting for a long time and suffered countless casualties. Today, the sect master of the Sky Crane sect had sent out an invitation for a negotiation between the two sects to determine the final victor of the 100,000 Mountains. For this reason, all the experts of the Gu Yen sect had come to Mountain View Town. A group of people walked along the streets and arrived at the most bustling restaurant in Mountain View Town. They waited quietly for the arrival of the Sky Crane sect. On the streets, the pedestrians' eyes were flickering. In the past, the Ancient Face sect was glorious and was even famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This was the sect where the #1 martial expert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling, grew up. However, as time passed, it was said that the #1 martial expert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling, had fallen, which caused the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom to change. The Sky Crane sect is a foreign sect. How arrogant are they? If Lin Ling was still here, would they even have the chance to invade so domineeringly? It is a pity that Lin Ling has fallen. According to the rumors, not only the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but even the Rainforest Sacred Land has changed. There are even more foreign martial experts there. Sigh, these foreign experts are eyeing us covetously. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Without a flag, he would be overbearing and arrogant. Gu Yen sect. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking along the streets. His eyes revealed a smear of nostalgia. He actually met the people from the Gu Yen sect. He wondered if sect master Mo Jingtian was doing well. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling walked towards the restaurant where the Gu Yen sect was located. He was passing by this place because he wanted to resolve the issue between the Rainforest Sacred Land and the 100 Regions. Now that he saw that the Gu Yen sect seemed to be in trouble, as long as it didn't take too much time, he decided to lend a hand. Stop right there. Who are you? Just as he approached the restaurant, a young man drew his sword and pointed it at Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't recognize this person, but he could tell that he was a disciple of the Gu Yen sect and was in charge of guarding. This made Lin Ling even more certain that the Gu Yen sect was facing a formidable enemy. They were probably in big trouble. I am looking for Mo Jingtian. Lin Ling smiled as he drank a mouthful of wine. You are courting death. The young man shouted angrily. This person was about the same age as him, but he was arrogant enough to look for the Supreme Elder. What qualifications did he have? Sir, seeing that you are so young, I don't want you to walk the path of death. You should leave. The Gu Yen sect is in big trouble now, so they are more vigilant against others. Moreover, if you approach the Gu Yen sect rashly, you might get into trouble. A young lady in white walked out of the restaurant. She looked at Lin Ling and said calmly. When the others saw the young lady, they all bowed respectfully and greeted her as eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister, this person might be a spy from the Sky Crane sect. He might be here to investigate the situation. The young man who pointed his sword at Lin Ling frowned. He didn't believe Lin Ling. Don't worry. He should have nothing to do with the Sky Crane sect. Let him go. The young lady in white shook her head calmly. She looked at Lin Ling and said, Sir, please leave. Don't let your life fade away because of curiosity. Hearing that, Lin Ling was stunned. He was older than the young lady, but the young lady said that he was young. However, although the young lady was arrogant, her temper wasn't bad. At least, she told Lin Ling not to get into trouble. This made Lin Ling have a good impression of the young lady. Thank you. However, you seem to be younger than me. Moreover, to reach the martial spirit realm at such a young age, your talent is not bad. Lin Ling said with a smile. He remembered that when he was at the young lady's age, he was at most in the body-refining realm. Everyone was stunned. This young man was so arrogant. After seeing the number one genius of the Gu Yen sect, he actually said that she was younger than him. Even the young lady frowned. She kindly reminded him, but he actually put on the airs of a senior in front of her. The young man angrily shouted, "Impudent! How dare you talk to eldest senior sister like that?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his sword. It was like a dragon emerging from the sea. The bright light made it seem as if one was looking at flowers in the fog. No one could see through the sword. It's here. The Nine-Dragon Sword Technique created by Grand Elder Mo Jingtian. This sword technique was created by the most outstanding genius in the history of the Gu Yen sect, Lin Ling's Nine-Dragon Strength. The crowd exclaimed. Obviously, this sword technique was quite famous in the 100,000 mountains. Nine-Dragon Strength. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This martial art was the first martial art he learned when he was a beginner. He didn't expect Mo Jingtian to comprehend it and use it to create his own sword technique. This sword technique is not bad. However, because it's gaudy, it slows down a little. 100 swords in a breath can actually be converted into 50 swords in a breath. Sacrificing 50 swords to increase the speed. Lin Ling said as he calmly looked at the sword. Arrogant. The crowd was enraged. This young man actually dared to evaluate the Nine-Dragon Sword technique. What qualifications did he have? Bastard. This sword technique was created to commemorate the number one genius, Lin Ling. This brat is so arrogant that he has blasphemed the entire Gu Yen sect. The girl in white also shouted. Her impression of Lin Ling had plummeted. Commemoration. Lin Ling was stunned. The Nine-Dragon Sword technique was created to commemorate him. You can die now. At the same time, the dragon sword shot over. It was like the finishing touch of a dragon. No one could see through this sword. Of course, this sword was too weak for Lin Ling. Still drinking, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand. With 2 fingers, the dazzling sword was caught between his fingers. At this moment, the crowd in front of the restaurant was silent. I've said that this sword technique is too gaudy. You must sacrifice 50 swords to increase the speed. A soft voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Even the girl in white's eyes widened. With her strength, she had to spend a great deal of effort to break that sword. However, this young man had broken her sword with just 2 fingers and had even pointed out the weakness of her sword. You're courting death. Chapter 1256. Brother Yun, have a safe journey. This time, everyone's face stiffened. Using flesh and blood to crush a steel sword, this was too crazy. The young man's face turned ferocious as he felt extremely humiliated. What happened? At this moment, a large number of figures walked out of the restaurant. These people were the upper echelons of Gu Yen sect. Sect leader, elder, this person is a spy sent by Sky Crane sect. He wants to investigate the situation of our Gu Yen sect. The young man immediately shouted. The experts of Gu Yen sect narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling seriously. Moreover, this person insulted Elder Mo Jingtian's Nine-Dragon Sword technique. He said that this sword technique is useless. The girl in white frowned and said. She could not tolerate anyone slandering the commemorative sword because it was the sword technique that commemorated the number one genius in her heart. Yeah, he said that the sword technique is too flashy. If out of 100 swords, give up 50 sword flowers and use them to increase the speed, then this sword technique can be called perfect. The crowd also voiced out and glared at Lin Ling. Now that all the big shots were here, how could this brat still be so arrogant? The ancient face sect leader and the other strong cultivators looked at Lin Ling indifferently. They realized that Lin Ling was still drinking his wine with a faint smile, as if he would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. Finally, the ancient face sect leader frowned and said, "Is this how you evaluate this sword technique? What qualifications do you have?" He did not think that this young man was a spy. However, his words had insulted the number one genius of Gu Yen's sect. After all, the commemorative sword was not something that anyone could evaluate. Give up 50 sword flowers and use them to increase the speed. So that's why. However, before Lin Ling could say anything, a shocked voice came from the restaurant. "This sword technique is perfect." The crowd quietened down. The person who spoke seemed to be saying that the sword that Lin Ling evaluated was the perfect sword. This caused the Gu Yen sect leader to frown. Who was so arrogant? However, just as his voice faded, a figure slowly walked out from the entrance of the restaurant, causing everyone's gaze to fiercely tremble. Some of the younger generation members even respectfully bowed. Greetings to Grand Elder Mo Jingtian. They respected Mo Jingtian from the bottom of their hearts. This was because this ancient expert was said to be the sect leader of Lin Ling's generation. Just this fact alone was enough for everyone to bow down to him. The sect leader of Gu Yen's sect was shocked. The Nine-Dragon sword technique was created by Elder Mo Jingtian and it was the most mysterious sword technique. But now, Elder Mo Jingtian actually agreed with the young man's words. "Elder Mo, this is..." Everyone asked in confusion. At this moment, Mo Jingtian did not care about the crowd at all. Instead, he was staring at Lin Ling. His eyes were fixed there for a full 10 breaths. Gradually, the crowd noticed that Mo Jingtian's body was trembling. What the hell is going on? Everyone was even more surprised. This sword was created to commemorate the number one genius, Lin Ling. Therefore, if the person involved does not have the right to evaluate it, what right do others have? Tears welled up in Mo Jingtian's eyes. He took a big step forward and walked towards Lin Ling. This made the crowd even more confused. What's wrong with Mo Jingtian today? However, in the next moment, something shocking happened. Mo Jingtian walked towards the young man and knelt down on one knee. A dignified voice could be heard. "You're back." At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped. One should know that Mo Jingtian was an ancient figure. Even the current sect leader of Gu Yen sect had to bow down to him. Mo Jingtian had never bowed to anyone before. But now, he was bowing to a young man. This was too surreal. "Yes, I'm back." Lin Ling smiled faintly and helped Mo Jingtian up. Mo Jingtian swept his gaze across the crowd. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling waved his hand to stop him. "I'm just passing by. I don't have much time. Therefore, if you can avoid it, please don't." This. Mo Jingtian felt indignant on behalf of Lin Ling previously. These people were looking down on Lin Ling. They didn't know that Lin Ling was the Gu Yen sect and even the Heaven of Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, since Lin Ling had said so, he naturally wouldn't announce Lin Ling's identity. At the same time, he was impressed by Lin Ling's calm state of mind. If it was someone else, they would be eager to announce their honor. However, Lin Ling didn't. He would avoid it if he could. This kind of calmness wasn't something that anyone could do. "Let's talk inside the restaurant. Tell me, what happened in Heaven Mystics Kingdom?" Lin Ling smiled and stepped into the restaurant. Mo Jingtian quickly followed behind, leaving the crowd outside the restaurant stunned. They still didn't know what had happened. As for the young man who had his sword broken, his expression turned even uglier. The white-robed young lady's brows were tightly knitted. She was the #1 prodigy of the Gu Yen sect, but she didn't receive such treatment. What right did that young man have? Alright, since Elder Mo has said so, everyone shouldn't take the previous incident to heart. The sect master of the Gu Yen sect said indifferently. He didn't know what had happened and was even suppressing a gloomy feeling in his heart. That young man actually ignored him. However, Elder Mo had spoken. Hence, even though he was gloomy, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, in the restaurant, Mo Jingtian looked at Lin Ling in shock. In the rumors, Lin Ling was already dead. However, today, Lin Ling had actually returned. The rumors couldn't be trusted indeed. Have a seat. Just like a friend. Oh right, what happened in Heaven Mystic's kingdom? Lin Ling sat down and asked with a smile. After asking Mo Jingtian to sit down, he replied, currently, there is a huge change in Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Many people have died in Cloud Sea City. The foreign martial artists are overbearing. Only a faction from the rainforest's sacred ground is holding them back. However, it's difficult for a lone tree to hold them back. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes instantly narrowed. Although he had guessed that the Su Xing Divine Palace controlled the rainforest's sacred ground and that every day here would feel like a year, he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Where is the current emperor, Yunixuan? Lin Ling frowned and asked. Sighed, the current emperor passed away half a year ago. Mo Jingtian sighed softly, causing Lin Ling's expression to freeze. Yunixuan was dead. The second prince who had helped him in the past, his former comrade, his supporter, and his brother who had fought side by side with him, was dead? A wisp of anger, a wisp of killing intent, and a wisp of grief silently erupted from Lin Ling's body. It caused the entire restaurant to shake violently. Everyone felt a heavenly might. At this moment, they actually had the urge to kneel down. What frightening strength! Mo Jingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was closer to Lin Ling, so he felt as though he had seen the wrath of the heavens. Of course, this terrifying pressure quickly disappeared. In its place, a low voice rang out, Su Xing Divine Palace. Lin Ling, the people outside the Su Xing Divine Palace are the masterminds. However, the ones who killed Yunixuan are from other sections. They are all from sects outside the rainforest's sacred ground. It seems as though the walls of the rainforest's sacred ground are being pushed down by everyone. Mo Jingtian gritted his teeth and said. Not long ago, he had been to the Cloud Sea City of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. That was why he knew all this. I will end everything. Lin Ling sucked in a deep breath and looked at the sky through the window. It was as though he saw his handsome comrade of the past. Yunixuan seemed to be smiling at him and saying, being able to meet you, Lin Ling, means that I, Yunixuan, have not lived in vain. Wine, come. Countless ripples appeared in his heart. Lin Ling shouted and waved his right hand. All the wine on the table floated up and then fell down. Brother Yun, this wine will accompany you on your journey. If we fight side by side in our next life, Lin Ling promises that blood will be repaid with blood. Swoosh. Chapter 1257. 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. At this moment, the people of Gu Yen sect were all sitting on the first floor. The girl in white still felt uncomfortable. She looked at the sect leader and said, Sect leader, that young man is too arrogant. It's fine if he humiliated me and my junior brother, but he dared to blaspheme the #1 sword technique. That sword technique commemorates the #1 genius of Gu Yen sect, Lin Ling. Alright, Elder Mo has spoken. Don't take what happened before to heart. The sect leader of Gu Yen sect waved his hand and said. The girl in white clenched her teeth and became even angrier. The person who came was frivolous. In fact, she did not care. What she cared about was that he blasphemed the idol in her heart. She was able to become the #1 genius of Gu Yen sect because she knew about Lin Ling's deeds since she was young. She used it to motivate herself and eventually became the strongest genius of Gu Yen sect. You're really timely. At this moment, a smiling voice floated into the restaurant. A large number of people stepped into the restaurant. People of Sky Crane sect. The eyes of the people of Gu Yen sect focused. They were finally here. They were looking at an old man with white hair and a white beard who was trembling in spirit. The old man's eyes were filled with disdain, as if he was looking down on the cultivators of the 100 territories. He was the sect master of the Sky Crane sect. The Sky Crane sect was not a sect from the rainforest's holy land. Instead, it came from a place that was even weaker than the rainforest's holy land. If it was before, Sky Crane sect would not dare to be arrogant in the 100 territories. But now, the rainforest holy land was in chaos. Heroes were rising, so they had the courage to do so. He Tianhe, what do you want to talk about? The sect leader of Gu Yen sect stood up and said indifferently. The old man smiled disdainfully, but his eyes looked at the young man beside him. He then showed a respectful and flattering look. Young Master Shao, we have done what you asked. All the experts of Gu Yen sect are here. Who is this person? The experts of Gu Yen sect stared at the young man. He Tianhe was an outsider, so he was extremely arrogant. He rarely bowed his head to others. But now, he bowed respectfully. This showed that the young man's background was not ordinary. Yes, He Tianhe and my family have some friendship, so I decided to help you today. Are these the people you want to get rid of? Not bad, we'll be able to catch all of you in one go. The young man in luxurious embroidered clothes played with his fingernails as he spoke indifferently, and he seemed like an emperor that ruled over everything. He came from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, and although he belonged to the lowest level of disciples in the sect, but in the 8-star Saint region, he was an existence that could dominate. The Sky Crane sect is indeed untrustworthy. They're here to catch all of us in one fell swoop. The faces of the people from Gu Yen sect changed drastically. The other party had indeed invited them here with ulterior motives. Sir, this is a matter between the Gu Yen sect and the Heavenly Crane sect. I hope that you will not interfere. Moreover, if you really want to fight, then fight fairly. Deceiving all of us to come here and catch us all in one fell swoop, sir, you are truly too treacherous and cunning. While everyone was shocked, the white-clothed young lady angrily said. Your appearance is not bad. Then aside from you, everyone else will have to die. However, the young man spoke calmly, staring at the girl in white with interest. You're going too far. The people from Gu Yen sect all shouted angrily. The other party had deceived them, and wanted them all dead. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. The Gu Yen sect leader took a step forward. In the face of disaster, as the sect leader, he naturally had to shoulder the responsibility. Just a trash sect from the countryside. You think you have the right to speak to me? The young man's cold smile became even more intense. He lightly slapped out with his palm, and a majestic power exploded, causing the Gu Yen sect leader to spit out a mouthful of blood as if he was blown by a strong wind. He smashed into the wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. So strong. Everyone's faces changed drastically. In one move, the Gu Yen sect leader was defeated. The white-clothed young lady's beautiful eyes narrowed. In her heart, the sect leader could be said to be invincible, but the young man told her from above that the sect leader she worshipped was also trash. Young Master Shao is indeed the #1 genius. I'm afraid that in the younger generation of Xianping province, you can be ranked in the top 10. Sky Crane sect leader also sucked in a breath of cold air before flattering the young man. Although it was flattery, the young man seemed to be enjoying it very much. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the people of Gu Yen sect. 1, 2, 3. Forget it, 10 of you come at me together. He could clearly kill everyone in an instant, but he did not do so. Instead, he wanted to prove his strength and slowly show his brilliance. Bastard! The faces of the people from Gu Yen sect were ugly. The other party was humiliating them. A large number of elders walked out. Gu Yen sect was going to be destroyed today, but even if their heads were broken and their blood flowed, their proud backs could not be bent. Even if they died, they would not be afraid of a battle. A group of trash, do you have the right to be arrogant? The young man calmly attacked, and the elders were all repelled, shocking the entire Mountain View town. At this moment, on the second floor, Lin Ling was calmly drinking wine. He drank a cup, then poured another cup, as a sacrifice to his comrade Yunixuan. His heart was extremely cold at this moment. Yunixuan, the former second prince of the Cloud Sea Empire. At that time, Lin Ling, who was still very weak, joined his camp. After offending the third prince, it was Yunixuan who protected Lin Ling. Later on, Lin Ling grew crazily, attracting the attention of the crown prince, the empress dowager, and the imperial advisor's residence. It was also the second prince who helped him, until Lin Ling completely rose. Yunixuan's martial strength was not strong, but he did his best to help him. Moreover, unlike the third prince and the crown prince, Yunixuan was truly doing it for the common people. Just like this time, he died for the common people. Yunixuan died tragically. Bristling with anger, leaning against the railing, the drizzling rain stopped. Looking up, I roared to the sky, my heart was filled with passion. 30 achievements, dust and soil, 8,000 miles of cloud and moon. Heroic words came out of his mouth. Lin Ling slowly poured the last cup of wine in his hand onto the ground. After that, he finally stood up. The sacrifice was over, and it was time to settle everything. Lin Ling. Mo Jingtian had been waiting quietly by the side. When he saw Lin Ling stand up, he murmured. Naturally, he also heard the explosion on the first floor. However, Lin Ling was mourning for his comrade, so he did not dare to disturb him. I'm leaving. Lin Ling said softly. With a wave of his right hand, a green ring appeared. He passed it to Mo Jingtian and said, there are many treasures in this ring, enough for your cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked down the stairs to the second floor. At this moment, in the hall on the first floor, everyone was still shocked by the strength of the mysterious young man. On the other hand, the people of Sky Crane sect were gloating over the misfortune of Gu Yen sect. Some of them were even filled with pride and complacency. Gu Yen sect was indeed powerful. However, after they invited an even stronger expert, Gu Yen sect was nothing but trash. If you want to blame someone, blame your backer for being too weak. The sect leader of Sky Crane sect smiled faintly. His disdainful voice made the people of Gu Yen sect grit their teeth even more. The 100 Territories is our hometown. Now that our hometown is declining, you outsiders are eyeing it covetously. What's the use of not dying? Chapter 1258. If Lin Ling didn't die, Tian Xian wouldn't die. This guy. The white-clothed girl naturally recognized Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling reprimand the other party, she felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant. You have a problem with that. As for the youth from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, he tilted his head. This person seemed a little mysterious, but no matter how mysterious he was, as long as he was an 8-star Saint Realm expert, he wasn't afraid. How dare you? Do you know who you're talking to? Impudent. Go die. As soon as the young man finished speaking, an old man from the Sky Crane sect walked out. He had a murderous aura and a snow-white broadsword appeared in his hand. He stomped on the ground and pounced towards Lin Ling. Be careful. The people from the Gu Yen sect subconsciously shouted. No matter what, the youth who walked down from the second floor was speaking for them. You can die now. Die. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Yun Yishuan's death made him sad, and it made him hate these outsiders who were eyeing him covetously. Everyone kicks a man who's down. The rainforest's sacred land was occupied by the Void Star Divine Palace, and they were too lazy to care about it. Therefore, all the cultivators from various domains came here to plunder everything. These greedy and ruthless people must all die. Boz. Lin Ling's eyes emitted a strange light that was incomparably terrifying. It could penetrate everything, and a vigorous soul force burst out. Boundless demon eye. Boom. The soul force martial art that he hadn't used for a long time was unleashed at this moment. Bang! In the air, a bloody mist burst out, extremely dazzling. The elder's body exploded. With just a glance from Lin Ling, he had stepped into the yellow springs. What? The crowd was shocked. How domineering was that? An Earth Spirit Realm expert had been killed with just a glance. Sir, this is a matter between me and the Gu Yen sect. I hope you won't interfere. The Sky Crane sect leader's eyes widened, and he quickly bowed respectfully. He guessed that he had met a foreign expert. After all, the experts in the 100 territories were not powerful, so the young man should be an outsider. This expert had helped the Gu Yen sect on a whim, so as long as the Sky Crane sect leader was respectful and gave some rewards, the other party should not care about this matter. Interfere. Lin Ling's eyes grew even colder as his hoarse voice drifted out, I'm from the 100 realms. This is my home. You're telling me not to interfere. Bang bang bang. The boundless demon eyes bloomed once again, and the people around the Sky Crane sect's patriarch all exploded. With their strength, how could they withstand Lin Ling's terrifying soul force? This sudden change made the Gu Yen sect's people widen their eyes. They never thought that this young man's strength would be so terrifying. The entire body of the Sky Crane sect master was trembling. Such terrifying strength. There was no fluctuation of spirit chi, and he had instantly killed all the elites. Moreover, this mysterious young man was actually someone from the 100 territories. When did such a powerful figure appear here? Young Master Shao. The Sky Crane sect master hurriedly looked at the young man from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, waiting for him to make a move. However, at this moment, the young man's face was solemn. He did not have the arrogance from before. After pondering for a while, he immediately knelt down. Senior, please spare my life. Boom. Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. Just now, that young man was so arrogant. He had easily defeated the Gu Yen sect master, but now he was kneeling down and begging for mercy. How could this be? How could they know that the young man knew what method Lin Ling used to kill everyone? It was soul force. If he could use soul force to instantly kill everyone, then his soul force must have reached an extremely terrifying level. Therefore, he did not have the strength to fight back at all. I said, all of you must die. However, Lin Ling's handsome face was still cold. Begging for mercy when he could not win, how could that be possible? From another perspective, the Gu Yen sect's people were no match for him today. Would that young man let them go? Senior, I'm a disciple of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. The young man knelt down and kowtowed. His face was pale. Anyone could see that he was extremely afraid. Not to mention that you are from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, even if you are from the Langya 10 Palace Halls, I will still kill you. Lin Ling slowly walked down the stairs. His words made the young man's eyes widen. Although he was an insignificant existence in the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, he had naturally heard of the name of the Langya 10 Palace Halls. To him, it was a huge force that he had to look up to for his entire life. Now, the handsome young man in front of him dared to kill him. "May I know Senior's name?" the young man said in fear. "I am Lin Ling." An ice-cold voice drifted out, causing the entire restaurant to become silent. Lin Ling, who did not know this name? Guyan sect's #1 expert, #1 genius, and #1 legend in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. To the disciples of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, Lin Ling's achievements were not limited to these. The most terrifying thing was that he fought Li Finga and became a hero. His name shook the Xianping province. "Why is it you?" The young man's face was even more terrified. He stood up and rushed out of the door without saying anything. At the same time, he said, "Senior Lin Ling, I am just passing by. I am not the real mastermind. Please spare my life." As he ran, he tried to ask Lin Ling not to kill him. When everyone saw this scene, they felt that it was a dream. A genius expert from an ancient force, not only did he not dare to fight, he even ran away and begged for mercy. This was a 180-degree change from his previous arrogance. How could this be? The sect master of the Sky Crane sect stood there in a daze. He invited the expert to decide everything in the 100,000 mountains. Now, the expert he invited had run away. He did not know what to do next. As for the name Lin Ling, he naturally heard of Lin Ling. However, he only knew that Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Guyan sect. Who knew that this #1 genius was so terrifying that even the disciples of the super sects were afraid of him? "Did I say that you can go?" "Ice." At this moment, a cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. An invisible soul ocean exploded, forming a small knife as thin as a silkworm's wing and shooting towards the young man. The soul martial technique that he had not used for a long time appeared once again. Nirvana blade. Bang! Just as the young man stepped out of the door, his body instantly exploded. Not only was his soul shattered, even his physical body was crushed by soul force. He wanted to escape. In his dreams. After that, Lin Ling did not even look at the sect master of the Sky Crane sect as he said indifferently, "Die on your own. Die." With that, Lin Ling walked towards the restaurant's door. His slender back made the sect master of the Sky Crane sect reveal a bitter smile. The background of the Guyan sect was so terrifying. Pooh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the sect master of the Sky Crane sect committed suicide under countless gazes. He also knew that he had offended such an expert. Even if he did not commit suicide, he would still die. Therefore, he might as well commit suicide. He could only blame himself for thinking that there were no experts in the 100 territories. The Sky Crane sect disintegrated just like that. The members of the Guyan sect were even more silent. They had spent so much effort to deal with the Sky Crane sect, but they actually committed suicide because of Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, the background of the Guyan sect, had such terrifying strength. Mo Jingtian, I have to rush to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom now. You handle the matters here. All right. Chapter 1259. Undying Faith. Everyone in the restaurant had already rushed out. The sect master of the Guyan sect saw that carefree figure and immediately knelt down. Plop. Everyone from the Guyan sect knelt down as well. Their eyes were filled with reverence and worship. He is Lin Ling. The white-robed young lady let out a bitter smile. She had met the person she worshipped, but she actually looked down on him. This made her extremely regretful. She still wanted to tell her idol about her worries and wanted to see the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was a pity that she missed out on all these. As for the youth who drew his sword on Lin Ling, his face was even paler. He was completely convinced by Lin Ling's evaluation of his sword art. Elder Mo, you really hit it well. The sect master of the Gu Yen sect was still looking at the sky and let out a bitter smile. He didn't want to cause too much trouble and wanted to avoid it as much as possible. That's why he asked me to hide it. Furthermore, he was just passing by and didn't have much time. Mo Jingtian said indifferently. Then where is he going? Sigh. The sect master of the Gu Yen sect shook his head helplessly. Lin Ling might be much younger than him, but in his heart, Lin Ling's seniority was comparable to the sect master of the Gu Yen sect. It was his fortune to be able to meet Lin Ling in this lifetime. He is going to end everything. If Lin Ling doesn't die, Tian Xian won't die. Sigh. Mo Jingtian let out an excited smile and said word by word. Everyone was inexplicably excited. If Lin Ling didn't die, Tian Xian wouldn't die. Their legend had returned today to end everything. At this moment, the ancient Cloud Sea city was dilapidated and desolate. As the core of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, this was obviously the source of the chaos. Rumble. Every day, it was as though the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The spirit energy light seemed to be breaking through the sky, causing all the martial artists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to gather together and form an alliance to resist the enemies. At this moment, on a mountain peak far away, a large number of experts were standing quietly and were divided into 3 sections. Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Not bad. It can be a branch of our Cloud Light sect. Currently, this is the Void Star Divine Palace's territory. As long as a sect joins the Void Star Divine Palace, they will be able to move anywhere in the 6 sacred regions. No wonder so many sacred region super sects have come. It seems like we have to work harder. I heard that the other places in the 100 regions have been occupied by other sects, but our Heaven Mystics Kingdom has yet to be devoured. Originally, the Cloud Sea Empire of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was nothing to worry about. I thought that after Yunishuan died, everyone would surrender. Who knew that a faction called the Great Serpent Mansion would appear and obstruct the attacks of our 3 major factions? The Great Serpent Mansion is said to have come from the Rainforest Holy Land. However, their arrogance has come to an end. Sir Zhan Tianqiu of the Void Star Divine Palace has issued an order that we must conquer this place within a month. Moreover, he told us not to have any misgivings and to do as we please. The members of the 3 major factions were constantly conversing. The leaders were 2 old men and a middle-aged man. It was obvious that the 3 of them were the representatives of their respective factions, and their strength had reached the level of heaven and earth. At this moment, the vast Heaven Mystics Kingdom was in chaos. Cloud Sea City was the first to bear the brunt. Blood flowed like a river within the city. Murder and rape were committed, and humiliation could be seen everywhere. These outsiders had received an order to conquer this place at all costs. Anyone who stood in their way was to be killed without mercy. Therefore, with such an order, those martial artists naturally became unbridled. You will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Damn you! Why did you destroy my hometown? Father! Mother! In every corner, the members of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were roaring, crying, and filled with grief and indignation. When facing the experts from the outside, they didn't have any strength to fight back. The only force that could resist the experts from the outside was the Tianxian Alliance, which was led by the Great Serpent Mansion. However, they were barely able to resist. Suddenly, many people thought of that ancient legend. Their belief, that emperor's figure. Unfortunately, according to the rumors, that young emperor had fallen. Dong! 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 At the same time, the war drum sounded and shook the heavens. A large number of experts shot over from all directions of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and gathered together. The Tianxian Alliance is finally here. On the mountain peak in the distance, the experts from the 3 major sects smiled faintly. They allowed the martial artists to enter the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to kill, rape, and humiliate everything just to make the Tiantian alliance appear. This time, they were going to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Dong! 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 The sound of the drums reverberated and spread across the heavens. It seemed to represent the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's undying heart, the unyielding belief, and the battle intent. An old woman walked out in front of everyone. She was the serpent matriarch from the rainforest's sacred land, the Great Serpent Mansion. In the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, she was the only one who could resist the enemies from the outside. This group of beasts, kill. Kill. The serpent matriarch's aged face had a smear of anger. She waved her hand heavily and ordered a large number of Tiantian Alliance's martial artists to rush out. Among them were plenty of people that Lin Ling was familiar with. For example, the former 4 sovereigns of the Cloud Sea City, Grandmaster Dan Ding He Yenshan, Ghost Marshal, and many others. They weren't familiar with the Serpent Matriarch, but the Serpent Matriarch was fighting for her hometown. Thus, they were all on the same side. Of course, they knew that this kind of resistance was completely useless. All of them would eventually die in battle. But if they didn't fight, were they supposed to surrender? They couldn't surrender, they would rather die in battle. In the distance, the people from the 3 major sects stood on the mountain peak with disdainful smiles on their faces. They had witnessed the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's martial artists being killed. Today, they were going to eliminate the source of the problem. Rumble. A huge battle broke out in the Cloud Sea City. Spirit light shot into the sky, but it was obvious that the battle was one-sided. The Tiantian Alliance couldn't resist the alliance of the 3 major sections. Countless people stood on the city walls and prayed with both hands. They prayed for a miracle to happen. Perhaps this was the only thing they could do. Mother, are we all going to die? Mother. On one of the city walls, a child pulled his mother and asked, "Child, we won't die." In the past, the saint race invaded our Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but they were all annihilated in the end. Thus, as long as our faith still exists, no matter how great the storm, we will be able to overcome it. The mother smiled at the child. Although she knew that they couldn't escape this calamity, she didn't want her child to lose his faith and fighting spirit. I know that faith is Lord Lin Ling. When I grow up, I will follow in Lord Lin Ling's footsteps and protect our hometown. The child immediately said with a smile, causing the other children around him to nod their heads. The mother looked at those children and smiled bitterly in her heart. Children were pure and innocent. They didn't know the cruelty of this world. Kill! Kill! Shouts of battle resounded throughout Cloud Sea City. The Tiantian Alliance was retreating repeatedly, and it caused a wisp of worry to appear in the Snake Mother's aged eyes. She knew that this was Lin Ling's hometown, and she'd interacted with Lin Ling a few times. In the past, her great serpent's estate had been driven out of the sacred rainforest by Lin Ling. However, she couldn't be considered to be helping Lin Ling. Instead, she'd appeared here because she was a small snake from the Bodhi ancient tree. Thus, she had deep feelings for her hometown. She couldn't allow the land that had nurtured her to be invaded by others. Rumble. Chapter 1260. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The legend returns. As countless people watched this scene, they felt as if history was repeating itself. In the past, the army of the saint race had pressed down on the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but when the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was on the brink of destruction, the king had returned. But today, this scene was completely different. However, according to the rumors, their legend had fallen. The person who came couldn't be a legend. Perhaps he was an enemy. Rumble. As the figure got closer, everyone could finally see clearly that it was a giant red-armored ape. This ape was running in the sky, causing the ground to tremble. Furthermore, it was covered in red bone armor, making it look like an ancient demon king had descended. However, everyone could still see a slender figure standing on top of the giant red armored ape. The giant sword was illuminating the world, and the blue-white robe was like a dream, causing the entire Heaven Mystics kingdom to be silent. Blue represented the legend. It was as pure as the blue sky. Is it a dream? Everyone's eyes were wet. The similar scene, the same situation, the same robe. Was it a dream? Lin Ling, are you back? In the silence, the four emperors suddenly cried out excitedly. Grandmaster Dan Ding, He Yenshan, Ghost Marshal, and everyone else who knew Lin Ling looked at the sky excitedly. Uprooting the heavens. At this moment, a sword slashed out. It was as if it wanted to sever this merciless world. The sword light was like a pillar, and a large number of experts from the three major sects were destroyed by the terrifying power. Looking at this scene, the crowd was even more shocked. They were sure that this person was a friend. Blazing sea flame. Just as everyone had this thought, a giant fist formed from blue flames descended from the sky. That extremely familiar flaming fist caused the hearts of everyone in the Heaven Mystics kingdom to stop beating. If the sword didn't necessarily represent that legend, then what about the flames? In the past, that legend destroyed a city with a single punch. Today, who in the Heaven Mystics kingdom didn't know? He's back. At this moment, the entire Cloud Sea City and the Heaven Mystics kingdom were in an uproar. Just as the legend said, every time a calamity approached, their legend would step on the five-colored clouds and save the world in the name of the flame. The king had indeed returned. Boom! Wherever the fists passed, the disciples of the three great sects were burned to ashes. On the mountain peak in the distance, the eyes of the people from the three great sects instantly narrowed. The person who came over was so terrifyingly strong. Who are you? Could it be that you want to go against the Void Star Divine Palace? Don't make trouble for yourself. If the three of us join forces, you will regret coming here. The three experts roared furiously. Their voices were like the might of the heavens, and it intimidated the entire city to the point it started shaking. The pupils of the members of the Profound Sky Alliance narrowed. Even though their king had returned, they were even more clearly aware that the calamity they were about to face this time wasn't comparable to the calamity the sacred race faced all those years ago, and it was even more terrifying and formidable. The Void Star Divine Palace has broken its promise. Back then, he had said that this place belonged to him and that he would not put the people here into misery and suffering. However, the words of an ugly person do not count. Since that is the case, the Void Star Divine Palace will also die. Just as the three experts finished speaking, they suddenly realized that a slender figure was standing behind them. This person had a handsome face and was extremely young. He wore a blue and white robe that was as clean as the blue sky, but his eyes were extremely cold and murderous. What speed! The three of them opened their eyes wide because they'd actually been unable to sense when this person had arrived. Wait! We're just following orders. One of the old men spoke with vigilance, and he was extremely fearful of the young man. Should I regret coming here if the three of you join forces? It was Lin Ling who'd appeared behind them. At this moment, he slowly raised his sword and pointed it at them. I'm going to kill all of you now. Try your best to resist me. How arrogant! The expressions of the three experts and their disciples changed drastically. Who is he? How arrogant! Not only has he come to kill us, he's even telling us that he's going to kill us, and we'll see how you resist me. You'll pay the price for being arrogant. The three experts exchanged glances, and their eyes were filled with rage. They executed formidable martial techniques in succession, causing the entire mountain to explode apart. On the other hand, the experts from Ocean of Cloud City had solemn expressions on their faces. They were very clearly aware that those three experts were even stronger than the Snake Mother. Swoosh! However, right at this moment, a sword slashed out as if it was coming from the horizon. Rumble. All of their martial techniques were slashed apart, and a sword mark appeared on their necks. They wanted to say something, but they could only make blood spray from their necks. In the end, they felt like the sky was spinning, and their heads fell off from their necks. A single sword strike had separated the heads of the representatives from the three sects. Little Flame, kill. Don't leave a single one alive. Use their heads as a sacrifice to Brother Yun. Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword, and then he started walking slowly towards the city. Roar! At this moment, Little Flame's body transformed, and he transformed into the height of a human before shooting into the midst of the disciples of the three sections. Those disciples who'd killed, raped, and humiliated others earlier were howling with pain. They weren't able to resist Little Flame's bestial nature at all, and it was even to the extent that they regretted coming here at the moment of their deaths. They thought that there was no one in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, but who knew that a man and a monkey would annihilate them all? Lin Ling is back. At this moment, the city was completely silent. Everyone was watching the battle from afar, and their hearts were thumping violently. They watched as the heads piled up to form a tower of heads. In their impression, all of those heads were extremely greedy and ugly, but now, they revealed terrified expressions, and it made everyone feel extremely comfortable. Was this a sacrifice to His Majesty, Yunixuan? In the past, a great enemy invaded, and they wanted Yunixuan to lead everyone to surrender. However, His Majesty refused and was killed in the end. His courage shone through the heavens, and today, all his enemies would use their heads as a sacrifice to him. At this instant, many people's eyes were moist, and they were even more excited as they watched the young man walking step by step towards them. Mom, he really came back. Outside the city walls, those children were laughing with joy, and their eyes were filled with tears. Their parents were crying as well. Yes, so long as they persevered, then hope would come. Lin Ling. The serpent mother looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. In the past, she had conflicts with Lin Ling, but today, she didn't expect that Lin Ling would be the first to come back to help in the great calamity of the 6 saint regions. This is my home. Lin Ling landed on the ground, and his robe fluttered in the wind. He glanced at all his acquaintances, and then looked at the serpent mother. He also knew that the latter had been guarding this place. Although there were conflicts between them in the past, at this moment, those conflicts had been blown away with the wind. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling didn't say anything touching, and he only said one sentence. The serpent mother's body trembled, and she was inexplicably excited. She could also see that the young man in front of her was extremely powerful, and he could kill her with just a flick of his finger. However, the young man didn't do that, and instead, he treated her as one of his own and even thanked her. That thank you was obviously precious. Chapter 1261. To the rainforest sacred land, sorry, I'm late. Sorry. These words represented Lin Ling's guilt. These people had been waiting for him. It's fine, it's good that you're back. Everyone relies on you. You're our sky. Yes. They didn't blame Lin Ling, because this world was heartless. Most cultivators only cared about themselves and didn't care about others. Lin Ling coming back to help them was enough to make them owe him a great favor. Moreover, this wasn't the first time he had helped them. Their legend, Lin Ling, was indeed a righteous person. Looking at everyone, Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart. However, he didn't have the time to say these pretentious words. After the matter of the 100 territories was settled, only the rainforest's sacred land was left. Little Flame, can you clear all the trash in the 100 territories in a day? Yes. Lin Ling said nonchalantly as he looked at Little Flame in the distance. Roar! Little Flame roared furiously, its voice shaking the heavens, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Since when did Lin Ling have such a terrifying mount? After which, they became excited. As expected of their legend. Every time they met, their legend strength would increase greatly. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. He continued to look at Little Flame, knowing that it wouldn't be a problem. Big Snake Mother, have some people familiar with the 100 territories take my brothers to other territories to kill the enemies. At this time tomorrow, I want all the enemies to disappear. Lin Ling looked at Big Snake Mother and said. Big Snake Mother sucked in a cold breath. The 100 territories was huge, and there were as many experts as there were clouds. He wanted to get rid of all of them in a day. Lin Ling, shouldn't we consider this matter at length? Big Snake Mother said worriedly. Moreover, the rainforest's sacred land still has experts from the Void Star Divine Palace. If we act too rashly, we might make the situation worse. Yes. Many people agreed with this idea. After all, Lin Ling was going to face the top experts of the outer territories. In a day, the enemies in the 100 territories will be dealt with. In another day, I'll chase away all the enemies in the rainforest's sacred land. Lin Ling smiled faintly, his voice filled with determination. Have the enemies in the rainforest been driven away as well? Everyone felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. Their myths actually wanted to sweep through the Void Star Divine Palace in a single day. This was too crazy. However, even though they felt that it was impossible, if their myths said it out loud, then it would definitely work. Lin Ling had created countless legends in the past. He would definitely be able to do the same today. From now on, the entire 6 sacred regions belongs to me. Anyone who dares to invade will die. Lin Ling was still looking at the sky, and the determination in his eyes grew stronger. Okay, Lin Ling, let's go to the rainforest's sacred land. Count me in. The Snake Mother was more excited than anyone else. Was her hometown going to be reclaimed? Count me in. Although my strength is very weak, this is our hometown. Even if we die, we will still contribute. I'll go too. The 4 emperors, He Yen Shan, the Ghost Marshal, and the others all roared in anger. They wanted to witness such a glorious moment together. Moreover, when His Majesty Yunishuan died, he was most concerned about his hometown. Therefore, they wanted to represent His Majesty Yunishuan and see their hometown return. Okay, let's go together. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Although these people wouldn't be of much help, he knew that Yunishuan's death had caused everyone to suppress the anger in their hearts. Therefore, they all wanted to contribute. Moreover, although the Void Star Divine Palace was terrifying, with his current strength, there weren't many things that could cause him to be wary of it. In the following day, Lin Ling didn't leave and quietly waited for Little Flame's news. Old Z, in the star-picking nation, how did you all protect the nation? Lin Ling stood quietly in his purple mansion, looking at the endless mountains and rivers in the distance. Your Majesty, you can lay down an ancient array, the 1,000-sound 10,000-star ancient array. It can protect the star-picking nation. Old Z said beside Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling wanted to protect the rainforest's sacred land, so he thought of an ancient array. After all, Lin Ling couldn't stay here forever. Therefore, he found the most suitable ancient array for Lin Ling in the star-picking nation. Your Majesty, this array isn't difficult. As long as you can refine the Emperor refining armor, you can lay it down. However, there are many requirements for the construction materials. Your Majesty has 200,000 source stones left, but once the array is completed, it can kill all transcendent realm cultivators. Obviously, spirit arrays were more difficult than the Tao of forging. The only drawback of a simple spirit array was that it was expensive. Only by solving this problem can I relax and go out adventuring. 200,000 source stones is worth it. Lin Ling nodded in agreement. Looking at Old Z, he sighed in his heart. If it weren't for old Z, he might still be struggling in the early transcendent realm. Once the enemy is driven away, I'll lay down the array and protect the mountains and rivers. Lin Ling said boldly and left the Z mansion. At the same time, Little Flame returned with the group. At this moment, he was squatting on the shoulder of one of the group, holding a bottle of wine in his hand and drinking with a smile. The group looked terrified. Obviously, Little Flame's feat of sweeping through the 100 territories in a day shocked them and even made them revere him. After all, they saw how terrifying Little Flame was with their own eyes. When he transformed into an ancient desolate beast, no cultivator was his match. They're back. Serpent Lady and the others looked nervously at the people who returned. What's the result? Once Lord Little Flame appears, even gods and demons will avoid him. The people who returned were trembling with fear. He really succeeded. Serpent Lady and the others gasped as they looked at the little monkey drinking wine. Their hearts trembled violently. Sure enough, a monkey couldn't be judged by his appearance. Okay, the 100 territories is settled. Let's head to the rainforest sacred land. At this moment, Lin Ling walked out and stood at the gate of Cloud Sea City. A smile appeared on his face, but it was a cold smile. The group became nervous. Were they finally going to set out? If they dealt with the rainforest sacred land, then it would belong to them forever. Lin Ling, we can't help you this time. Only you can deal with it. So, shouldn't you think about it at length? Serpent Lady tried to persuade him once more. 1 sword per person. That's enough. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His smile was filled with boundless confidence, and then he waved his hand. Let's go. Even though he couldn't eliminate the entire Void Star Divine Palace right now, it wasn't difficult for him to drive them away. The group moved forward in an imposing manner. At this moment, the enemies of the 100 territories had either been killed by Little Flame or fled. This caused the cultivators of the 100 territories to gather in the Rain Ocean. They'd sensed that some experts were about to attack the people of the Void Star Divine Palace, so they'd come. Even though they couldn't shake the Void Star Divine Palace with their strength, this was their home, so they had to help. Yesterday, a demon king appeared, and all the experts from the middle 3 regions were killed. It's the same in the upper 3 regions. That's a terrifying demon king. Thousands of people couldn't even withstand a single attack from him. An outsider sect was dealt with in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I wonder whose mount that demon king is. It looks like the heavens are on our side. Chapter 1262. 100 Empire Conference. He's here. He's so handsome. Is that him? Then, the crowd looked into the distance and saw millions of people walking over. The person in the lead was drinking wine and carrying a big sword on his back. His blue robe fluttered in the wind. Many people were shocked. That person was very young, but he was like a dragon among men. It's Lin Ling. Finally, a loud shout rang out, causing everyone at the edge of the Sea of Rain to be stunned. Lin Ling, who in the 100 domains didn't know that this person came from the tiny lower 3 domains. As a youth, he climbed up step by step, creating miracles and legends time and time again. In the end, he became the strongest and youngest emperor in the sacred land of the rainforest. Even in the 100 domains, countless stories about Lin Ling were known by every family. In many sects and empires, young martial artists regarded Lin Ling as their idol to inspire themselves. It's him. I can't believe I'm able to see him in my life. Countless youths were excited. Some young girls' hearts were beating wildly. Was that handsome young man the legendary Lin Ling? There's quite a lot of people. At this moment, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the Sea of Rain. The sea of people by the sea surprised him. Lin Ling, our emperor. At the same time, everyone shouted at the same time. They were excited. They finally knew who helped them yesterday. It must be Lin Ling. Plop. Countless people knelt down on one knee. Their faces were filled with worship and reverence. There were elders, children, and youths kneeling down. The majestic scene shocked the serpent mother and the others. They didn't expect that Lin Ling was not only a legend in the cloud domain, but also in the 100 domains. Rise, everyone. Lin Ling was a little excited. In his previous life, he was just a very ordinary person. In this life, he had never thought that there would be a day where he would be regarded as a legend by tens of millions of people. However, he had never planned to become a legend. He only wanted to do his best to protect his hometown. Lord Lin Ling, I represent the Cangnan region to fight alongside you. A child of about 5 or 6 years of age ran out with a bowl of wine in his hands, looking at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, but then he couldn't help but laugh loudly. All right, I'll drink this bowl of wine. Here's to our victory. After he finished speaking, he boldly picked up the bowl of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he carried the child and set off on his journey. Let us be victorious. Everyone's blood was boiling as they followed Lin Ling towards the rainforest's sacred land. Such a vast and mighty scene shook the heavens and the earth, and it caused all the residents of the city to smile. At this moment, they were very proud because the legend of their cloud domain had become the symbol and belief in their hearts. After that, they strode forward and followed Lin Ling. At this moment, everything in the rainforest's sacred land was under the control of the Void Star Divine Palace. Clearly, the Void Star Divine Palace didn't care about a rural area like the 100 territories. However, the rainforest's sacred land had the Bodhi ancient tree. This ancient tree had many treasures, which was why they valued it. Congratulations to Lord Tao Reverend for becoming the master of the rainforest's sacred land. At this moment, a large number of experts were gathered on the Bodhi ancient tree. They came from various sects and clans in Xianping province. Their goal was very simple, they were here to buy slaves. Perhaps this was the only thing that moved them in this tiny rainforest's sacred land. Today, I'm indebted to everyone for giving me face in the 100 Dynasties Assembly. My Tao Reverend's face has been enhanced. An old man smiled faintly as he looked at the crowd. He was the person with the highest authority in the rainforest's sacred land, and his strength had reached the transcendent 6th stage. Lord Tao Reverend is too serious. Lord Tao Reverend will probably become a great existence in less than a month. Everyone smiled politely, and their words were filled with respect. One of them stood beside the Bodhi ancient tree's leaves and looked into the distance. He smiled and said, Lord Tao Reverend, although the 6 saint regions aren't strong, they have the advantage in numbers. Since Lord Tao Reverend is able to rule this place, it's not strange for you to be called a king. Many people's eyes were filled with envy. Although their strength was above tens of thousands of people, it was difficult for them to become the ruler of a region. After all, that was controlling hundreds of millions of people. Humans were also extremely precious resources. For example, the various sects and clans needed some slaves to do things. Ordinary disciples were very noble, so who would do such lowly things? Everyone here is an existence of great virtue and prestige. Being able to invite everyone here today is my Tao Reverend's face. Now, let the 100 Dynasties Assembly begin. Dao Zunzi smiled faintly and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to take a seat in the banquet. The 100 Dynasties Assembly meant that there were 100 super sects here. They were also quite famous in Xianping province. Among them, there were the Triple Elemental Golden Dipper sect, the Northern Nether Dark region, the Thousand Era Ghost sect, the Western Sea Dragon Chilan Palace, and even the Celestial Phenomenon sect. Hearing this, the elders of the various sects all smiled. They were quite fond of these words of virtue and prestige. Of course, with their strength, they were worthy of such praise. Bullshit. However, at this moment, the wind and clouds billowed in the distance. An angry roar reverberated through the air, causing endless echoes. Ha! On the Bodhi ancient tree, everyone's eyes narrowed. Someone actually dared to say bullshit. The 100 Dynasties Assembly sounds nice, but it's actually discussing how to buy slaves. You guys are all cruel and unscrupulous. You're worse than pigs and dogs. The voice rang out again, pointing at the 100 Dynasties Assembly. Bastard, who is so bold? On top of the Bodhi ancient tree, the dignified experts' faces turned cold as they released their powerful auras, causing the entire ancient tree to sway. One had to know that they represented a super sect and their strength wasn't weak at all. Most of them had reached the transcendent 4th layer, 3 of them were at the transcendent 6th layer, and 1 of them was from the celestial star sect. With such combat strength, they couldn't be underestimated even in the great Xianping region. However, in the tiny sacred ground of the rainforest, there were actually people who dared to say that they were inferior to pigs and dogs. So arrogant, who is it? At this moment, everyone in the sacred ground of the rainforest heard the scolding and felt relieved. One should know that in the past, they wouldn't dare to speak out even if they were angry. However, the person who came had scolded them out. Look over there are so many people. At the same time, the people in the sacred ground of the rainforest saw a large number of people walking in the direction of the rain sea. There were more than 100 million people there. Although they were as weak as ants, when there were a lot of people, even ants could make people respect them. Who gave them the courage to come to the sacred ground of the rainforest? At this moment, on the Bodhi ancient tree, Dao Zunzi also saw the scene from afar. He could tell that those people were from the 100 territories. He didn't put the people from the 100 territories in his eyes. After all, that place was weaker than the warriors in the sacred ground of the rainforest. But now, people from the 100 territories actually dared to come here and scold him. Chapter 1263. Majestic mountains and rivers, void star divine palace, heed my command. Dispatch 1,000 Saint Spirit powerhouses to kill those 100 million people. Yes. Tao Master issued a merciless order. In order to prove his authority, it was time to make an example out of these people. Yes. Yes. In all directions of the rainforest Holy Land, a large number of Void Star Divine Palace powerhouses moved out, causing the local martial artists of the rainforest Holy Land to frown. Tao Master was truly ruthless. He actually wanted to kill 100 million people. Hurry and leave. This is not a place where you can come. They've come to kill you. A large number of people from the rainforest Holy Land roared. They came from the 7 great martial arts halls, the 5 great ancient countries, the 7 profound martial house, the great Tang Empire, and even the 4 great desolate races. But in these past years, they had been suppressed by the Void Star Divine Palace, so they didn't dare to voice their anger. But now, the people of the 100 territories were their friends and comrades. Seeing them about to be killed, how could they not be worried? However, under their warning, not only did the mighty group not flee, but they instead walked towards the Bodhi ancient tree. This momentum of cutting off all means of retreat caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Were the people of the 100 territories willing to throw caution to the wind? They would rather die in battle than become slaves. Follow them. The people of the rainforest Holy Land clenched their teeth, a heroic spirit rising in their hearts. No matter who was leading them, they would rather die in battle than become slaves. More and more people joined in, causing Lin Ling's camp to grow even larger. The 1,000 powerhouses of the Void Star Divine Palace were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm. In the rainforest Holy Land, they could be considered overlords. It had to be known that in the past, the only transcendent powerhouses in the rainforest Holy Land were the 4 great patriarchs. But even so, the crowd did not stop. A bunch of ants seeking death. Everyone, let's continue with the 100 Dynasties assembly. Dao Zunzi looked disdainfully into the distance and said indifferently. He waved his hand, and people brought food and wine one after another. Everyone began to eat and drink, and they did not care about what was happening in the distance. In their hearts, although there were many people there, how could they be a match for 1,000 experts? How can ants compete with the heavens? At this moment, 1,000 powerhouses moved out, their auras filling the mountains and rivers. But the people in front of them still continued to move forward, each one of them with a look of determination. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure shot out from the crowd. His sword was majestic, as if he wanted to dominate the world. How can the heavens compete with me for glory? A cold voice rang out, causing the eyes of the 1,000-strong cultivators to widen. How arrogant! He wanted to block 1,000 of them by himself. He was simply courting death. Disdain rose in their hearts as they unleashed powerful martial arts. However, just as their martial arts blasted towards the incoming person, the person slashed out with his sword. This sword was as majestic as a pillar and as domineering as the heavens. It also seemed to represent the anger in the hearts of countless people in the rainforest Holy Land and the 100 territories. Wherever the sword passed, it destroyed all merciless rules. Boom! All of their martial arts techniques were cut apart. The eyes of the 1,000 people narrowed. This person was so powerful. Since when did the 100 territories have such a terrifying expert? However, this could only be the last thought in their lives. In the next moment, everyone was hacked apart by an enormous sword pillar. Blood scattered down like rain, shocking everyone's hearts. Victory at the start. The people at the back could not help but shout excitedly. This was their legend. Then, the crowd did not stop and continued to move towards the Bodhi ancient tree. They allowed the blood in the sky to fall on their bodies. Instead, the battle intent in their eyes grew stronger. This was the blood of their enemies, and they longed to drink it. A bunch of people worse than pigs and dogs. At the same time, the crowd shouted loudly. This time, their voices caused the clouds in the sky to tumble. At this moment, on the Bodhi ancient tree, the people from the super sects were still drinking. However, when they heard the voices, their hands trembled and their faces turned ferocious. Among them, Tao Master Z's face was the ugliest. Shame, a great shame. They, people of virtue and prestige, were actually scolded by some ants. Moreover, 1,000 of them had not been able to kill the other party. Everyone, move out. Tao Master Z shouted angrily, ordering all the strong cultivators of the Void Star Divine Palace stationed in the Rainforest Holy Land to move out. After he finished speaking, he regained his calm and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't bother with those ants. Continue drinking. The 100 Empire Conference will continue." The intruder was arrogant, but could he stop more than 19,000 Transcendent Realm Masters? He wanted to see if that person could make it here. A wild child doesn't know etiquette. Sir Tao Master Z is right. Let's continue drinking. Perhaps the moment we finish drinking, the riot will disappear. It's a pity that too many people died. My 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect needs 100,000 slaves this time. With so many people dead, I'm afraid it will be difficult to recruit enough. An old man shook his head helplessly. He did not feel guilty about the number of people who died. Instead, he felt a little regretful that there were too few slaves. Don't worry. The 6 sacred regions are big regions. They don't have much, but they have a lot of people. But soon, someone comforted him. Moreover, the rioters are rebellious by nature. Even if they become slaves, it will be difficult to control them. So, it's better that they die. The others nodded and slowly drank their wine. They did not seem to care about what was happening in the distance. However, they did not know that Lin Ling's spiritual eye could see things thousands of miles away. Therefore, every word they said was seen by Lin Ling. Unstoppable. With a roar, Lin Ling soared into the sky and flew towards the crowd of 10,000 people. These people were all early transcendent realm cultivators. In the rainforest Holy Land, they were indeed terrifying, but to Lin Ling, they were still too weak. So strong. The crowd behind looked at Lin Ling with excitement. Lin Ling was actually fighting 10,000 people by himself. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was cold as a terrifying power erupted from his body. The power of 2 universes allowed Lin Ling to rush into the crowd of 10,000 people like a death god. Between his arms, the power was like a dragon and a tiger. Bo bo bo. A punch killed more than a dozen people, and a kick seemed to shake mountains and rivers. Facing early transcendent realm cultivators, he did not even need to use his sword. His physical body alone was enough to crush them. What? The faces of the masters from the Void Star Divine Palace changed drastically. They thought that Lin Ling was just one person and that no matter how strong he was, his strength would be limited. Who knew that Lin Ling would be so fierce that he could easily kill them without using his spiritual yuan? Wait, who is your excellency? Someone asked in a dignified voice. They had never seen such a terrifying master before. However, the answer they received was a single punch that killed them all. Tens of thousands of people were killed without a single one remaining. The clouds in the sky churned and blood rained down like rain, but what made everyone gasp was that even though the blood rained down, Lin Ling's blue robe still fluttered elegantly, not a single drop of blood staining his robes. From the looks of it, he did not seem like he was killing people, but rather like he was practicing martial arts. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. Chapter 1264. 1 against 10,000-inch Lord, save me. Panicked cries rang out, causing the faces of the experts of the 100 Empire Assembly to change drastically. They stopped drinking and walked to the side of the tree leaf. Their eyes narrowed as they looked around. What they had imagined did not happen. The people from afar were still walking over in a grandiose manner, as if an army was surrounding the Bodhi ancient tree. Out of the 10,000 people of the Void Star Divine Palace, countless were dead or injured. There were even some who ran back with broken limbs. It was extremely humiliating. At this moment, the people of the 100 Empire Assembly gritted their teeth. They were still thinking that the riot would end after the wine, but who knew that before they could finish drinking, the army had already arrived. The most terrifying thing was that although there seemed to be a lot of people, there was only one person who could fight. Kill. Kill. Who is this brat? How arrogant. He actually dares to kill the people of the Void Star Divine Palace. Kill. No matter who he is, he must die today. Otherwise, where will our face go? Kill. On the huge tree leaf, the experts roared. They could also see that Lin Ling was at the Transcendent Realm, and the weakest among them was at the Transcendent Realm. Therefore, they were not afraid of Lin Ling at all. Instead, they felt that he was courting death. Let me kill him with one slash. Kill. An elder from the Kuan Palace's Kongli sect took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling. This person was at the Transcendent Realm and was an ancient hero. He was also famous in the Kuan Palace. With a space-time lightsaber, he could defeat all the heroes in the world. Clang! When the saber struck out, it was as though heaven and earth had disappeared. The space-time momentum appeared and countless sabers surrounded Lin Ling. That resplendent light made people not dare to look straight at it. This saber was a supreme pattern martial art at the large success stage. At the same time, the people of the rainforest Holy Land in the distance had grave expressions. They could feel that the pressure on their bodies was extremely great, as though they were about to be killed by the saber. That saber was so terrifying. But their footsteps did not stop. No matter how arrogant you are, under my time saber, you won't be able to dodge a single slash. The saber light was like a shadow as it surrounded Lin Ling. Die. Lin Ling didn't even look at the blade of time. Although this blade of time's light was flowing everywhere, it was impossible to guard against. However, his soul force was powerful, so he didn't need to fear it. His left hand reached out and grabbed the blade of time. His 5 fingers were like pliers, grabbing onto the blade of time. His 5 fingers suddenly exerted force, and the blade of time immediately melted like water. It was actually turned into a metal disc by Lin Ling. That tyrannical power was transmitted from the blade to the old man's body, causing him to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. What a terrifying power! It had actually caused his king-grade saint artifact to explode. Lin Ling was expressionless. He took a step forward and punched out. Rumble. Unstoppable. The power of 2 universes exploded out to 4 universes in an instant. The punch landed on the old man, causing his entire body to tremble violently. His meridians and dantian instantly shattered, and under countless gazes, his body exploded. In one move, a transcendent realm elder had fallen. Elder Yang. On top of the Bodhi ancient tree, the experts all shouted. Shame, this was a great shame. They came to hold the 100 Empire Assembly, but it was actually disrupted by a single person. If this were to spread out, their sect would lose all face. Kill him. Even more experts from the super sects moved out. Swords, blades, spears, fists, palms, all kinds of extreme martial arts were released. The power of heaven and earth gathered together, causing the Bodhi ancient tree to become a calamity. Ignorant brat, your arrogance should end now. Along with the terrifying attacks that filled the sky, there were the angry voices of the super sex experts. Being arrogant in my territory and selling my people as slaves. I want to see if you super sects will feel pain. Come at me as many as you can. A loud shout came out from Lin Ling's mouth, shaking the heavens. The people from the rainforest sacred land afar felt their blood boil. Lin Ling was fighting against so many experts by himself. Clang! The sword was drawn, and the light was dazzling. Everyone saw that Lin Ling was facing the experts' attacks and ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. Earth uplifting heavens. The terrifying sword pillar seemed like it could destroy anything. One had to know that the first layer of the fiend god overlord body, earth uplifting heavens, was a simple move, but it contained endless mysteries. The second layer, unstoppable, increased Lin Ling's strength to 4 universes, but it wasn't a move. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded incessantly. The extreme pattern martial arts were all cut apart. Even if they weren't cut apart, the extreme pattern martial arts were shattered by Lin Ling's furious roar. This was the power of the Emperor's armor refinement. Clang! At the same time, after earth uplifting heavens cut down the extreme martial arts, the sword's momentum caused many experts to stagger and retreat in the void. Many of them were even killed by the sword. How is this possible? They are all peak mid-grade transcendent realm experts, and there are even 5th-grade transcendent realm experts among them. Who is that young man? Is he not human? Why is he unscathed in the face of extreme martial arts? Everyone's expression changed dramatically. They had never seen such a terrifying 4th-layer transcendent realm master before. One had to know that it wasn't rare for a 4th-layer transcendent realm cultivator to be able to fight across realms, but the young man in front of them was not only able to fight across realms, he was even able to fight against 100. Icy Rain Pagoda. One of the 3 elements Golden Dipper's sex masters roared. Like a god descending from the heavens, he spread out his arms and sent an endless rain of ice towards Lin Ling. This person's extreme martial art was also at the grand accomplishment stage, but his innate saint physique was obviously stronger than the people before him, reaching the earth grade. Of course, with such strength, his status was naturally not low. He was an elder of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. The icy rain pagoda was extremely terrifying. Not only did it contain the power of frost, it was also capable of easily killing a fourth-layer transcendent realm master. Little bastard, you have no respect for your elders. In front of us ancient masters, do you think you have the right to be arrogant? After the elder executed his martial art, he shouted coldly. His aura was like that of a divine king. In his eyes, the ice rain was unstoppable. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Lin Ling was frozen into an ice sculpture in front of his eyes and was being killed by the ice rain. He's finally dead. We can finally drink the wine without worry. On top of the Bodhi ancient tree, everyone smiled faintly. They could finally relax. Lord! Far away, the crowd was still moving forward. Their eyes were filled with worry. It was too terrifying. The heavens and earth had already been frozen. Moreover, the ice rain was like swords, piercing through the earth. How was Lord now? As expected of the Ice Elder. With the might of his martial art, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a hero. Lord Tao Venerable smiled faintly. This made many people from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect puff out their chests proudly. The elder said modestly, "It's just that he's too weak. It's not that my martial art is strong. There are many people in this world who are stronger than me. Indeed, I'm one of those people who are stronger than you. Fire of the myriad families." As soon as his voice faded, the frozen heavens and earth erupted. Layers of blue flames gushed out, destroying all the ice. A young man covered in blue flames walked out in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, the sea of flames didn't stop. The sky was filled with blooming lotuses. It was like a world of hundreds of flowers. Bang bang bang. Resplendent blue lotuses floated over. Near the Bodhi ancient tree, a large number of experts were blasted to death. Even if they didn't die, they were burned alive by the blue flames. Chapter 1265. Unstoppable. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Those experts were so arrogant, standing at the peak of the clouds, talking and laughing as if they were looking at the world. They even wanted to drink wine, but now, there were countless casualties. Impossible. My martial art is at the great success stage of the extreme pattern martial art. In addition, I have an earth-grade saint physique, ice soul physique. How can you break my martial art? The elder of the Three Yuan Golden Dipper sect shook his head. His attack had failed to kill the young man. Instead, the young man had killed one of his men. My martial art is at the peak of the extreme pattern martial art. Moreover, are you the only one with an earth-grade saint physique? In the 100-flower world, Lin Ling, who was covered in blue flames, walked over step by step. He looked like a blue flame god. Although his steps seemed slow, he appeared in front of the elder in an instant. The elder's face turned deathly pale. This was the first time he felt fear towards the young man in front of him. Speak. Weren't you very arrogant before? Speak now. I want to see where your arrogance comes from, said Lin Ling indifferently. The elder's body was trembling. How could he still be arrogant? He couldn't say anything, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Enough. At this moment, an angry voice resounded. It was Dao Zunzi's voice. Do you know who he is? He is an elder of the Three Yuan Golden Dipper sect. If you dare to touch him, you will offend the Three Yuan Golden Dipper sect. Boom! Just as the sound of his voice faded, Lin Ling punched out. The blazing sea of flames transformed into a gigantic flaming fist, smashing the old man into smithereens. A mere transcendent fifth-stage cultivator, yet he was still insta-killed. What did you say before? After killing the elder, Lin Ling tilted his head and looked at the sky. He asked Dao Zunzi indifferently. It seemed like a casual question, but in fact, everyone knew that Lin Ling was asking the obvious. He was telling Dao Zunzi that he knew that the elder was an elder of the 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect, but he still wanted to kill him. Don't be too arrogant. There are hundreds of super sects here and my Void Star Divine Palace is here. Do you know the consequences of provoking us? Dao's sovereign was furious and his voice was extremely low. The people beside him were also furious. This mysterious young man was too insolent. The consequence is that all of you will die too. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the various experts in the sky. Blue flames blossomed from his left hand, transforming into a raging flaming fist as he viciously punched towards the sky. Although he appeared to be at the transcendent 4th stage, he actually possessed 5 strands of spiritual yuan. In addition to his powerful essence, energy, and spirit, he could even kill a transcendent 6th stage expert in a single move. Rumble. Fists soared up into the sky, burning the dome of heaven. Above the Bodhi ancient tree, more experts were burned to death. At this moment, they were filled with fear and trepidation. They came to the rainforest to purchase slaves, but they didn't expect that once they came here, they wouldn't be able to return. Save me! The blue flames crazily burned the ancient trees, and painful screams rang out incessantly. In the distance, the people of the rainforest Holy Land were all stunned. Lin Ling was really fighting by himself, and it wasn't a battle to the death. Instead, it was a one-sided battle. With one sword, he would kill anyone who came. He only needed one sword strike. With one flame, he would burn anyone who came. He only needed one fist strike. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. These people came to the rainforest Holy Land and dared to treat others as slaves. Then, let's see if they would feel pain, if they were afraid of death. At this moment, everyone in the rainforest Holy Land shouted, "Victory! Victory!" Their voices shook the clouds. To Dao Zunzi and the other experts, these voices were filled with sarcasm. Being burned by my flames, you're about to die. Why bother saving? Lin Ling stomped on the ground and shot towards the Bodhi ancient tree like a cannonball. At this moment, he finally reached the top of the ancient tree. Cruel child, you've killed countless people. Is your heart made of steel? On top of the Bodhi ancient tree, there were 3 transcendent realm experts. One of them was Dao Venerable, the other was Venerable Qin Yun, and the other was 3 Leaves Monk. The one who spoke was 3 Leaves Monk. He came from the Heavenly Dragon Temple, which was also one of the major powers of the Kuan Temple. I will kill you on behalf of the world. Dust 6th Ancestor Bell. Wang Wang. When Lin Ling shot towards the ancient tree, an ancient golden bell fell from the sky. Endless Buddhist chants spread out, forming mysterious Sanskrit characters in the sky. These Sanskrit characters recorded 4 sentences of Buddhism. The Bodhi ancient tree is not a tree, the mirror is not a platform. Originally there was nothing, where did dust come from? Bang bang bang. In the rainforest Holy Land, hundreds of millions of people felt their heads buzzing. They couldn't help but sit down on the ground. They looked up at the sky, their eyes were filled with respect, but more of it was anger. That old monk didn't care about the lives of hundreds of millions of people. He only wanted to buy slaves. Lin Ling led everyone to resist. He actually dared to say that Lin Ling was cruel. Compared to cruelty, that hypocritical monk was even crueler and more insidious. You think you can kill me? The ancient bell fell and purified the dust. However, Lin Ling's head was still looking at the sky. His speed, which had been suppressed, exploded once again and shot straight at the ancient Sanskrit bell. Soul-sealing seal. An even more terrifying soul force erupted from his body. He slapped his palm on the ancient bell, and with a buzzing sound, the sound of Buddha resounded throughout the world. Soon after, under the gaze of countless people, the ancient golden bell shattered and turned into sparkling lights. "You've broke my dust sixth ancestor bell." The 3 leaves monk sucked in a breath of cold air. One should know that his dust sixth ancestor bell wasn't formed by spiritual energy. It was formed by soul power. He guessed that no matter how powerful this young man was, he wouldn't be able to block his soul power attack. Who knew that this young man could break his golden bell with a single palm? "Not only did I break the bell, but I also want to kill you." At the same time, Lin Ling's figure appeared in front of him. His sword stabbed towards him. The sword was like a knife, piercing into his dantian and crushing everything. Then, Lin Ling put away his sword and walked past him. The 3 leaves monk was still standing in the same place. He looked at his dantian in disbelief and muttered, "How is this possible? How can this old monk die here?" Plop! As soon as he finished speaking, he fell on his back. The remaining people on the giant Bodhi leaf fell into a dead silence. All of them looked at the young man who was slowly walking forward. It was as if they were looking at the arrival of the Grim Reaper. This young man was unstoppable. Lin Ling smiled indifferently. Instead, he walked past the table and picked up a cup of wine, drinking as he walked. His boldness shocked everyone. They could only watch as Lin Ling came to kill them. "Who are you?" In the silence, one of the old men frowned. He was Venerable Qing Yun from the Celestial Phenomenon sect. The 3 of them were existences that couldn't be underestimated even in Xianping province. However, this young man who came from the rainforest Holy Land killed them like dogs. Therefore, he guessed that this young man wasn't an ordinary person. "I'm Lin Ling." A soft voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. It made everyone's heart tremble. He's Lin Ling. All the mysteries had been solved. Although they hadn't seen Lin Ling before, how could they not know of Lin Ling's name? It was just that none of them expected Lin Ling to be from the rainforest Holy Land. "So you're Lin Ling. May senior brother Tian Xiangzi lost to you." Chapter 1266. "I'll help you. How about giving my celestial phenomenon sect some face? Today's matter will end here." Sigh. Venerable Qing Yun shook his head and said helplessly. He knew that Lin Ling was not only powerful, but also had a powerful background. However, he knew that Lin Ling might not take his suggestion seriously. Therefore, he said, "I am Venerable Qing Yun. You should know that those who can be called venerable naturally have powerful backgrounds. For example, the Lord above you, Venerable Si Kaming, also has the title of venerable." Sigh. "You think you have the qualifications to ask me to give you face? Scram within 3 breaths, or I'll kill you even if you're a venerable." Sigh. Lin Ling did not give him any face at all. The other party had sold the people of the rainforest Holy Land as slaves. So what if he was a venerable? "You." Sigh. Venerable Qing Yun's face turned ugly. Lin Ling did not give him any face and even told him to scram within 3 breaths. Otherwise, he would also kill him. However, the thought of retreating rose in his heart. Although Lin Ling was not a venerable, his strength was still very terrifying. "Venerable Qing Yun, you don't need to be afraid of him. He fought so many people before and his spiritual yuan is almost exhausted. We still have more than a dozen people. If we work together, we can definitely kill him." Venerable Dao roared, as if he had seen through Lin Ling's current weakness. "Yeah, no matter how strong he is, he's only a transcendent 4th layer cultivator. Adding on the fact that his spiritual yuan is exhausted, he's probably just strong on the outside." Sigh. "Lin Ling, let me ask you, did you consume a lot of spiritual yuan?" Sigh. The others were moved. It was indeed possible, and Lin Ling seemed to be giving them a chance to scram within 3 breaths. However, when they thought of Lin Ling's current state, they decided to stay. After all, the Void Star Divine Palace was also a powerful force, and they had to give them face. Moreover, helping Venerable Tao could also earn a favor from the Void Star Divine Palace, so why not? Looks like you have to choose death. Lin Ling sneered and shook his head. The sharpness in his eyes deepened. He had given him the chance, so he could not be blamed for what happened next. He sneered and pointed at Tao's sovereign. "Little Flame, kill that man," he said. "Gee." On his shoulder, Little Flame poked its head out with an innocent and curious look. Tao Xunzi and the others were stunned. What was this monkey? Whoosh! Just as they had this thought, a fiery red figure shot toward Tao Xunzi. Little Flame had made his move. "You want to stop me with this beast?" Not only was Tao's sovereign not angry, but he even began to laugh. Lin Ling didn't dare to attack. This meant that he had exhausted a great deal of his spiritual source. As long as he killed this monkey, he would be able to kill Lin Ling. Perhaps he would even be rewarded by Empyrean Void Star. "Lin Ling, I'll show you what it means to be a transcendent 6th-stage expert, the Woodbirth Pearl Star Zone," shouted Tao Xunzi in a low voice. A mysterious aura bloomed from his body. A starry sky descended, ancient and deadly. Countless planets appeared in the sky. The pinnacle of an extreme martial art. On the Bodhi ancient tree, everyone was shocked. As expected of Tao Xunzi, even the most difficult extreme martial art had reached the pinnacle. Then, they began to look forward to it. After killing that monkey, Lin Ling would no longer have the capital to be arrogant. Roar! At this moment, the fiery red figure released a tyrannical aura. It grew larger in the sky, and its red bone armor seemed to be dyed in blood. The little monkey turned into an ape. Looking at Tao Xunzi, it slammed its palm heavily. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the huge ape's palm was actually covered with a hard red bone armor. It was extremely mysterious. Pop pop pop. The palm swept through the nebula, and the starry sky seemed to collapse. Tao Xunzi's eyes were fixed on it, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "7th-stage wild beast." One had to know that demonic beasts were divided into several ranks. First, wild beasts. Second, demonic beasts. Third, ferocious beasts. Fourth, wild beasts. For example, the 72 demon gods were wild beasts, but they were at the peak of the wild beasts. However, Little Flame had transformed into a 7th-stage wild beast. From a certain perspective, he was almost on par with the 72 demon gods. Therefore, how could Tao Xunzi not be shocked? Lin Ling actually used a wild beast as a pet. This was too terrifying. Roar! The giant red palm carried the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it continued to blast towards Tao Xunzi. After Tao Xunzi's face changed drastically, he patted his belt with his right hand, and a dazzling black light bloomed, forming a black light that protected him. It was as if he was being protected by a planet. He was using the Star Charm Heavenly Armor, a low-level heavenly soldier. With the protection of an ancient star, its defense was extremely terrifying. It could withstand any attack from a transcendent, and its defense was stronger than Lin Ling's Emperor Refinement armor. Of course, its flaw was that it had a time limit, and was not as convenient as Lin Ling's Emperor Refinement armor. This Tao Xunzi still has a trump card. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he secretly nodded. Famous masters were indeed not easy to deal with. Of course, no matter how strong his defense was, he would still die in the end. Everyone, I will be responsible for stopping this beast. You all quickly go and kill Lin Ling. This time, Lin Ling did not dare to come and kill me. He must have exhausted his spiritual yuan. This is a great opportunity. Within the black light, Dao Zunzi anxiously shouted. There was a sneer in his eyes, as if he was sure that Lin Ling would be defeated. His star charm heavenly armor could resist for a while, and that was enough time for Lin Ling to die. The others' eyes flashed, and they were even more certain that Lin Ling's spiritual yuan had been exhausted. They all stepped forward, ready to attack. I'm not participating. At this time, Venerable Qin Yun suddenly said lightly, causing the remaining people's eyes to narrow. Venerable Qin Yun was not joining the camp to kill Lin Ling. Why? Someone asked in surprise. However, Venerable Qin Yun ignored him and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'm not participating in today's matter. Moreover, I'll help you. Hong. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Lin Ling should be at his weakest right now. Venerable Qin Yun not only did not want to kill Lin Ling, but also wanted to help Lin Ling kill them. Venerable Qin Yun, do you want to offend Heavenly Venerable Su Xing? Dao Zunzi immediately roared. How could things turn out like this? His friend had become his enemy. Venerable Qin Yun looked at him indifferently and said calmly, you should take care of yourself. Good. After saying this, he looked at Lin Ling and bowed slightly, expressing his position. He was very clear that although Lin Ling was a transcendent fourth-stage cultivator, he was hiding a lot of secrets. Even his senior brother Tian Xiangzi couldn't see through him. Tian Xiangzi had once told him that there were many existences in Xianping province that couldn't be provoked, and among those transcendents, Lin Ling was one of them. He had always believed in his senior brother Tian Xiangzi's words. After all, his senior brother was a famous divination grandmaster in Xianping province. Who do you want me to help you kill? Tell me. Venerable Qin Yun said again, trying to sell Lin Ling a favor. No need, just watch from the side. All right. Chapter 1267. Repent. You guessed right, I did consume a lot of my spiritual yuan, but you seem to have forgotten that I didn't rely on my own strength to defeat Li Tiangu. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he coldly glared at the remaining masters, causing all of them to freeze up, their murderous expressions instantly stiffening. And they had all forgotten that Lin Ling still had the ancient flame demon. The ancient flame demon was a desolate beast, and at its peak, it was invincible in the transcendent realm. Wait, I surrender. I won't participate in today's matter. Surrender. I've never interfered in the rainforest's holy land. Today, I'm only here to buy some slaves. The remaining masters all took a step back, fear written all over their faces. Previously, they had hoped to kill Lin Ling by a fluke, but now they realized that their greed was a mistake. If they flattered the Su Xing divine palace and offended Lin Ling, their end would not be good. Surrender. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He slowly put his hand into his mouth and gently bit down. A drop of blood flowed down his finger, like the most beautiful red flower. This strange action caused the remaining people to turn even paler. An indescribable pressure rose in their hearts, as if they were watching a sealed demon slowly awaken at this moment. Smoke rose into the air. Above the giant leaf, a dreamy scene appeared. Amidst the smoke, a slender figure seemed to have walked out from the monster world. White hair like a sea urchin, 9 tails swaying in the wind, and a wicked smile appearing before everyone's eyes. Xiao! The smoke billowed, and in the next moment, an arm pierced through the chest of one of the masters. Ignoring the lives of hundreds of millions of people just to buy slaves, you elders of super sects have lost enough face. The hoarse voice was like the laughter of the grim reaper. Am I going to die? The master looked down at his chest, only to see that his dantian had been messed up by an arm, his vitality fading away. Putong. He fell on his back. He had never imagined that he would die here today. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to leave, but you were still hoping for a fluke. So, you can go to hell with your luck. The evil voice drifted into everyone's ears. Smoke permeated the air as if flames were burning Lin Ling's body, causing him to erupt with a power that transcended the void. He returned to his original state and became a true ancient flame devil. Soon after, another figure fell. Kill. We have no other choice. The remaining people's eyes turned red. If Lin Ling didn't die, then they would die. Lin Ling was too abominable. They only came to buy slaves, but Lin Ling actually wanted to kill them all. Lin Ling was simply a demon. However, they didn't expect that they would casually trade the lives of others. To the people of the rainforest Holy Land, they were the true demons. This was something they had never thought about. Perhaps they thought that the lives of ants were nothing to be taken seriously. Try this move, the fusion of demonic flame and sea heart flame. The voice drifted in the air. It was Lin Ling's voice. Then, white and blue flames intertwined. It was incomparably resplendent. A large number of flame birds flew out in the sky. There were vermilion birds, phoenixes, double suns birds, and other ancient divine beasts. Lin Ling had learned this move after devouring Li Fengge's furious maple flaming tiger. This allowed flames to take the form of ancient divine beasts. It was the initial form of the law of flames. Bang bang bang. The flame birds flew across the sky, dazzling. On the ground, everyone's hearts beat violently. It was so beautiful. It had become a world of blue and white flames, and it was a scene of thousands of birds flying in the sky. Lin Ling's 9 tails swayed and his white hair danced in the wind. He didn't look like a demon, but more like a blue and white flame god. So handsome. Everyone in the rainforest Holy Land had such a thought. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were closed. Countless flame birds flew out from his body, allowing Lin Ling to constantly sense the rising law of flames. After all, the limit of the ancient flame demon was the peak of the transcendent realm. After Lin Ling surpassed this realm, the ancient flame demon wouldn't be of much help to him. Therefore, he needed to improve his Tao of flames. Ah! Above the ancient trees, everyone let out terrifying screams as they were pierced by the flame birds. No matter what extreme pattern martial arts they used, they couldn't resist the flames. In the end, they died one by one. Senior brother Tian Xiangzi really didn't deceive me. Venerable Qing Yun's body trembled as he watched this scene. He felt lucky for his previous actions. If Lin Ling used his full strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a transcendent 6th-layer cultivator. As for Dao Lord Zi, he was becoming more and more afraid. Lin Ling had indeed used up a lot of spiritual source, but he hadn't expected that Lin Ling's ancient flame demon would be so terrifying. It made him want to bow down and worship. Now, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to heavenly venerate Void Star's level. Bang bang bang. While Lin Ling was killing everyone, Little Flame's huge palms continuously attacked the black light barrier around Tao Master Z's body, gradually causing cracks to appear. Stop fighting! Tao Master Z shouted in panic. At this moment, Lin Ling had already killed everyone and was slowly appearing in front of Tao Master Z. As long as the black light barrier disappeared, Tao Master Z would die. This kind of waiting was undoubtedly torture for Tao Master Z. The outside world was staring at him covetously, and he couldn't do anything but watch as death approached. Boom! Finally, the black light barrier disappeared. Clearly, the low-level heavenly soldier's time was up. Tao Master Z's body appeared, and he looked at Lin Ling, his body trembling. How do you want to die? Lin Ling tilted his head and looked at Tao Master Z like an evil fox. Don't kill me. Tao Master Z immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. He didn't want to die yet. He was about to become a great hero, and his name would shake the world. Do you think it's possible? Lin Ling smiled evilly. Was it possible to make Tao Master Z's heart turn to ashes with just one sentence? It was impossible. Lin Ling would definitely kill him. And from another perspective, if he had the strength to kill Lin Ling, he wouldn't have shown any mercy. So, how do you want to die? Do you want to suffer all the suffering in the world, or do you want to die quickly? Lin Ling said indifferently, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing in the world. I choose a straightforward death. Tao Master Z sighed and shook his head. The memories of his life flowed through his mind, and finally stopped at the scene in front of him. His sigh became even thicker. This king of the 6 sacred regions was really not easy to be. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come here. Go and repent to them, and then commit suicide yourself. Lin Ling looked at the crowd in the distance and said indifferently, many of them are innocent. Because of your invasion, their families have been destroyed, their wives and children have been separated, so you can die too easily. That's too easy for you. If you don't apologize, I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. As the last sentence fell, Tao Master Z's body trembled violently. His gaze met with Lin Ling's. Inexplicably, he believed in Lin Ling's words. Living a life worse than death, Lin Ling would definitely do it. Chapter 1268. The next year would be spring. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Tao Venerable slowly came to the edge of the leaf and looked at the people in the distance. Finally, he said sincerely. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and he committed suicide under the eyes of countless people. Good. The hundreds of millions of people were silent for a moment before they burst into cheers. It's over, it's all over. Their legend Lin Ling had single-handedly dealt with all the experts and restored the peace of the rainforest. Lin Ling. Countless voices rang out again. Everyone's eyes were wet. There were voices of young girls, children, old people, etc. There were too many. Memories of Lin Ling flashed through their minds. Young Lin Ling, born in Guyan, battled against geniuses, entered the Sea of Clouds, stabilized Tianxian, then entered the rainforest, battled against a group of heroes, looked down on the world, and when enemies invaded, he raised his sword and beheaded a group of heroes. Flames were born, and mountains and rivers were set. These were the stories of Lin Ling since he was young. In the 100 territories, who didn't know about them? He was even praised by the people as if he was an immortal emperor. Who said he's cruel? He's decisive in killing enemies and saving hundreds of millions of people. He's fair and square. Venerable Qing Yun looked at the scene quietly. His heart was boiling. Hundreds of millions of people worshipping Lin Ling at the same time. That kind of scene was too sensational. He couldn't do it. He could use his strength to conquer millions of people, but he couldn't conquer people's hearts, let alone hundreds of millions of people. He's only in his 20s, but he's done something we can't do in our lifetime. Venerable Qing Yun sighed softly. He took a step forward and slowly left. He didn't have the face to stay here. Lin Ling glanced at him and didn't pay much attention to him. Venerable Qing Yun knew how to conduct himself. Otherwise, he would have left him here today. Lin Ling slowly returned to his normal appearance. He wore a blue and white robe and held a majestic sword. He smiled faintly as he looked at the world. At this moment, he revealed a brilliant smile. After suffering, he finally welcomed the sea and sky. His home was snatched back. I have a pot of wine, enough to suit the dust. Pour it into the sea of sand, and spring will come next year. A soft voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth. Good wine down his throat, he looked to the world. Bang! The Void Star Divine Palace. At this moment, the entire magnificent palace swayed. A middle-aged man in black robes quietly stood at the top of the palace. His eyes were gloomy as he stared at the sky. 4 pairs of eyes looking as if they could see through everything. He was Empyrean Void Star. He had also received news of what had happened in the Rainforest Holy Land. All of his people had been killed. This made him realize that Lin Ling was provoking him and undermining the dignity of his Void Star Divine Palace. Right now, the same news was spreading through the great Xianping territory. The dignified Void Star Divine Palace had been completely annihilated by Lin Ling of the 8th Star 6 Saint Realm. The Void Star Divine Palace's reputation was undeserved. Unfortunately, just as Empyrean Void Star was about to take revenge, a piece of news came from the ancient Kuan Temple. The 6 Saint Domains did not belong to him and had another master. Soon after, that mysterious master was found out. It was Lin Ling. This news was like a slap to the face, striking Empyrean Void Star's anger. Unable to take revenge was his current mood. Moreover, Lin Ling could have used his status as the master of the 6 Saint Domains to make them leave, but Lin Ling had not. Instead, he had erased everything. The junior who dared to look me in the eye has grown wings today. However, the news of the 6 Saint Domains has spread like wildfire. Moreover, this Lin Ling seems to have a backer. This makes it difficult for me to kill him in the Rainforest's sacred land. Empyrean Void Star coldly muttered to himself. He knew that God Emperors were the most ruthless. In the past, a single sentence was enough to make the 6 Saint Domains welcome the Heavenly Fall era. Now, a single sentence was enough to make the 6 Saint Domains return. Unless he reached the strength of a God Emperor, he would not dare to offend the authority of those ancient characters. Just who is his backer? 4 pairs of eyes looked up at the sky. Empyrean Void Star wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. He couldn't understand how the tiny Lin Ling could have such a mysterious strength. The Rainforest's sacred land returned and began to rebuild. The enemies of the other sacred lands also slowly left. Finally, the Rainforest's sacred land welcomed back Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. The moment these elders returned, they were all excited. They even knelt down and kissed the ground. The taste of their hometown was very good. Lin Ling. After Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others calmed down, they thought of Lin Ling. They knew that this was a great gift from Lin Ling to them. Lin Taiyan, oh Lin Taiyan, I have no choice but to admire you. Your Fire Ancient clan actually produced such a powerful character. Even we owe you a favor. Lin Ling, you're amazing. The experts of the Rainforest's sacred land looked at Ancestor Extreme Flame with gratitude. This made Ancestor Extreme Flame feel very proud. Right now, their Fire Ancient clan had become the #1 clan of the 6 Saint Domains because of Lin Ling alone. Moreover, in retrospect, every time there was a catastrophe, it was his grandson who blocked the storm and saved everyone. To have a family member like Lin Ling in this life, perhaps it was the blessing of all of them accumulated from 8 lifetimes. Lin Ling. Lin Ling's companions who had grown up with him, Lin Changqiang, Lin Qingqing, and the others, were also excited. In the past, the young man had fought side by side with them. Those battles were like yesterday, but today, the young man had fiercely surpassed them and even became the sovereign of the 6 Saint Domains. As for the stubborn young man, they could only look up and admire him. As for the current Lin Ling, he didn't have much free time. He had to lay down an ancient array for the Rainforest's sacred land. This array could not only protect his hometown, but also protect himself at a critical moment. Therefore, he went to the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth to buy a large amount of materials and spent all his vitality stones. Then, he patrolled the entire Rainforest's sacred land and laid down complex and mysterious array runes everywhere. Your Majesty, this array rune is incorrectly engraved. This array stone has some flaws. Your Majesty, it's better to change it. The 1,000-sound 10,000-star array required a total of 1,000,000 array stones. In fact, the array stones were a kind of low-level heavenly soldier. They were also forged by Lin Ling. If it wasn't for the fact that 1 year in the Purple Mansion was 1 day in the outside world, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to forge 1,000,000 array stones in such a short period of time. Moreover, the frequent forging had also increased Lin Ling's soul force to the 41st level. While forging, Lin Ling once again put on the Void Spirit Lock, which could increase his cultivation speed. Blacksmiths are really boring. After arriving at various places in the rainforest's sacred land, Lin Ling buried array stones. Moreover, while burying the array stones, he also had to engrave array runes. This greatly increased Lin Ling's comprehension of array runes. He was afraid that there was only a layer of screen left before he could forge a mid-level heavenly soldier. As long as he pierced through it, he would be able to enter a new world of forging. Chapter 1269. Void Ripple. The late emperor had many things to learn, but I only have martial arts and forging skills. Naturally, my cultivation speed is faster than his. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't feel that there was anything to be proud of. If he could kill Heavenly Venerable Su Xing, then he would feel a little proud. Unfortunately, he was still a step away from reaching Heavenly Venerable Su Xing's level. Lin Ling, let me help you. When Lin Ling was traveling around the rainforest's sacred land, Yuman Yun also followed him. Lin Ling smiled and didn't reject her. It's not tiring when men and women work together. I can't wait for Meng Yun to help me. Annoying. When Yuman Yun heard that, her pretty face instantly turned red. She punched Lin Ling and smiled. That flushed pretty face made Lin Ling's heart beat violently. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to set up the formation now, he really wanted to have sex with Yuman Yun on the spot. After that, Lin Ling held Yuman Yun's hand and walked forward in the 100 territories. Rumble. On this day, thunder rumbled in front of them. Dark clouds rolled and formed a huge vortex. The scene was extremely shocking. Lin Ling stopped and frowned as he looked at the sky. He faintly felt that something was about to happen. Yuman Yun was a little puzzled. At their level of strength, they could form the momentum of heaven and earth with a raise of their hands and feet. Therefore, this wasn't a rare thing. Why was Lin Ling looking ahead with a grave expression? Your Majesty, the void ripples. The void here is very fragile. I don't know where it connects to, but the void is about to be opened. At that moment, Elder Z's voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind. It made Lin Ling come to a realization. No wonder his soul power felt that something was wrong. It turned out that it was a void ripple. In that case, a black hole that connected to another place was about to be opened. Rumble. As expected, lightning snakes swam in the sky. A black dot quietly appeared in the vortex. It was a shocking sight. Dream clouds, be careful. Lin Ling, on the other hand, told Yuman Yun what he knew and reminded her. Then, his soul power spread out like water and gradually touched the black hole in the distance. It stretched out like a tentacle. If it was in the past, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to do this. But now, his soul power had increased greatly, and he could cover an area of 10,000 miles, which was comparable to the psychic eyes. Sometimes, even Purple Elder would be surprised. Lin Ling's soul power was increasing at an abnormal rate. In a short period of time, he had surpassed the former emperor. However, Lin Ling knew that it was the effect of his eyes. Currently, among the 3 cultivators of essence, energy, and spirit, Lin Ling's soul force was the strongest. Perhaps he hadn't shown any strong advantages yet, but in the future, he would definitely become the strongest reliance. Rumble. Inside the void black hole, even a transcendent realm master would be torn to shreds unless the void black hole stabilized. The power of heaven and earth is really mysterious. No matter how strong a cultivator is, they will still be suppressed by heaven and earth. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then, he noticed that the void black hole was gradually stabilizing. Sir, we can leave the old tomb. After we leave, we will destroy the world and enslave everyone. This senior has finally been reborn. This senior will shake the world and dominate the world. Sir has reached the transcendent realm, invincible under the heavens. There seemed to be a large number of people inside the void black hole, all of them roaring with excitement. The old tomb. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but laugh. He had actually forgotten about the old tomb. One had to know that his ancient flame demon and Yiksha king were obtained from the old tomb. At this moment, he vaguely guessed that there was a powerful enemy hidden in the old tomb. It must be the master, Yen, and from the looks of Yen, he seemed to be only at the transcendent realm. All of this was like a dream. In the past, the masters in the old tomb were like the gods of the heavens to him. When he saw those masters, he could only be ruled by them like an ant. But now, those masters were nothing in his eyes. Mengyun, do you still remember the time when we entered the old tomb during the Saints' era? And that, Yen, they are about to come out. Lin Ling laughed. Memories surfaced in his mind. The destruction of the star-picking country was caused by these strange races. They seem to be the descendants of the demons, people from the demon domain. They are coming out. Then what should we do? Yu Mun-yun said worriedly. In her memory, those masters were the most mysterious. They were like demons, so she felt that it was difficult to face them. Just chase them away. Lin Ling said with a light smile. Then, he bit his finger lightly, causing the ancient flame devil to erupt. Yu Mun-yun also unleashed her great illusion White Dragon King. The holy white dragon appeared. It was extremely beautiful. Its clear eyes looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Then, a large number of ancient ferocious beasts appeared. They had a majestic aura and occupied the entire world. The great illusion White Dragon King was powerful in its ability to summon demonic beasts. Lin Ling smiled. He could see that Yu Mun-yun's demon god had not reached its peak. Moreover, she was still at the beginning stage of the demon god. If she wanted to reach the third stage of transformation, no one could help Yu Mun-yun. She could only rely on herself. Rumble. At the same time, the black hole in the void rumbled and was completely formed. The huge black hole seemed to lead to hell and no one dared to approach it. I'm coming out. I'm going to dominate the world. Finally, a cold voice was heard from the black hole. Then, a figure as tall as a demon king strode out. It was Yen. My lord, we're going to conquer the world and let everyone know how powerful we are. We'll kill anyone who stands in our way. Behind Yen, a large number of people from the Yen clan walked out. Their aura was as if they were going to devour the world. No one could stop them. Ha, I'm finally out. This damned old tomb. The teleportation location changed frequently. It took me so many years to find it. The most despicable thing is that the treasures in the old tomb have been taken away by others. It's detestable. However, I'll find that young man sooner or later and make him regret his life. Yen floated in the air. His body was full of complicated runes. He opened his hands as if he was going to dominate the entire sky. My lord, you're mighty. The people from the Yen clan shouted excitedly. They were full of fighting spirit. We've been trapped for so many years. Now that we're free, the first thing we want to do is to kill for fun. Let them destroy this place. After Yen laughed heartily, he looked at his people with a domineering gaze. You've been trapped for so many years. However, are you pigs? Although the black hole in the void is difficult to find, it has a pattern. As long as you wait for a year in a place where you've appeared before, the black hole will open again. Now that you found a way out, you deserve to be trapped. Chapter 1270. A man who rules the world. Someone's here. Everyone was stunned. Then, they were all stunned. Previously, they were too happy to be reincarnated and did not notice that someone was looking at them from afar. This guy is courting death. Soon, everyone was enraged. Their earlier complacency had been seen by others, causing them to feel somewhat embarrassed. Junior, hand over your life. Yen also felt a little embarrassed and immediately cried out coldly. Hee, old acquaintances. Are you trying to kill me as soon as you see me? Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled faintly. His words caused Yen to be stunned for a moment. Then, blue veins popped out on his face. It was that damn Junior, that little fellow who was as cunning as a fox. Yen recognized Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling was reduced to ashes, he would still recognize Lin Ling. Back in the ancient tomb, he had set up an altar to destroy the soul of the ancient flame devil and obtain it. However, just as he was about to succeed, a cockroach appeared out of nowhere and obtained the ancient flame devil before him. This made him depressed for a long time. After that, he went to find the Yiksha king and wanted to obtain the ancient flame devil as well. However, that young man seemed to be his natural nemesis. He appeared again and snatched the ancient flame devil from him. Therefore, he hated that Junior to the bone. Good. My luck is not bad today. Not only did I manage to escape, the heavens even arranged for you to meet me. Ha, did you know that the person I hated the most in the ancient tomb day and night was you, Junior? Yen seemed to have encountered the most satisfying thing in his life. He took a step forward and shot toward Lin Ling. The heavens arranged this meeting, so I naturally won't disappoint them. Junior, you should regret meeting me. His hand grabbed at Lin Ling. Demonic energy surged, and the sky changed color. That's right. This is God's arrangement. Naturally, we can't disappoint God. However, Lin Ling was even faster. Before Yen could react, smoke filled the air. In the next instant, Lin Ling appeared in front of Yen. His right hand reached out and grabbed Yen by the neck. His 9 tails swayed behind Lin Ling as if he was looking at Yen with satisfaction. My lord, capture him. At this moment, the people of the Yen clan were still waving their fists, full of fighting spirit. However, as soon as they finished speaking, everyone was stunned. With just one move, the lord above their heads was subdued. Moreover, they even saw that the lord was being held by the neck, and his feet were constantly kicking in the air. He was in an extremely sorry state, but he was still unable to escape from the white-haired youth's grasp. You said that I was lucky. Lin Ling looked at Yen Dao with a teasing smile. I wonder if this Yan's luck is good or bad. You. At this moment, Yen was angered to the point his face turned purple. How could this Junior be so formidable? After all, this Junior was like a cockroach all those years ago, and he would flee in all directions whenever he saw him. Yet now, he had easily subdued him. This is the ancient flame devil you've always wanted. Lin Ling chuckled. His words seemed light, but they struck Yen like thunder. He had been so anxious to take revenge that he had forgotten that Lin Ling had obtained the ancient flame devil. His luck was really bad. If you have the ability, don't use the ancient flame devil to fight me. Yen roared. It wasn't easy for him to escape, but in the end, he fell into the abyss again. The depression in his heart was indescribable. Sure. Lin Ling smiled. His body was covered in smoke, and the ancient flame devil disappeared. His handsome face appeared, but his hands were still holding onto Yan's neck, preventing him from escaping. After all, Lin Ling was now a transcendent realm 4th stage expert with a strong physical body. On the other hand, Yan's strength was lower than Lin Ling's. Even without using his trump card, Lin Ling could easily suppress him. In the old tomb, you've been thinking about me day and night. Now, you have a chance. Moreover, you want to shake the world. Now, you have a chance. Lin Ling said lightly again. Lord, defeat him. The crowd behind him was in high spirits. Without the ancient flame devil, how could that damn junior be Lord's opponent? I can't resist. Yen resisted with all his might, but it was useless. In the end, he could only spit out a few words. What happened? The crowd behind him fell silent. Was he suppressed again? Didn't Lord say that he would take good care of that junior? Now, he still couldn't resist. How embarrassing. If you have the ability, let me go. Yen felt more embarrassed than anyone else. His heart was like thunder. How long had it been? That damn junior was already stronger than him. Taking his life was as easy as flipping his hand. Sigh, I should have killed you. But thinking about it, you're also my lucky star. The 2 demon gods that I obtained were related to you. So, I'll let you go today. Consider it fate that we met. Lin Ling sighed. He didn't kill Yen. He was a person who distinguished between kindness and hatred. If someone killed his people, he would definitely take revenge. Since Yen didn't kill his people, Lin Ling didn't kill him. At the end of the day, Lin Ling wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Lin Ling's words were filled with nostalgia and lament, but when they fell into the ears of Yen, they were full of sarcasm. This junior actually had the nerve to mention the demon god. If it weren't for the fact that he had spoiled his plans twice, he would have already attained 2 demon god bodies. If you have the ability, kill me. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. I, the Yen clan, will never beg for mercy. Yen's eyes were filled with determination. He was so angry that he wanted to kill himself. Since that's the case, I can only fulfill your wish. Lin Ling glanced at Yen indifferently. Perhaps the other party was the kind of person who was unyielding and full of the spirit of a warrior. Rather than defeat, it was better to die. Lin Ling had always admired this kind of opponent. So, he would kill him because this was an act of respect. Wait, if I can live, it's better not to die. Yen was stunned for a moment, and then he hurriedly begged for mercy. Earlier, he had only spoken out of anger. But in reality, he was still very afraid of death. Lin Ling blinked when he heard this, causing Yen to feel even more humiliated. He didn't dare look at Lin Ling at all and said in a low voice, I still have a wife waiting for me at home. However, not to mention him, even his subordinates didn't believe this excuse. Then scram. Leave this place and never appear before me again. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He suddenly realized that this Yen was quite cute. Then, he waved his right hand and threw Yen out. Yen had finally survived from the hands of the Grim Reaper. He immediately shouted, Junior, you're not ruthless enough. Don't you know how to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? I won't be grateful if you let me live today. Just you wait. When I'm strong enough, you'll be the first person I come to kill. You'll regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, he led his subordinates and fled hastily. His subordinates were shaking their heads. Obviously, they didn't believe what Yen said. Obviously, Yen was unwilling to lose face, so he'd left behind these ruthless words as he fled. Moreover, they were extremely depressed in their hearts. They'd been trapped in the ancient tomb for a few years, and it was difficult for them to leave. They originally wanted to command the world, but in the end, they encountered a detestable maleficent existence like Lin Ling, causing them to fail and flee instead. Lin Ling smiled and said, "Then you have to work hard. But I feel that you won't have the chance to surpass me in this lifetime." Yen, who was fleeing in the distance, trembled when he heard this, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This damnable junior is actually so humiliating. Chapter 1271. The complicated way of forging, that fellow is quite amusing. Yuman Yun returned to her female form and walked towards Lin Ling as she couldn't help but laugh. Indeed. Indeed. Lin Ling rubbed his nose as he felt the same way. However, he wasn't afraid of Yen, because up until now, as long as he surpassed his opponents, none of them were able to surpass him. Therefore, Yen wasn't a threat to him at all. I wonder how big brother Gu Zhantian is doing. Lin Ling looked towards the sky and thought of the ancient flame devil's soul, Gu Zhantian. He guessed that Gu Zhantian wasn't in Xianping province, otherwise, he would have come looking for him. Lin Ling, is that Yen from a different race? Yuman Yun asked curiously. Lin Ling nodded. He should be from the demon race. Yes. Your Majesty, he is from a branch of the demon race, the Yen race. The demon race is not to be underestimated. They are cruel by nature and are extremely powerful. Their physical bodies are innately stronger than humans. In the past, the star-picking country was destroyed in the hands of the demon race. Of course, that Yen from before was very weak and couldn't be considered as one of them. Old Zi's voice also sounded. Currently, there are 7 emperors in Xianping province. Therefore, this humble servant guesses that it was the 7 emperors who stopped the invasion of the demon race. Otherwise, Xianping province would have followed in the footsteps of the 4 great ancient countries. Yes. Lin Ling took a deep breath. It seemed that he was still very weak at the moment. Only by reaching the peak of the transcendent realm would he be able to step into the world of the strong. The spirit array has been set up, let's go back. Yes. After that, Lin Ling held Yuman Yun's hand and walked forward. In his mind, he thought of the second dream. Now that he had reached the transcendent realm 4th stage, he could enter the ghost domain to search for the second dream. He told his thoughts to Yuman Yun and got Yuman Yun to agree. However, Lin Ling stopped her. The trip to the ghost domain's Yellow Springs mountain was filled with danger. If they failed, Lin Ling might become a ghost spirit of the Yellow Springs. Therefore, he didn't want Yuman Yun to take the risk. So, hearing Lin Ling's words, Yuman Yun had no choice but to agree. She also knew that if Lin Ling left, she would have to help Lin Ling protect the rainforest's sacred land. Before that, I'd better settle some grudges. Lin Ling looked at the sky in the distance and a sharp light bloomed in his eyes. In the past, the evil god of northern darkness used the heavenly fall era to kill him. Today, it was time to settle the score. After separating from Yuman Yun, Lin Ling headed towards the north of Xianping province. In the mountain forest, a monkey covered in red fur was weaving through the trees. From time to time, it would emit a powerful aura, causing the monster beasts in the forest to avoid it. They sensed that although the monkey looked small, its aura was extremely terrifying, like that of an ancient monster king. This monkey was naturally Little Flame. Little Flame had already become a desolate beast, and its body could change at any time. With a thought, it could become a giant ape, and with another thought, it could become the size of a fist. And at its neck, a fist-sized jade pagoda was hanging there, tied by a rope. This was the Purple Palace. At this moment, Lin Ling was in the Purple Mansion. Because he wanted to seize the time to cultivate, he let Little Flame travel while he entered the Purple Mansion. On a mountain peak, Lin Ling stood like a pine tree. The flames in his hand rippled, forming a large area of azure lotus flowers. In the end, he defeated an old man in the distance. The old man was one of the Undying Fire King's soul fragments and had reached the transcendent 6th stage. I cultivate essence, chi, and spirit, and I'm one of the best in the same realm. There should be very few in the transcendent 6th stage who can defeat me. If I use the 2 great demon gods, I can even kill a transcendent 7th stage. After a long time, Lin Ling jumped down from the mountain peak with a satisfied smile on his face. He was currently at the transcendent 4th stage, but there were very few opponents in the mid-transcendent realm. As long as he reached the peak transcendent realm, it shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat Heavenly Venerable Su Xing. The limit of the ancient flame demon and Yiksha King is invincible in the transcendent realm, but as my strength increases, the help they bring to me becomes smaller and smaller. Landing on the mountain peak, Lin Ling sat down and pondered. Soon after, he took out the Star Charm Heavenly Armor. This was a low-level heavenly weapon he had obtained from Tao Master Z. The defensive power of this heavenly weapon was even stronger than the armor refined by the Emperor, but its weakness was that it had a time limit. Your Majesty, after a cultivator reaches the transcendent realm, the effects of heavenly weapons will become more obvious. They can increase a cultivator's combat effectiveness by 50%. Some cultivators with good family backgrounds can even purchase powerful heavenly weapons to increase the combat effectiveness of their descendants by 90%. At this moment, Old Z appeared and said with a smile. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. As a cultivator became stronger, weapons became more and more useful. Come to think of it, they were both in the transcendent realm. The former cultivated for many years and experienced many hardships, while the latter relied on the accumulation of resources and had little combat experience. However, they had powerful heavenly weapons, such as the Star Charm Heavenly Armor, so the latter could easily defeat the former. Of course, from a long-term point of view, the former had a solid foundation and unlimited potential, while the latter relied on external help and had limited achievements in their lifetime. However, it was undeniable that when they were in the same realm, the latter was superior to the former. Although the former had a solid foundation, it was useless if they couldn't reach the future. The former with the support of a strong background is really enviable. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Although he had a purple mansion, it didn't have any cultivation resources. Compared to those super sects that could throw out tens of thousands of source stones at any time, he definitely couldn't compare. In the ancient 4 great countries, there was a heavenly weapon ranking and a divine weapon ranking. Old Z added. This meant that those who could enter the heavenly weapon ranking and divine weapon ranking weren't strong, but they were famous because they had powerful heavenly weapons. Therefore, this humble servant taught Your Majesty the way of forging from the beginning. It will definitely be beneficial for Your Majesty in the future. At present, Your Majesty has already learned 99,999 types of primary array runes. What's left is to master them. There are roughly 7 types of array runes in the world: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. From these 7 types, there are millions of types. For example, there are fire array runes, explosion array runes, and so on. Wood array runes are further divided into origin array runes, life array runes, earth array runes, recovery array runes, and shock array runes. There are too many. Old Z continued to explain. The way of forging was more complicated than the way of alchemy because weapons, ancient spirit arrays, and even pills could be inscribed with array runes. The function of array runes was to suppress the world's principles into weapons and automatically absorb the world energy to form its own principles. Chapter 1272. Evil God Biming vs. Northern Tiger Gate. On the other hand, Lin Ling had always cultivated in all aspects, and he had always been a monstrous existence among those in the same boundary. Therefore, he naturally would not miss out on the path of smithing. But the path of smithing burns a lot of money, and I'm broke at the moment. Then, Lin Ling smiled helplessly. He needed resources to cultivate his physical body, as well as his cultivation base. In addition to the path of smithing, he began to think of ways to find money. The only thing that Lin Ling could improve in his Zifu was his soul force, and this didn't require any resources. Moreover, Lin Ling's progress in this aspect was extremely fast. The Dark North region was located in the north of Xianping province. It was one of the more famous holy regions in the north. If one walked along the continent to the north, one would reach one of the three major regions in the human world, the Great Xianyuan region. The mortal realm had three great regions, Xianpeng, Xianyuan, and Xianhuang. They were also known as the three Xian regions of the mortal realm. At this moment, the north wind was howling, and the mountains and rivers were covered in silver. Snow and ice filled the sky. The north of Xianping province had always been covered in ice and snow. It was the Ice Kingdom continent. At this moment, in the Dark North Palace in the Dark North Territory, the entire palace was like a crystal palace, exuding an evil and majestic aura. In the palace, a man was pacing back and forth. His usually evil eyes were now filled with worry. He was the evil god Dark North. Father, Lin Ling has taken back the 6 sacred regions. Furthermore, he is actually the master of the 6 sacred regions. The Kuan Hall seems to be speaking up for him. I wonder how he did it. A bewitching woman looked at the man and said, "Evil mother, once this Lin Ling's wings are fully developed, he'll become a huge threat." Evil god Dark North stopped and said with a solemn expression. He also found it unbelievable that Lin Ling had taken back 6 sacred realms by himself. It could even be called a miracle. Moreover, the hatred between him and Lin Ling could not be resolved. The stronger the enemy, the more uncomfortable he felt in his heart. Let's not talk about Lin Ling for now. He has offended Celestial Venerate Su Xing and the Ninely tribe, so it is unknown whether he will live until tomorrow. Moreover, he can fight against a Transcendent Stage 6 expert, but I am a Transcendent Stage 7 expert. If I go all out, he won't be able to touch me. For now, let's focus on the enemy. Northern Darkness said indifferently. It's the Northern Tiger sect. Bei Xia Hongyan's mouth twitched as she guessed. That's right. Back in Star-Picking Nation, I killed the son of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect's leader. Given that fellow's character, I'm afraid that he will come looking for me soon. Said evil god Bei Ming, smiling confidently. Evil mother Bei Ming's eyes twinkled. Father, you're confident. Father has invited a great hero, Lu Leiyin. Evil mother, all you need to do is to spend a night with him. Said evil god Bei Ming. Evil mother Bei Ming was shocked. Lu Leiyin, the expert from the unfettered 10 halls. He is the unfettered prince's subordinate. How did father manage to invite him? Everyone in the Kuan Hall knew about Lu Leiyin. He was a rare swordsman. His sword was as fast as lightning. He could kill his enemies before they could even react. On top of that, he was from the unfettered 10 halls, which was a testament to his strength. Besides, even though Lu Leiyin was not a hall master, he was stronger than evil god Bei Ming. In addition, Lu Leiyin had fought against the Golden Armor King of the Langia 10 halls for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the Golden Armor King won the battle. After that battle, the Golden Armor King rose rapidly and became one of the Langia 10 halls. Even though Lu Leiyin was no longer as strong as the Golden Armor King, it was undeniable that he was one of the peerless geniuses in the past. Apart from him, I have also invited the 3 Lives Ghost King from the 1,000 Lives Ghost sect. Evil god Bei Ming said, if the Northern Mountain Tiger sect dares to come, we will destroy them today. The 1000 Era Ghost sect was an extremely mysterious super sect in the Great Xianping region. Even the Void Star Divine Palace did not dare to provoke them because the 1000 Era Ghost sect had many Ghost Kings. Besides the 3rd Era Ghost King, there were also the 4th and 5th Era Ghost Kings. However, these experts were too mysterious, so not many people knew about them. Father, you are well prepared. Evil Lady Bei smiled confidently. The two waited for a day. On the second day, a large number of people arrived at the Crystal Palace. They were the people of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect. The Northern Dark Territory was in an uproar. Everyone in the sacred realm was looking forward to the battle. A large number of people gathered on the snowy mountains. The sect leader of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect is a great hero. I wonder if Lord Evil God can win. In terms of strength, the sect leader of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect is stronger than Lord Evil God. He is a famous expert. However, Lord Evil God has ruled the world. He must have a way. Everyone looked at the Crystal Palace with anticipation. They could not participate in a battle of this level, so they could only watch. Evil God North Sea, sorry to keep you waiting. Tiger. At the same time, a tiger's roar reverberated, causing the snowy mountains to melt. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of a famous expert in Xianping province, his strength was terrifying. In front of the Crystal Palace, a tall and sturdy man stood there like an ancient tiger god. He was the sect leader of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect, Yang Hu. This expert was also very strong. He had been with the ancient Tiger King since he was young. Later on, he cultivated the Tiger sect's martial arts, and his strength increased rapidly. He became one of the top experts in Xianping province with a transcendent 7th stage cultivation base. Yang Hu, the army is here. At the same time, Evil God North Sea walked out slowly with Evil Lady North Sea. He glanced at the Northern Mountain Tiger sect and said, "Not bad, a great expert, 6 other experts, and 100 other experts. The Northern Mountain Tiger sect is indeed powerful. Why? Do you want to defeat me today?" He was a little worried. There were too many experts in the Northern Mountain Tiger sect. If he did not ask for help, he would have died here today. In this world, strength is everything. If Evil God North Sea has the strength to defeat my Northern Mountain Tiger sect, I don't think you will be merciful. Yang Hu understood Evil God North Sea's meaning. He was saying that the Northern Mountain Tiger sect was bullying the weak. However, in the world of martial arts, it was either you die or I die. Moreover, how could he not take revenge for his son's death? How about this? Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Your son was killed by me in the star-plucking Violet Palace by mistake. Then, you and I will fight. It's up to fate. Evil God North Sea said indifferently. Although he had asked for help, the Northern Mountain Tiger sect had the advantage in numbers. If a chaotic battle broke out, he could not guarantee that his people would not be killed. Therefore, he proposed a one-on-one battle to the death. Sect leader, don't listen to his nonsense. We are strong now. He is trying to tempt you to fight with your life. Someone from the Northern Mountain Tiger sect reminded. Evil God North Sea was famous in Xianping province. His words could not be trusted. The great expert Yang who wants to use others to avenge your son's death. Your reputation as a great expert is not worth it. Evil God North Sea said indifferently. His words made Yang Hu's eyes narrow. He nodded heavily and said, "All right, as you wish." Father. Chapter 1273. Battle of Life and Death, don't worry. I, Yang Hu, am a straightforward person. How can I refuse an enemy's challenge? Besides, Evil God Baiming has never been my opponent. I can win this battle. Yang Hu strode forward, determined. The experts of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect could only nod helplessly. The worry in the girl's eyes deepened. Hee, little girl, your brother is dead. If your father dies as well, I'll take good care of you. At the same time, Evil Lady Bei's seductive voice rang out. The girl frowned and shouted, "If your father dies, you're dead too." She came from a super sect. She looked weak, but her heart wasn't weak. She knew what kind of person Evil Lady Bei was. She was a vicious woman. If her father died, she would fall into evil Lady Bay's hands. Her fate would be miserable. Unfortunately, the Northern Mountain Tigers sect had a high chance of winning. They only needed to send out all their experts. However, her father had decided to have a one-on-one battle, making the situation difficult to control. Come, let's fight. At this moment, Yang Hu unleashed a terrifying aura. 7 spiritual sources shone brightly, as if they were engulfing the entire sky. A giant tiger formed from spiritual energy roared. You're very confident, but be careful not to fail miserably. Evil god Baiming's body also floated out. His purple aura carried an evil charm as it circled around him like colorful ribbons. Layer upon layer, it made it difficult for people to breathe. Kill! The 2 experts roared at the same time. Their power soared into the sky and collided at an unbelievable speed. Rumble! When the experts attacked, it was as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. Thick icebergs tumbled in the sky like leaves, causing people's hearts to tremble. Not good. Some martial artists that were too close were caught up in the boundless energy and died in a single exchange. Of course, there were even more martial artists that were staring fixedly at the great battle in the skies. To them, such a terrifying battle was something they would never see in their entire lives. Yang Hu, long time no see. You're getting weaker and weaker. At this moment, evil god Baiming struck out with his palm. The wind and clouds billowed, and his evil aura formed a pinnacle supreme pattern aura that suppressed Yang Hu. Evil god Dark North, do you only know how to talk? Yang Hu, on the other hand, was like an ancient tiger king. His eyes were wide open, and like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, he viciously threw out dozens of palms. Those palms all turned into huge black and white tiger kings, mightily pouncing forward. Pop! Pop! Dark North Demon God's evil chi was completely suppressed by the Tiger King's aura. Dark North Demon God's eyes narrowed. Yang Hu cultivated martial arts similar to the Tiger King. Most importantly, his talent was also related to the Tiger King. When the two were combined, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. In the past, Dark North Demon God was no match for Yang Hu, and he was no match for Yang Hu now. Not good. The evil god let out a furious roar as hundreds of spirit origin tigers pounced at him. Go to hell. Yang Hu shouted coldly. His son's death had been avenged. You still can't get what you want. At that moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. A sword with the speed of thunder slashed towards the spirit origin tigers, splitting them into 2. After the sword was drawn, a cold man appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He carried a blue sword on his back and lightning flashed on the sword. Clearly, the sword was also extraordinary. Your life and death battle will continue. A calm voice came out from the man's mouth, causing the crowd's eyes to narrow. Who is this man? His strength is so terrifying. There are probably not many transcendent realm experts who can match him. Moreover, why did he draw his sword earlier? Many people were puzzled. The eyes of the people of the Northern Mountain Tiger clan flashed. They instantly understood that the so-called life and death battles were actually interfered by someone. Every time the evil god was about to lose, the mysterious man would attack with his sword and save the evil god. In this way, the evil god was always in a situation where he was undefeated. Looking at Yang Hu, even if he was stronger than Dark North Demon God, he couldn't withstand the exhaustion. Despicable! Shouted Yang Hu's daughter from the Northern Mountain Tiger sect. Outsiders can't interfere in a life and death battle. I'm the referee, said the man in black indifferently, as if he was looking down on everyone. Then why did you interfere? Shouted someone from the Northern Mountain Tiger sect. That man was too despicable. Not only did he help Dark North Demon God, he even had the nerve to call himself the referee. The man in black sneered when he heard that, as if he didn't care to explain. Anyway, whenever Dark North Demon God was in danger, he would draw his sword and stop him. However, he was too strong. The Northern Mountain Tiger sect was furious, but there was nothing they could do. Evil North Madam, you're so despicable. This is clearly between us, but you invited outsiders and lied to Father to have a life and death battle, said the girl, glaring at Evil North Madam. Evil North Madam smiled charmingly and said, "This is a matter between the adults. Us juniors shouldn't interfere. Moreover, the referee is here. We don't have the right to speak." You. The girl's face turned ugly. The referee was on Dark North Demon God's side, so they must have said that. "Ha, Yang-hu, didn't you want to take revenge? Why are you getting weaker and weaker?" Dark North Demon God was finally relieved. Lu Lei had finally come. "Dark North Demon God, I underestimated you." Yang-hu began to pant. His spiritual yuan was dim. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of spiritual yuan. After all, he had been able to kill the evil gods several times, but he had been interrupted by the black-clothed young man in the distance. Yang-hu was consuming his spiritual yuan, while the evil god was waiting for him to exhaust himself. Therefore, the evil god's aura gradually became stronger. This is a life and death battle. Everyone is watching, so if I lose, neither of us can complain. Yang-hu, die. Die. Dark North Demon God's aura reached its peak. He turned into a purple ray of light and shot towards Yang-hu. His eyes were filled with a sinister smile. Yang-hu was stupid. Now, he could die. Yang-hu stared at evil god North Sea. He wanted to fight back, but his spiritual source needed some time to recover, so he was powerless to fight back. There was only one voice in his mind: am I going to die? Don't get what you want. Ha! At that moment, a sword slashed down from the sky. The sword light was like a pillar. With a rumbling sound, it slashed between Baiming Xia and Yang-hu, making Baiming Xia stop. He looked at the sky furiously. He was so close to killing Yang-hu, but at the critical moment, someone interrupted him. Pop! Pop! At the same time, a large number of blue lotuses floated over. They were incomparably beautiful, and surrounded Yang-hu, as if they were protecting him and giving him time to recover his spiritual source. Those lotuses were formed by flames, and they carried a touch of fire law. No one dared to underestimate them. Bastard! Ha! Dark North Demon God didn't dare to get close to Yang-hu anymore. He roared again. That's too much. Chapter 1274. Backing up, it's you, Lin Ling. Humph. The Dark North Demon God was stunned for a moment before he bellowed. It was Lin Ling who was causing trouble. This Lin Ling was too despicable. Of all times, he had to come at this moment. I am the judge, you guys continue to fight. Continue. The person who came was Lin Ling. After he appeared, he took out a bottle of wine and drank it. Like the black-robed man, he acted as the judge. Of course, although he was called the judge, everyone knew that Lin Ling would help Yang-hu at the crucial moment. All of this was extremely ironic. The evil god of Dark North was a cunning and astute man. He had invited helpers and even called them referees. However, Lin Ling had also come and acted as a referee. This was undoubtedly a heavy slap to the evil god of Dark North's face. It was as if Lin Ling was saying, if you want to play dirty, I will play with you. Lin Ling, he is Lin Ling. Uproar. The crowd was in an uproar. They had never seen Lin Ling before, but who hadn't heard of his name? It was said that he was this year's most dazzling peerless genius. This Lin Ling is too despicable. Humph. The dark north demon god was also furious. The black-robed man in the distance snorted in disdain. Lin Ling, he had heard of this name before. He had been in the limelight recently. Unfortunately, this junior didn't see through himself. With just a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivation, he dared to act as the judge. He overestimated himself. Thank you. Thank you. At this moment, the members of the Northern Tiger sect were all looking at Lin Ling with gratitude in their eyes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded to them before turning his gaze to the black-robed man on the other side. The black-robed man gave him a strong feeling of strength. He should be a peak expert at the 7th level of the transcendent realm. I've heard of you, the rising star who wanted to challenge the Golden Armor King. However, don't you think you are too ignorant? Lu Laiyin said indifferently, her expression was still filled with disdain. I am indeed a little ignorant. However, my ignorance is not for others to judge, and you don't have the right to judge me either. Lin Ling said with a calm expression. Although the other party was very strong, he had many trump cards, so there was no need to fear him. I'm not qualified. Ask Xianping Province, who was the one who fought with the Golden Armor King back then. You are ignorant and inexperienced. Let me ask you, have you fought with the Golden Armor King before? If you don't, then get the hell out of here. You don't have the right to be a judge. The man in black said again. Then may I ask if you won or lost? Lin Ling was shocked. The opponent was obviously a peerless genius in the past, which was why he could fight against the Golden Armor King. However, after hearing his words, the black-clothed man frowned and didn't say anything. Lin Ling naturally guessed the result. The man should have lost. Otherwise, he would have been one of the 10 halls of Langia. You've also been defeated by me. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Could it be that you've developed a sense of superiority after your defeat? That was why he went around teaching people a lesson. Lin Ling said with a smile. Hee hee. Hee hee. Many people couldn't help but laugh. It was undeniable that Lu Laiyin was very powerful. Her previous battle record was also very famous. However, the fact that she lost to the Golden Armor King and showed off her battle record was not enough to make people respect her. Instead, it made people feel that it was funny. She lost and she developed a sense of superiority. Whoever lost the most in the world, wouldn't that person have a sense of superiority? Your mouth is very powerful. Hee hee. The black-clothed man's face turned cold. A mere transcendent realm 4th layer junior actually dared to laugh at his defeat. We're the same. At least you're still so arrogant after losing. Your mouth can't be that weak. Lin Ling shook his head and replied. From the beginning to the end, he was fearless. This was also his first time facing a transcendent realm 7th layer expert. Fine, you want to be a judge. Sure, let's see how you do it. The black-clothed man didn't get angry. Perhaps to him, Lin Ling was just an ant. After nodding his head, he pulled out his sword. Lightning flashed as he looked at Northern Darkness Evil God. His meaning was obvious. Since both of us are judges, let's see who is the judge. Northern Darkness Evil God, you guys continue. An indifferent voice drifted out from the black-clothed man's mouth. Many people understood what he meant. They want to use the battle between Northern Darkness Evil God and Yang Hu to form a different kind of exchange. Wow! Lin Ling is so powerful. How long has it been since he became famous? Now he dares to challenge a peerless genius of the past. Wow! I'm looking forward to this battle. Wow! The crowd in the distance was excited. Today's battle between Northern Darkness Evil God and Yang Hu had quietly turned into a battle between Lin Ling and Lu Laiyin. Little friend Lin, I'll leave it to you. Wow! At this moment, Yang Hu also knew the key to this battle, so he immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry and fight." Wow! Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders as if he was Yang Hu's biggest backer. Yang Hu had interacted with him before. Back at the sea-gazing corner, this carefree middle-aged man was one of the experts who supported him. He had a good relationship with the old man of Dongfu. Seeing that Lin Ling wanted to help Yang Hu, Northern Darkness Evil God couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling to vent his anger. However, at this juncture, he suppressed his anger and shouted angrily, "Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. We'll settle our grudge another day. Go away. Although this has nothing to do with me, I like to meddle in other people's business." Lin Ling looked at Northern Darkness Evil God. This person's skin was so thick. He dared to say that this had nothing to do with him, as if the grudge between him and Northern Darkness Evil God had disappeared. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wouldn't fall for it. Not only did he not leave, but he also wanted to help Yang Hu today. The calamity of the rainforest Holy Land has nothing to do with you. Didn't you also come to my house to slaughter? Today's matter is just an eye for an eye. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words stunned Northern Darkness Evil God. An eye for an eye. When the rainforest Holy Land was facing a calamity, he had wanted to take some treasures when he heard the news. It could be considered as robbing a burning house. Today, the Northern Mountain Tiger sect had come to his house, and Lin Ling was also robbing a burning house. This was indeed an eye for an eye. It seems that you've made up your mind. Very well, be careful that you don't die here. You're no match for Lu Laiyin. Northern Darkness Evil God knew that things couldn't be changed, so he continued to fight. He was also confident that Lin Ling would die at Lu Laiyin's hands. Fight! Yang Hu didn't wait for Northern Darkness Evil God to speak. After recovering his spiritual source, his majestic aura burst out and he pounced on Northern Darkness Evil God like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. 100 tigers tearing sheep. Countless enormous hand seals appeared, and they were like countless primordial tiger kings, trying to tear Evil God Dark North to shreds. So powerful. Evil God Dark North narrowed his eyes. After Yang Hu had rested, his aura had become even more terrifying. Moreover, it was as if he had cut off all means of retreat. He had completely given up on defending and had turned his back to Lin Ling. Of course, this kind of battle was very strong, but of course, the defense was also the weakest. Thunder instant kill. At the same time, Lu Laiyin drew her sword. As the sword was drawn, thunder rumbled. It was like the fastest sword in the world, forming the rules of thunder. Clearly, he could see that Northern Darkness Evil God was in danger. He couldn't resist Yang Hu's aura. Uprooting Heaven. Chapter 1275. Sword of Thunder, so fast. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Laiyin's sword was like thunder. Who would have thought that Lin Ling's speed was not any slower than her? No wonder you're so arrogant. So you're borrowing the power of the demon god. Lu Laiyin's eyes turned cold. Her sword had been blocked. Is there a rule stating that demon gods cannot be used as referees? Lin Ling appeared in his white-haired, eight-tailed form. Smoke pervaded his body, making him look extremely demonic. He knew that it would be difficult for him to stop Lu Laiyin, so he had to use the ancient flame devil. A demon god is also a part of a warrior's strength. This is very normal. However, do you think you can block my sword with just a demon god? I can tell you that as long as I'm here, Evil God North Sea will definitely win today. Lu Laiyin said indifferently. Her sword was as sharp as the thunder in the sky. Rumble. At the same time, tens of millions of lightning appeared on his body, intimidating the heavens. The thunder body has reached the heaven level. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Laiyin was a transcendent realm cultivator with a heaven-grade saint body. She was indeed a peerless genius in the past. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Lu Laiyin indeed had the right to be proud of her heaven-class sacred body. In terms of sacred body, Lin Ling was no match for her. Luckily, he had the ancient flame devil. Then I can tell you that the evil god of northern darkness will die within 5 moves. Lin Ling lifted his eyes and looked at Lu Laiyin indifferently. His cold words drifted out. Boom! Everyone was shocked. The evil god trembled violently. What did Lin Ling take him for? A plaything. Moreover, he said that he would lose in 5 moves. This was too much. 5 moves. Yang Hu's blood was boiling. Lin Ling was going to help him block Lu Laiyin's sword, and he was going to kill the evil god within 5 moves. What an arrogant young man. Very well, I, Yang Hu, will fight alongside you today. Yang Hu shouted. His aura became even stronger, and a tiger's roar soared into the sky. Lin Ling's lips curled upward too. His white hair and 9 tails danced wildly as he pointed his sword at the peerless genius Lu Laiyin. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lu Laiyin's pupils constricted when he heard Su Mo's confident words. But soon, he laughed out loud. As you wish. Pop. Pop. At the same time, the evil god of North Darkness and Yang Hu started fighting again. The crowd widened their eyes, afraid that they might miss something. At this moment, Dark North Demon God's anger seemed to have caused a change in his mentality. A flaw appeared in his martial arts, and Yang Hu seized the opportunity to attack. He wanted to severely injure the evil god. Great Thunder Sword. However, at the moment when Yang Hu attacked, Lu Laiyin also let out a soft roar. Violent air currents gushed out and the thunderbolts turned into a river, sweeping towards Yang Hu. Not only was the sword ferocious, but its speed was also unbelievably fast. The edge cannot be blocked, break. Lin Ling let out a fierce roar, and his ethereal body seemed to pass through the void. The Tyrant Song's sword descended from the sky and cut off the lightning river. Not bad. Lu Laiyin frowned. Lin Ling had broken his sword again. He roared again, myriad thunder sword art. Rumble. A world of thunderbolts appeared in the sky and covered the earth. It was as if thunderbolts were raining down. Every thunderbolt was a sword, and they were all heading towards Yang Hu. The rules have changed. Lu Laiyin wants to kill Yang Hu. Many people gasped. Lu Laiyin had lost face twice in a row, so he had forgotten the rules. It seemed like he wanted to kill Yang Hu. At this moment, Yang Hu's pupils constricted. What a terrifying thunderbolt. However, he gritted his teeth and ignored the thunder punishment in the sky. He continued to pounce on Dark North Darkness. He trusts Lin Ling so much. The crowd was shocked again. Myriad sea fire. Boom. At the same time, the devil flame in Lin Ling's body merged with the sea heart flame. A large number of lotus flowers and firebirds gushed out from his body and floated towards the sky to fight against the thunderbolts in the sky, uprooting the heavens. Boom! While releasing the power of flames, Lin Ling's body was shrouded in smoke. He held his sword and slashed the thunderbolts in the sky. Such a fast speed. Before the thunderbolts had even landed, he had already slashed a few thunderbolts in half. Many people stared with their eyes wide open, afraid that they would miss something. Lin Ling's speed was actually faster than the sound of thunder, and in their eyes, a magnificent scene appeared in the sky. The huge sword was majestic, and the 9-tailed demon king was like a sword slashing towards the blue dome of heaven. Every slash would cut down a bolt of lightning. The peak of the ancient flame devil realm. This guy actually restored the demon god to his previous state. Ugh! Lu Lein's expression turned even uglier. Including the first move, it had already been 3 moves, and he was still helpless against Yang Hu. It was a great humiliation for him, a peerless genius. On the other hand, evil god Bei Ming's face turned pale. He was suppressed by Yang Hu, and had almost died a few times. What terrified him the most was that Lu Lein could not help him, and was blocked by Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling did not come to kill him, in fact, he was going to kill him, and he was going to kill him in a way that was different from ordinary people. He could not help but be in a daze. Had the insignificant young man in the past grown to the point where he could decide his life and death? You will definitely not be able to block the 4th move. If you can block it, I will never practice the sword again. Lu Lein. Lu Lein growled again. He raised his sword high, and thousands of thunderbolts slammed onto his sword, forming a huge electric arc. The thunderbolt aura exploded, and there was a faint hint of the rules of thunder. 3,000 thunder swords. Lu Lein. He pointed his sword, and thunderbolts rolled towards Yang Hu like clouds. From afar, it looked like a huge lightning punishment was descending upon the earth. Then you will never practice the sword again. Lu Lein. At the same time, Lin Ling shot into the sky. His 9 tails were like wings, extremely dazzling. He seemed to be going against the sword with his body. Crazy. Crazy. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Was Lin Ling courting death? That was an attack from a transcendent 7th stage expert. This guy is so smart. Damn. However, Lu Lein's expression turned ugly. Lin Ling's action was not courting death, but because he knew the secret of the 3,000 thunder swords, and the weakness of the rules of thunder. His supreme martial art had almost reached the transcendent realm, and he was almost able to form the rules of thunder. However, the process of forming the rules of thunder required some time, which meant that the longer the sword lasted, the more the rules of thunder would appear. And if he tried to break the sword at the beginning, the rules of thunder would fail. Lin Ling, you have sharp eyes, you actually know this secret. One must know that when ordinary people faced his terrifying sword, who would dare to attack? Most of them would focus on defense. However, Lin Ling did not play by the rules, and actually used his body to destroy the sword. Rumble. Lin Ling shot into the world of thunder, where the thunderbolts wreaked havoc, and thousands of swords crisscrossed. If any transcendent 6th stage expert were to enter, they would definitely die. Paw. 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 The Emperor refined armor appeared, madly blocking the thunderbolts. At the same time, Lin Ling erupted with all his spiritual source, forming a terrifying world of flames. At this moment, his fire attribute supreme martial art had reached the transcendent realm. Chapter 1276. An intense clash. Paw paw paw. As the lightning struck, the 9 tails behind Lin Ling exploded one after another, filling the air with smoke. Although the ancient flame devil had recovered to its peak, it would still be injured after taking Lu Lein's sword head-on. Unless the ancient flame devil surpassed its previous peak and reached an unprecedented height, the limit of which was the Saint Realm. Everything was as Elder Z had said. The limit of the 72 demon gods was the peak of the transcendent realm, but some of them could reach the Saint Realm. Of course, even if the ancient flame devil had not reached a new height, Lin Ling had more than just the ancient flame devil as his defensive trump card. Boom! Finally, the lightning and the sky exploded and endless lightning snakes wreaked havoc on the ground. The scene was extremely spectacular. Terrifying! Exclamation point. The crowd below sucked in a breath of cold air and their bodies trembled. Overconfident! Exclamation point. On the other hand, Lu Lein sneered. Even though Lin Ling had seen through his sword, using his own body to test it was simply courting death. His sword had never been blocked by a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator before. Chi. However, at this moment, the smoke filled the air and under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's figure appeared again. The 9 tails disappeared and turned into a single tail. However, everyone could see that he had blocked the sword. Moreover, Lin Ling's recovery was strong and the broken tail was slowly growing out. This was the ancient flame devil's other great divine ability, tail regrowth. After all, in ancient legends, 9 tails represented 9 lives. 4th move! Exclamation point. An evil voice drifted out at the same time, causing Lu Laiyin to be stunned. He blocked it, Lin Ling blocked it again. How was this possible? Previously, he thought that he was a senior, so his expression was calm. However, now his expression was ferocious and he said coldly, "You used all your strength to block my sword. If I use that sword again, before your 9 tails recover, you won't be able to block it." Exclamation point. That's true. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to use that sword now unless your spiritual energy recovers. At that time, I will too. However, Lin Ling also pointed out Lu Lane's weakness. Indeed, Lu Lane's spiritual source had been greatly depleted. It would be difficult for her to charge up that sword again. At this moment, Lu Lane fell silent. The crowd was shocked. They could see that Lu Lane had failed in 4 moves. Then, they looked at evil god North Sea and realized that he was seriously injured. His face was full of pain. Lin Ling had said before that he would block 5 moves for Yang Hu, and now he was about to do it. What a terrifying Lin Ling. I'm afraid he has reached the peak of battle prowess among heroes. Many people's faces turned even more solemn. As of now, the only transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator who could block Lu Lane's sword was Lin Ling. Lu Lane's expression kept changing. Suddenly, she let out a sigh and couldn't help but laugh. Impressive. I haven't seen a junior who could make my blood boil for many years. You're not even 25 years old, but I'm almost 30 years old. With such a big age gap, you can block my 4 moves. Today's trip to the Northern Dark Territory was not in vain. In the past, I lost to the Golden Armor King. When I heard that you wanted to challenge the Golden Armor King, I thought it was a joke when I heard the news. No one knows the terror of the Golden Armor King better than me. But now, I see a glimmer of hope. As her voice drifted out, many people's eyes lit up. Lu Lane didn't seem to be angry anymore. Instead, she praised Lin Ling. So, are you going to give up? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a smile as he said lightly. Have you ever seen a swordsman who gives up? Lu Lane retorted. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. Although Lin Ling wasn't a pure swordsman, he still had the pride of the sword. Lu Lane was a swordsman who could control lightning. She was a pure swordsman. Her pride of the sword naturally wouldn't be weaker than an ordinary person. The next sword will be my sword of fame. You have to be careful. Not only does this sword contain spiritual yuan and extreme pattern force, it also challenges willpower, soul force, and the heart of martial arts. Lu Lane's eyes didn't have any resentment. Instead, she was looking forward to it. Maybe because she lost to the Golden Armor King and lost face, she hoped that Lin Ling could defeat the Golden Armor King today. But before that brat had to take her final move. Otherwise, he wasn't qualified. Those who can take my final move will break through the cocoon and become a butterfly. If you can't take it, it means that you're only at this level. Clang! When the sword was drawn, it was dazzling. On the sword, lightning and fire burned. A sword intent that wanted to break through the heavens burst out, causing the crowd to feel a sense of worship. It was as if they were looking at a peerless sword saint. My sword, blazing lightning sword, a low-level heavenly soldier. It has a special characteristic, which is to fight with one's back to the river. It burns spiritual energy. If you don't die, I will. A cold voice drifted out. In the next moment, time seemed to have stopped. A sword pierced through the heavens, piercing towards Lin Ling. This sword, if you don't die, I will. Burning spiritual energy. It said that a transcendent 7th stage expert can burn spiritual energy to erupt with unprecedented battle strength. After the battle, the cultivation of the one who burned spiritual energy will be weakened. Although the cultivation will be weakened, it's undeniable that this sword is terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In their eyes, time and sound seemed to have disappeared. There was only that sword under the heavens. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, as expected of a hero at the 7th level of the transcendent realm. His strength was simply too terrifying, each strike of his sword was fatal. But then again, the fact that his opponent's sword was fatal was a sign of respect towards Lin Ling. Fight with one's back to the river. Lin Ling's battle intent surged. Smoke filled the air as his strongest state appeared. The fiend god overlord body merged with the ancient flame devil. This strongest state was also his respect for Lu Laiyin. Unstoppable. Uprooting the heavens. World of flames. Soul sealing seal. All the powerful trump cards were used. Lin Ling's heaven and earth was in chaos. Ancient fiend gods and flame birds shocked the world. Lin Ling actually hid such a powerful force. Everyone. Many people were even more shocked. Lin Ling seemed to have no limit. Then, they looked forward to the clash of swords. Their blood was boiling. Clang! Under everyone's gaze, the two swords collided. Sword tip against sword tip. With both of them as the center, a huge amount of energy exploded. Spiritual energy burned, causing the lightning in Lu Laiyin's sword to become even more terrifying. It formed the rule of lightning. However, Lin Ling maintained his sword-pointing posture. Flame birds flew out from his 9 tails and circled the heavens and earth, burning everything. What a powerful sword! Yes. Lu Laiyin's face turned serious. He also felt the pressure. This young man had great potential. In time, he would definitely surpass him. Sword in 10th dynasty. Yes. With a low shout, Lu Laiyin's sword emitted a dazzling light. Dynasty represented the pride of her sword. It formed a sword's will. Arrogance and stubbornness that refused to accept the heavens and earth enveloped Lin Ling. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The pressure suddenly increased. Lu Laiyin's sword had affected his fighting spirit. Fiend god overlord body. Yes. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also let out a low shout. The ancient aura of a venerable emperor erupted. He looked down on the world and similarly refused to submit to the heavens and earth. Chapter 1277. Golden Skeletons. One is a former peerless genius, the other is a newly risen peerless genius. What a marvelous sword! In the distance, some powerful martial artists had dignified hearts. This was a true battle between peak heroes. As for some youths, their blood was boiling with excitement. When would they be able to be like Lin Ling and step onto that glorious battlefield? As for the demon god Dark North, he was like a supporting character. No one was paying any attention to him. Only Yang Hu was still suppressing him. The last move. I'll come with you. Just then, ghostly chi rippled out, and tens of thousands of ghosts wailed. Then, a cold shadow shot over from afar, with a large number of ghosts floating behind him. It was the 3 Lives Ghost King. Come out, Golden Skeleton. The Tri-Era Ghost King shouted as soon as he appeared. He knew how terrifying Lin Ling was, so he used his strongest trump card. Moreover, Lin Ling was blocking Lu Lein's sword. This was the perfect opportunity to kill Lin Ling. A resplendent golden light appeared like a blazing sun. The 3 Lives Ghost King actually transformed into a golden skeleton. According to legend, this golden skeleton was the bone of an ancient emperor. No one knew what method the 3 Lives Ghost King used to obtain it and refined it into his own skeleton. As if a deceased emperor had descended, the 3 Lives Ghost King's pitch-black eyes stared at Lin Ling with a sinister aura. Golden skeletons. Many people's expressions changed drastically. The Tri-Era Ghost King had arrived, and he had used his most powerful trump card the moment he arrived. Despicable. However, even more people were shouting angrily. The 3rd generation Ghost King's attack could be considered a sneak attack. Thrice Ghost King, scram. Lu Lein also sensed the intentions of the Trailera's ghostly king. He shouted angrily. Moreover, Lin Ling had attacked the Trailera's ghostly king when he was dueling with his sword. This meant that Lin Ling was humiliating him. He, Lu Lein, was going to win beautifully. Even if he were to lose, he had to lose fair and square. Lu Lein, you can't suppress him. Let me join hands with you. The golden skeleton stood above the heavens and earth, laughing sinisterly. After saying that, it pounced towards Lin Ling. How dare you? Lu Lein shouted angrily. Unfortunately, he could not retract his sword. When a swordsman unsheathed his sword, he would fight to survive. How could he retract his sword casually? Lin Ling, be careful. The people from the Northern Mountain Tiger sect started to shout. In their eyes, Lin Ling was fighting with Lu Lein and could not divert his attention to deal with the Trailekian Ghost King. This was a pincer attack. The 3rd Life Ghost King knew this as well. His sneer deepened. With a pincer attack, how could Lin Ling not die? Shameless. Lin Ling growled. He really couldn't split his attention to deal with these 2 experts. However, the 3-generation Ghost King was still a step away from killing him. Rumble. At the same time, the giant golden claw grabbed towards Lin Ling. It was as if an ancient emperor had been resurrected from hell, causing many people to shake their heads. Lin Ling was going to fall here. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Bang, bang, bang. The earth trembled, and a tall, pitch-black demon god rushed out, clashing with the golden claw amidst a cloud of dust. The 2 figures were like a clash of gold and darkness. Pop, pop, pop. The void exploded, and a majestic power erupted. Under countless gazes, the tall golden skeleton collided with the dark demon king. The golden skeleton lost its balance and was forced to retreat, causing the ground to crack. In the end, it crashed into the dark North Demon God's crystal palace. Only then did it stop. Someone helped Lin Ling. At this moment, everyone forgot how to breathe. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. After all, no one could survive against 2 great heroes. However, at the crucial moment, someone saved Lin Ling. Who are you? The 3-generation Ghost King was furious. He was so close to killing Lin Ling, but he was interrupted. Dust filled the sky, the tall shadow was like a demon king from hell. He was nearly 100 meters tall, comparable to the golden skeleton, but the demonic chi around his body was rippling, making people tremble with fear. Soon after, he slowly walked out with heavy steps, letting the crowd see that this was a giant that was completely gray. He had a demonic horn, gleaming cold teeth, and his facial features carried an ancient and domineering aura. This? Could it be the legendary Yiksha King? The older martial artist was stunned for a moment before he cried out in surprise. The 72 demonic gods in the sky were scattered throughout the Xianping province. Currently, it was not clear who was the owner. However, the demonic gods' appearances were recorded in ancient records. Therefore, some people knew that it was the Yiksha king. At the same time, the tall Yiksha king emitted a dense demonic aura. His body gradually shrank until he was as tall as an ordinary person. However, he still had demonic horns and fangs. Many people were even more shocked. This was the transformation stage between a demonic god and a martial artist. Most importantly, the Yiksha king with demonic horns and fangs was very handsome. It was a stark contrast to the demonic aura. Moreover, his appearance was very familiar. Everyone present had seen him before. Subconsciously, they looked at the ancient flame devil. "Who are you?" The three-generation ghost king roared again. "I'm Lin Ling." "Ha!" The demon king's deep voice drifted out from his mouth. Silence. Everyone was silent. The Yiksha king was Lin Ling. Did Lin Ling have two demonic gods? That was too terrifying. Lin Ling. The three-generation ghost king's golden skeleton trembled. Lin Ling was the Yiksha king and had reached the transformation stage. He had two demonic gods. This meant that Lin Ling was equivalent to two transcendent stage 7 experts. "That's still you." Lu Lein's eyes changed drastically. This was too surreal. What secrets was this young man hiding? "Your heart is wavering." At the same time, Lin Ling said indifferently. The sword in his hand emitted a powerful sword intent. He was like an emperor or a sword saint. Caw caw caw. The two swords collided. It was a battle of will and the heart of martial arts. Lu Lein's heart was wavering and immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. His expression changed again. He had lost. He was an ancient peerless genius, an expert who once fought against the Golden Armor King. However, he had lost to a rising star today. He had lost in terms of swordsmanship, pride, and the heart of martial arts. It was impossible for him to kill Yang Hu in 5 moves. "I look forward to your future." "I've lost. From now on, this sword shall be covered in dust." Lu Lein took a step forward and floated to the back. He sheathed his sword and sealed it. After he surrendered, the enormous pressure disappeared. Many people felt that it was unreal. Lu Lein had lost just like that. Then, they looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had fought against 2 great heroes alone. He was still fearless and had won the battle. "Thanks for letting me win." Lin Ling replied indifferently. He looked at the golden skeleton, took a step forward, and shot over. "Trailera's Ghost King, you chose to barge into hell when there's a path to heaven." At the same time, Yiksha King let out a cold voice and pounced towards the golden skeleton. 2 great demon gods teaming up against the Trailera's Ghost King. "You!" The Trailera's Ghost King's giant skeleton body trembled. Today, he had seized the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had hidden a trump card. Not only had he failed, his life was in danger. Moreover, he realized that he had attacked Lin Ling from the front and back. Now, Lin Ling was also attacking him from the front and back. Chapter 1278. Strike for you again. Bang. 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 This was the first time the 2 demon gods had joined forces. Their battle prowess was terrifying. The ancient glaciers cracked and the ice melted. If he had used Yiksha King, I would have been defeated. How could I be so arrogant in front of him? Lu Lein sighed. She was embarrassed by her previous actions. She thought that even if she lost to Golden Armor King, she would still be qualified to call herself a senior in front of Lin Ling. But now, she knew that Lin Ling had held back. Otherwise, she would have been even more embarrassed. Caw. 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 The 2 demon gods could even fight against an early Saint Realm expert. The golden skeleton was known for its toughness, but now, cracks began to appear on its shiny golden skeleton. This is so infuriating. The 3 Lives Ghost King roared. He had no choice but to disperse into thousands of souls and give up on his golden skeleton. The golden skeleton belonged to an emperor of the Hong dynasty, one of the 4 great ancient countries. He had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. Now that he had to give it up, he was heartbroken. But if he did not give it up, he might die. We will meet again. Lin Ling, we will meet again. At this moment, the souls in the sky flew out. The 3 Lives Ghost King had started to escape. There were too many souls, and no one knew which one belonged to the 3 Lives Ghost King. From this point of view, the martial arts that the 3 Lives Ghost King cultivated were mysterious and strange. He was the hardest to kill. Soul-sealing seal. Lin Ling and the Yiksha King both roared in anger and slammed their palms into the sky. They were in sync and unleashed their terrifying soul power. Even the snow and ice in the sky were blown away. The souls in the sky exploded as they were killed by the soul power. You! Among the souls, the 3 Lives Ghost King roared, soul sacrifice. Green flames appeared and burned his soul, doubling its speed. If he did not burn his soul, he would have sealed Lin Ling here. What made him angry was that Lin Ling had learned the soul-sealing seal from him. Although he was better than him, he was better than him. Xiao! The burning soul sped up. But at this moment, a cold voice shouted, "You want to leave after humiliating a swordsman?" Lei Yin. Rumble. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts came crashing down from the sky, striking the Trailokia's Ghost King's soul, almost causing his soul to scatter. Lightning, this was lightning. He was most afraid of lightning and fire. Lu Leiyin, help Lin Ling. The Tri-Era Ghost King roared. Today, he had lost all his face, and his years of hard work had gone down the drain. However, the 1,000 Generations Ghost Sect was a mysterious super sect. Their ghost arts were strange, and in the end, he managed to escape. But everyone could see that the 3rd Generation Ghost King's vitality was greatly damaged. This scene was extremely ironic. The 3 Lives Ghost King wanted to ambush Lin Ling, but in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn, almost losing his life here. Ghostly studies are indeed mysterious. Lin Ling looked into the distance. In truth, the 3 Generations Ghost King's strength was on par with the Northern Darkness Evil God. The only difference was that the 3 Generations Ghost King was in the dark, while the Northern Darkness Evil God was in the light. Clearly, the opponent in the dark was harder to kill. Don't worry. Even if he doesn't die, he won't be able to recover his current cultivation without more than 10 years of hard work. Moreover, his golden skeletons have been destroyed, and his strongest trump card is gone. Lu Leiyin said lightly. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he kept the broken golden skeletons. The crowd's eyes flickered. The Trailokia's Ghost King had lost his wife and his army. Lin Ling, I've lost. I'm looking forward to you coming to the splendid mountain river. That's the world of heroes. Lengia and the unfettered 10 halls are also there. Lu Leiyin looked deeply at Lin Ling, took a step forward, and turned to leave. Senior, victory and defeat are commonplace in war. Why take it to heart? Lin Ling looked at Lu Leiyin's back. The latter was arrogant, but she wasn't a bad person. That kind of arrogance was a swordsman's domineering sword. This was normal. The new generation excels the old. I'm old, and I want to quit. If you can defeat the Golden Armor King one day, I, Lu Leiyin, will draw my sword for you again. Lu Leiyin disappeared into the snowy land. She seemed a little lonely, but she was still arrogant. I'll let you draw your sword one day. Lin Ling muttered to himself, splendid mountain river. After shaking his head, Lin Ling looked at the Northern Darkness evil god. At this moment, the Northern Darkness evil god was seriously injured, and in front of him, Yang Hu was staring at him like an ancient tiger king. Lin Ling, you've won. I never thought that you would be above me one day. I, the Northern Darkness evil god, have killed countless people in my life, and the only one I've missed is you. The Northern Darkness evil god said with a pale face. He regretted not killing Lin Ling in the past, and let Lin Ling become a big threat. Today, he would die for Lin Ling. You asked for it. Never underestimate the belief and fighting spirit of the weak. Lin Ling said indifferently, and walked away with Yiksha King. The two emperor-like figures left a heavy shadow in the hearts of the people. Lin Ling. The Northern Darkness evil god roared. Lin Ling had left, but it did not mean that he could live. Yang Hu would not let him go. All his backers had been defeated by Lin Ling, including the Triple Ghost King and Lu Leiyin. Who else could he rely on? It's time to settle the score for my son's death. At this moment, Yang Hu roared and slammed his palm forward like a tiger king, sending the Northern Darkness evil god to the Yellow Springs. Moreover, the Northern Darkness evil territory had been disintegrated, and the cause of all this was Lin Ling. The world has changed. In the distance, the people of the Northern Darkness evil territory exclaimed. They stared at the two figures walking on the snowy land, and they were shocked. Father. The Northern Darkness evil mother was in a daze. Everything was just as the Northern Darkness evil god had said. They had killed countless people, and the only one they had missed was Lin Ling. The consequence of missing him was their complete annihilation. Kill. The people of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect rushed over to eliminate the source of the trouble. Yang Hu's daughter looked at the two figures in the distance, and her beautiful eyes flickered. She knew that if Lin Ling had not come, the Northern Mountain Tiger sect would have been killed. Daughter, you like him. A father knows his daughter best. Yang Hu walked over and said softly. A little, but I know that his world is not something that I can enter. I can only look up to him and keep him in my heart. Yang Hu's daughter was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled. Yes, I can only say that you two are not fated to be together. Yang Hu sighed. Lin Ling's rise was too fast, and it would not take long for him to become the peerless overlord of the 10 halls of Langia. How could his daughter be worthy of him? At this moment, in the snowy land, a red-haired monkey was running in the snow. It was Little Flame, and Lin Ling and the Yiksha King were standing in the purple palace inside the emerald pagoda that hung around Little Flame's neck. Your Majesty! Elder Z looked at the two similar people and called out respectfully. He knew that these two people were Lin Ling, and it was just a kind of body incarnation technique. Chapter 1279. Gates of Hell, all right. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. His ancient flame devil has already recovered to its peak, so he will leave the treasure to Yiksha King. Then I will go. Yiksha King sank into the ground, as if he is the lord of the earth. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, then he looked at Elder Z and asked, Elder Z, how do I go to Ghost Domain? Your Majesty, the 3 Xian continents of the mortal realm have ancient void teleportation to Ghost Domain, and Xianping Province is the most eastern. Elder Z said respectfully. This world is really vast and boundless, just Xianping Province alone, there are many places that I have not been to, and outside of Xianping Province, there are 2 other continents. Lin Ling sat down, drank a mouthful of wine and threw it to Elder Z. Elder Z immediately felt flattered, this made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. Elder Z is good at everything, but he cares too much about etiquette, he often kneels down and greets. Elder Z is not tired of kneeling, but Lin Ling is tired of watching. Elder Z, you are actually my good teacher and helpful friend, so I should be the one to respect you, there is no need to be so polite in the future. Your Majesty, you can't. Elder Z knelt down with a plop, This made Lin Ling gloomy in his heart. It really doesn't make sense. Your Majesty, other than the 3 Xian continents of the mortal realm, there are also Ghost Domain, Devil Domain, and Demon Domain. Elder Z saw that Lin Ling did not care. He quickly said, "What about the mortal realm?" Lin Ling curiously asked again. Titled martial emperors can break the void with their fists. They can go to the most mysterious place. But what kind of place is that? Even the former emperor did not know. They only know that it is the lifelong pursuit of all martial artists. To go to that place is to live as long as heaven and earth. You can even go to any place. Elder Z said. Titled martial emperors. Lin Ling's heart trembled fiercely. This should be the most powerful expert in the world. Moreover, he had the same lifespan as the heaven and earth. He could go anywhere. Would he be able to return home? Shaking his head, Lin Ling tossed aside these unrealistic thoughts. Currently, he couldn't even defeat Empyrean Void Star, much less a legendary martial emperor. My current foundation is very strong, but my cultivation speed is too fast and slow. I need to find some cultivation resources. Lin Ling thought to himself. At the same time, Lin Ling was rushing towards the easternmost part of Xianping province. Along the way, Lin Ling encountered a large number of taboos and mysterious experts. Finally, after 10 days, he arrived at the easternmost part of the province, the Gates of Hell. This place was one of the most mysterious forbidden grounds in Xianping province. Very few people could come here, and it was cold and gloomy all year round. Tens of thousands of ghosts wailed and howled. Those who were weak would die at any moment if they came here. Woo woo woo. The mountain was like a ghostly fog. The fog covered the sky, and the surroundings were silent. From time to time, the sound of ghosts wailing could be heard. In the forest and valleys, white ghosts could be seen floating around. Is this the gates of hell? Walking along the mysterious mountain range, Lin Ling's brows furrowed slightly. Beneath his feet, there were dried-up bones. Woo woo woo. At the same time, a large number of ghosts rushed towards him from all directions, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. Kiki, it's been a long time since someone came here. Vigorous vitality. If I swallow him, I might be able to leave the gates of hell. We ghosts are trapped here. We can't enter the ghost realm or the human realm. This makes me very resentful. The ghosts floated around Lin Ling. Moreover, the sound of rotting wood came from the forest. Coffins opened one after another, and a large number of stinky zombies walked out. Moreover, they were golden zombies. This place was indeed terrifying. Junior, hand over your life. The ghosts were like locusts, and they began to pounce on Lin Ling, uprooting the heavens. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed fiercely. Ignorant. A faintly discernible voice sounded in the sky. As expected, Lin Ling's sword missed. The sword of strength was useless against ghosts. These ghosts have existed for countless years. It's as if they all have spiritual intelligence. Lin Ling slowly put away his sword. In his left hand, a blue flame bloomed. With a light wave, thousands of lotuses bloomed. Fire, it's fire. A large number of ghosts were frightened. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. They were afraid of the flames of extreme yang, but the golden zombies were not afraid of fire. Yiksha King, come out. Lin Ling shouted softly. Demonic chi rippled out, and Yiksha King's tall body appeared. Then, he grew to the same height as Lin Ling. He roared angrily, and like the demon king of hell, he tore apart the golden zombie alive and swallowed the zombie core in its body. In terms of defense, Yiksha King was superior to the ancient flame demon. As long as he stepped on the ground, he could revive. In terms of speed, the ancient flame demon had the advantage. Overall, the ancient flame demon was slightly stronger, and it had 9 lives. Just like that, Lin Ling continued to advance. However, there were too many ghosts in the gates of hell. Although they could not defeat Lin Ling was beginning to feel tired. If the gates of hell were already like this, it was hard to imagine how terrifying the ghost realm was. Die! With a slash of his sword, a large number of golden zombies were cut in half. Lin Ling frowned and continued to advance. During this time, Yiksha King gradually recovered to his peak state. Finally, a palace appeared in front of them. The palace was gloomy, as if it was the hall of hell. An old man sat at the entrance of the palace, his calm voice drifted out, "This is the passage to the ghost domain. Your strength is not enough to enter, I am the person guarding the passage." The old man opened his eyes. There was an ancient look in his eyes, as if he had been guarding this place for millions of years. However, there was a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. The young man in front of him was only a transcendent realm 4th layer cultivator, but his strength was terrifying. With 2 demon gods by his side, he was almost invincible in the transcendent realm. The guardian of the passage. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was surprised. Yes, the passage to the ghost realm is of great importance. It concerns the lives of the world, so the 3 mysterious associations of the mortal world have experts guarding this place. If you want to enter, you are not strong enough. The old man slowly floated up, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lin Ling. Moreover, those who come here will die 9 times out of 10. What a terrifying pressure. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He was sure this old man had reached the saint realm or even surpassed it. Moreover, 9 times out of 10 meant this old man wanted to kill him. Little friend, this is the price to pay for entering the ghost realm. If you can enter, we will not stop you, but if you cannot, we will kill you. This is a 9 times out of 10 chance of death. The old man said indifferently. This seemed to be the rule of the 3 mysterious associations of the mortal world. After all, if everyone rushed here, the order between the ghost realm and the mortal world would be disrupted. Therefore, the rule was that if you wanted to enter, you must have the corresponding qualifications. If you did not, you would die 9 times out of 10. Give him a chance. At that moment, an old woman walked over from the distance and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. The old man pondered for a moment before nodding. Soon after, another old man appeared and the 3 of them looked towards Lin Ling. You may leave. Today, we will make an exception for you. Only when you reach the transcendent realm's 7th layer can you enter the ghost realm. The old woman still looked at Lin Ling, but her eyes were filled with kindness. Although the rules were as such, this child was still a member of the 3 mysterious associations of the mortal world. Moreover, his talent was extremely high. It would be a pity to kill him like this. Transcendent Realm 7th Layer. N. Chapter 1280. Arriving at Splendid Land, this is for your own good. Otherwise, with your current strength, it would be hard for you to escape death. Another old man said indifferently. Lin Ling took a deep breath and turned to leave. I'll come back in less than a year. Yes. The 3 old men heard Lin Ling's resolute words and their hearts fiercely trembled. This child was very resolute. It wasn't hard for them to guess why he had entered the ghost realm. It should be for someone, and that person was very happy. If someone was willing to enter the ghost realm for him, what regrets would he have in this life? A triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. It's been a long time since I've seen such a junior. Yes. That's right. If he can persevere, perhaps his name will spread among the 3 mysteries of the human realm. Yes. Let's wait for a year and see if he comes. Yes. The 3 mysterious old men said one after another. The first old man sat down and turned into a stone statue. I will definitely reach the transcendent 7th stage. Lin Ling touched the bamboo tablet hanging around his neck. It contained the soul of the second dream. He had promised the latter, so he had to do it. Go to Splendid Land. Lin Ling said to Little Flame. He had Little Flame take the Jade Pagoda and run towards the sky. Splendid Land was a world of heroes with countless experts. It was a very suitable place to find money, and Lin Ling was currently lacking money. As Lin Ling headed towards Splendid Land, his mother-son sound transmission bug transmitted a voice. It was Venerable Sea Calming. What surprised Lin Ling was that Venerable Sea Calming also told Lin Ling to go to Splendid Land. He said that the Black-White Dao Palace's Lord Water Mist had summoned him. Lord Water Mist was one of the 4 pillars of Xianping Province, the second most important person in the Heavenly Temple. He could be said to be able to summon the wind and summon the rain. Why would he summon him? Lin Ling was puzzled, but Venerable Sea Calming also said that the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture was now a subsidiary sect of the Black-White Dao Palace. From his voice, he seemed to be very happy. However, this was normal. In Xianping Province, powerful experts could fall at any time. For example, the Dark North Dark Territory had been destroyed by Lin Ling not long ago. Therefore, no expert was safe. However, with the Black-White Dao Palace behind him, it was undoubtedly much safer. Lin Ling, the reason why my Sea Calming Heavenly Palace was able to become a subsidiary of the Black-White Dao Palace is because of you. Lady Watermist seems to favor you greatly. Venerable Sea Calming's excited voice sounded, which surprised Lin Ling. He shook his head and smiled. I haven't been able to repay Venerable Sea Calming's kindness in the past. I'm happy to be able to help Venerable Sea Calming. Venerable Sea Calming suggested, Hehe, you're such a loyal person. You've already repaid the favor you owe me. However, it's good for you that Lady Shui Wu wants to see you. In this way, no one will invade your 6 sacred realms. Venerable Sea Calming proposed. Lin Ling nodded. His 1,000-sound 10,000-star array could resist any transcendent realm master, but not saint realm masters. Therefore, it was necessary for him to meet Lady Watermist. The splendid mountain and river is the core of Xianping Province. It's not like Heaven City. The splendid mountain and river is where all the masters of Heaven and Earth Temple are gathered. Lin Ling, you have to be careful. Venerable Sea Calming reminded. Lin Ling nodded and continued on his way. The splendid mountain and river was southeast of Xianping Province. It was like a fairyland of mountains and rivers. It was once the site of the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom, one of the 4 great ancient kingdoms. According to legend, there was a huge spirit vein under the mountains and rivers. If one cultivated there, they would get twice the results with half the effort. Therefore, all the super sects had established their headquarters here, resulting in fierce competition and countless masters. According to legend, there were immortals hidden in the splendid mountain and river. The Black-White Dao Palace was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, so it wasn't difficult to find. 3 days later, Lin Ling arrived at the foot of an ancient mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. Looking up, he saw an ancient sect sitting in the middle of the mountain, surrounded by multicolored light. What was surprising was that the ancient palaces were all black and white. People entered the ancient mountain gate one after another, seemingly attracted by its reputation. Lin Ling took a deep breath and strode forward. The Black-White Dao Palace is the #1 power of the Heavenly Temple. Together with the Hong residence, the Xintian dynasty, and the Sword Pavilion, they are known as the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Over the years, countless people have tried to enter the Black-White Dao Palace and become heroes. Unfortunately, the Black-White Dao Palace isn't so easy to enter. Young Master Do, you're a hero. Could it be that you can't enter with your status? You're the young master of the Western Sea's Dragon Qilin Palace. It'll be difficult. However, I know some people in the Black-White Dao Palace. Those elders tested me once, and in the end, they gave me the chance to become a disciple. Amazing. On the winding steps, young men and women were constantly chatting, their spirits high. Young Master Do, have you seen Lord Watermist? Yes. In the past, we were fated to meet, but we were too far away. I could only look up from afar. Yes. I'm so envious of you. Lord Watermist is one of the top experts in Xianping province. What? What's there to be envious of? Besides, I'm about to become a disciple of the Black-White Tao Palace. We'll definitely meet again. Really? Really? Can you recommend me? I also want to become a disciple of the Black-White Tao Palace. The Black-White Tao Palace only accepts peerless geniuses. I have the talent of a peerless genius, but you don't. Yes. Among them, a handsome young man received the most attention. Young women from all over the world crowded around him, their eyes filled with worship. These young men weren't weak either. They were between the 5th and 6th stage of the transcendent realm, and they all had hero tokens. Clearly, their backgrounds weren't small. Who's that? He's only at the 4th stage of the transcendent realm, and he has a hero token. He's not strong at all. However, his eyes are so attractive. Yes. Yes, I feel that his temperament is so unique. Yes. At this moment, many people looked at the young man walking up from the foot of the mountain. He wore a blue and white robe and carried a large sword on his back. His expression was calm, and his eyes contained an indescribable depth, as if he had experienced many storms. As for the transcendent realm cultivators, they could sense the unique auras of others. Therefore, many young women looked at the young man, their hearts beating wildly. As for the young men from the great forces, they frowned. For some reason, they felt somewhat unhappy when they saw this young man. Perhaps he was too calm, or perhaps he was attracting too much attention. He's just putting on an act. Ha! The young man from the Western Sea's Dragon Qilan Palace said indifferently. His name was Du Ku, and he was only 23 years old. Even in Xianping province, he could be considered a rare genius. As for the blue-robed young man below, he was only at the 4th stage of the transcendent realm. What qualifications did he have to be arrogant? The one walking down below was Lin Ling. At this moment, he didn't care about the gazes around him. He was talking with Purple Elder. Stop! Ha! Dooku shouted indifferently. These young women were all attracted by the young man. Previously, these lights belonged to him, so he was extremely unhappy. Chapter 1281. Lord Shui Wu's invitation. Who is this guy? He actually dares to ignore young Master Du. On the steps, everyone was shocked. A skinny youth said, he's overestimating himself. Young Master Du is going to become a hero and was recommended by an elder of the Black-White Tao Palace. He dares to ignore young Master Du. He's courting death. Exactly. Just wait, there will be a good show to watch. The other youths sneered and nodded. In any case, when they looked at that indifferent youth, they were very unhappy. However, the girls were different. Their eyes were filled with worry. They could sense that the youth wasn't pretending. He had indeed experienced many hardships. But now, the youth had attracted the displeasure of young Master Du. If this continued, there would be trouble. You're very arrogant, but do you know where this is? Young Master Du's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and blocked the steps. He wanted to see if the youth dared to go up. At the same time, he released his 6th stage aura, like a dragon and a Qilan. Behind him, a huge innate saint body appeared. It was actually an earth grade. So powerful. 6th stage transcendent with a dragon Qilan innate talent. As expected of Dooku. Many people frowned. Young Master Du was able to enter the black-white Tao Palace. His strength was indeed above his peers. Rumble. The terrifying aura transformed into a dragon. A Qilin guarded the steps. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Could Lin Ling continue to pretend? However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see the aura. He continued to talk with Purple Elder and didn't stop walking. He's not afraid of young Master Du's aura. He's only a 4th stage transcendent. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, young Noble Do's expression turned ugly. One must know that as a hero, there was no need to doubt his strength. Not to mention a transcendent 4th stage cultivator, even a transcendent 6th stage cultivator would be shocked by his aura alone. But now, he had failed. Seems like I've underestimated you. However, you're only so. Young Master Du's body released red and green light. The dragon Qilin innate talent behind him changed. It turned into a fire dragon king and jade Qilin. His innate saint body also increased in grade, reaching the rare heaven grade. A heaven-class gifted saint physique could easily crush an earth-class gifted saint physique, unless there was a huge gap in cultivation between the two. At this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks and looked over. Your Majesty, this is the innate saint body of the Leaf Fire Dynasty, one of the 4 ancient nations, said Mr. Z. Lin Ling nodded. Even though Mr. Z's holy body wasn't weak, it was a pity that he had met Lin Ling, who was a triple cultivator. Mr. Z's holy body couldn't suppress him. I thought you were amazing, but you're just a piece of trash who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Now that young master is serious, you still have to obediently stop. Prince Du, make him kneel down. This brat is so arrogant, he dares to ignore us. Many young men saw Lin Ling stop and immediately laughed. The young women frowned. They had a good impression of young Master Du before, but now it was all gone. Young Master Du was used to being in the limelight. If someone dared to steal his limelight, he would immediately be ruthless and make the other party lose face. His temperament was too narrow-minded. However, just as their thoughts settled, Lin Ling stepped on the stairs again. Paw! It was a light step, but it made the entire stairs quiet down. Young Master Du's pupils constricted. How could it be? He had a heaven-class gifted saint physique, and his cultivation was stronger than the other parties. How could the other party not be afraid of his aura? While he was still in shock, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of him. He raised his eyes and said indifferently, the path of martial arts is not about proving how powerful you are, nor is it about pleasing the crowd with claptrap. You're venting your anger on me because you lost the attention of others. How senseless are you? After saying that, Lin Ling didn't do anything. He just walked past Duke. Disdain. Everyone noticed that the young man was disdainful. He even disdained to make a move. This is how a martial artist should be. The hearts of the young girls jumped. In the situation before them, if it were anyone else, they would have arrogantly retorted. However, the young man didn't. It was as if he didn't care at all. His calmness wasn't an act. Perhaps in the process of growing up, he had experienced many storms and waves, and had formed a mentality that wouldn't be shaken even if the sky collapsed. You! At this moment, Duke felt extremely humiliated. Suddenly, he sneered, not just anyone can enter the black-white Tao Palace. Your gifted saint physique can't compare to mine. You'll be kicked out in the end. That's right. Apart from Duke, it's hard for anyone else to enter, let alone a clown like you. Get kicked out. The other young men were stunned for a moment, then clamored. Perhaps this was the only way for them to regain the face they had lost before. Boring. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the clamoring of the crowd. His indifferent voice floated down. That calm and indifferent aura made the crowd gnash their teeth in anger. Anyone could see that Lin Ling was indifferent, but they were angry out of humiliation. The two sides didn't seem to be on the same level. Let him be arrogant. In a bit, he'll lose face. Duke strode forward, catching up to Lin Ling. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he wanted to see Lin Ling get kicked out. The others clenched their teeth and followed. At the same time, Lin Ling also arrived at the mountain gate. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw that the gate to the black-white Dao Palace was also black and white. A white-haired elder sat cross-legged there, as calm as an ancient well. "Elder, I was called here by Elder Shan. Can I enter the black-white Dao Palace?" Duke was the first to speak. The elder looked over and said with some surprise, "Elder Shan is a senior figure of the black-white Dao Palace. For him to recommend you, it seems that your talent isn't bad." "Ah, Elder, you flatter me." Duke hurriedly bowed, a look of pride on his face. He glanced sideways at Lin Ling, as if to say, "Apart from me, it's impossible for you to enter the black-white Dao Palace." As expected of young Master Duke. What he said before was true. The others also seemed to be elated. Then, they looked at Lin Ling. "Now, how can you still be so proud?" "Trash." Lin Ling didn't even look at them. He looked at the elder indifferently, and the elder naturally looked at Lin Ling. He had also seen the matter of the stairs. Young people were hot-blooded. Everything had to be decided, so this kind of competition wasn't strange. However, Duke's talent wasn't bad, and Elder Shan had taken a liking to him. This youth's talent and strength couldn't compare to Duke's, so why did he look down on him? "I was invited by Lord Watermist to come see him." Lin Ling didn't know what the elder was thinking and said indifferently. "What? Lord Watermist invited you? Dream on." The crowd was stunned for a moment, then began to laugh. If it was said that Lin Ling knew an elder, they would believe it. But Lin Ling knew Lord Watermist. This was impossible. Even they didn't have the chance to see Lord Watermist, so Lin Ling was even more impossible. "His Excellency invited you." Chapter 1282. Introducing the human emperor. "Elder, this boy is lying. How could Her Excellency Aqua Mist invite him? If this is the truth, I will roll down the stairs." Duke doubted Lin Ling even more. He had only seen Her Excellency Aqua Mist once in his life. So, he wanted to see how Lin Ling would be driven away. "My young friend, may I know your name?" The elder also felt that it was impossible, but he still asked. "I am Lin Ling." Lin Ling said lightly, which made the elder's pupils dilate. Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling. He remembered that after the hero's assessment, Her Excellency Aqua Mist had praised Lin Ling. After that, Her Excellency Aqua Mist knew that Lin Ling had defeated Li Finga, so she wanted to recruit him. "You may go in. I hope you can forgive me for my negligence." The elder stood up and bowed slightly. He knew that someone who was valued by Her Excellency Aqua Mist would definitely have a higher status than him in the future, so he had to do her a favor. At this moment, Duke and the others were still laughing, but when they heard the elder's words, they all froze. This young man could go in. How could this be? Moreover, the elder bowed to this young man. This was even more ridiculous. Lin Ling, he is Lin Ling, the newcomer who shocked Xianping province during the hero's assessment. It's just the hero's assessment. What's so great about it? Why can he enter? The others shouted angrily. Although Lin Ling was famous, they were all heroes, so they didn't take Lin Ling seriously at all. After all, Lin Ling was only a hero at the moment. Lin Ling didn't care about these people at all. He smiled at the elder and stepped forward. "Stop. Duke shouted angrily, "You can't go in. Your talent is not as good as mine, and your cultivation is not as good as mine. Why don't you give me the chance to see Her Excellency Aquamist? You are so lame." Lin Ling's brows furrowed as he finally grew impatient. "You have no choice." Duke was extremely unwilling to accept this. His enormous aura finally erupted. Since Lady Watermist had invited Lin Ling to see her, then he would defeat Lin Ling in front of the Black-White Dao Palace. He would let everyone know just how much of a waste Lin Ling was. Young Master is about to make a move. The others took a step back and cheered. Lin Ling and Duke, they naturally valued Duke. The latter's strength was obvious to all. Moreover, Lin Ling was very arrogant and had ignored them from the beginning to the end. Therefore, they wanted to see Lin Ling lose face. The cheers of the crowd made the pride in Duke's heart even stronger. He said indifferently, "You have no choice. You can only roll down the mountain and give the opportunity to me." "Sure, but that depends on whether you have the strength to seize the opportunity." Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. He took a step forward, and his left hand stretched out like a dragon. It didn't seem to have any spiritual energy fluctuations, but its power was enough to overturn rivers and seas. Child's play. Duke's eyes were full of contempt. Even with such strength, he dared to make a move. He took a step forward, and the dragon scale behind him roared. It actually turned from an incorporeal form to a physical form. It was extremely terrifying. "Young Master Duke, throw him down the mountain." The surrounding youths became even more excited. However, in their eyes, something terrifying happened. Lin Ling said indifferently, "In the Western Sea's Dragon Kirin Palace, I met one in the star-plucking Violet Mansion. His family background and inheritance were not bad, but unfortunately, he had too little training. He only relied on his family background. He was like a flower in a greenhouse. Such a warrior would not go far." Then, Lin Ling's left hand grabbed the red dragon's tail. With a force that could uproot mountains and rivers, he smashed the dragon into the ground, causing the entire mountain gate to shake. Then, he took a step forward, and his right foot kicked out like an arrow. The Jade Kirin was shattered by his kick. With one punch and one kick, Duke's dragon scale was destroyed. Duke's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble. However, in the next instant, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of him. He looked at him with cold eyes. "Now, roll down the mountain." Chi! Duke sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was only a Transcendent Stage 4, but it was extremely easy for him to kill a Transcendent Stage 6. No wonder Lin Ling did not make a move before. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was disdainful. He was really too lazy to make a move. "Get lost." Lin Ling growled again. "I'll get lost." Duke's body trembled. When Lin Ling was keeping a low profile, he could not see how powerful his opponent was. However, when he was like a dragon emerging from the sea, he felt terrified. It was as if Lin Ling could kill him at any time. Moreover, he faintly sensed that Lin Ling did not need to use his full strength to kill him. Dong dong dong. Duke took a step back and rolled down the stairs. This. The others did not react. The situation had changed too much. Duke was defeated without being able to block a single move. "All of you, get lost too." At this moment, Lin Ling's cold laughter was heard. Everyone's expression changed. They had to get lost too. "I've said it before. You're all very boring. I did not counterattack not because I was afraid of you, but because I did not want to waste time. However, the moment I make a move, you will have to pay the price. Moreover, how far do you think you can go in martial arts by using others to vent your anger?" Lin Ling said indifferently. He slowly took a step forward, causing the crowd to subconsciously retreat. This scene was extremely strange. A Transcendent Stage 4 young man was able to scare a large number of Transcendent Stage 5 and even Stage 6 young men. We'll get lost. In the end, those young men could not withstand the pressure in their hearts and rolled down the mountain like gourds. Ha! The young ladies could not help but laugh. These guys were asking for their own humiliation. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and were shocked. Lin Ling was so strong, but he kept a low profile. It was completely different from what they had imagined. Moreover, Lin Ling was able to meet Lord Shui Wu. One must know that they were extremely envious of him. Not to mention that Lin Ling was invited. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped into the mountain gate. He did not have time to care about those clowns. Lin Ling, Lord Shui Wu is waiting for you in the mist. The elder laughed. After what happened just now, he could see that Lin Ling was stronger than the rumors said. No wonder Lord Shui Wu thought so highly of him. All right. Lin Ling nodded and walked along the mountain. It was not difficult to find Lord Shui Wu in the mist. This place was on top of a cliff. In the distance, there was a waterfall like the Milky Way, rumbling down. A figure stood on top of the cliff, as if he would disappear from the world at any time. Compared to the last time, your strength has increased again. As soon as Lin Ling arrived on the cliff, the figure turned around and smiled. It was Lord Shui Wu. Greetings, Senior Shui Wu. Lin Ling quickly bowed. In the entire Xianping province, there were not many people he could not see through. Lord Shui Wu was one of them. This man seemed to be formed by mist, ethereal and mysterious. You and I should address each other as peers. Lady Shui Wu revealed an amiable smile, causing Lin Ling to be stunned for a moment. He was somewhat puzzled. Then, he heard Lady Shui Wu continue, at our level, there is no distinction between seniors and juniors. There is only the weak and the strong. Your current strength is inferior to mine, but in the future, you will definitely not be weaker than me. Therefore, it is better for us to address each other as peers than to change the way we address each other in the future. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. Lord Shui Wu really thought highly of him. I know a little about you from Venerable Si Calming. I did not expect Venerable Si Calming to have such good foresight to find a seedling like you. Chapter 1283. Don't use people you don't doubt. The Human Emperor. Lin Ling's heart subconsciously skipped a beat. The Human Emperor was the strongest existence in Xianping province, a figure comparable to the former great Emperor Zhai Xing of the Four Ancient Kingdoms. He was actually fated to meet him. Of course, you're only a seedling right now. But don't underestimate the qualifications of this seedling. My heavenly palace only has 4 people with the qualifications, and the Black-White Dao Palace only has 2. You are one of them. Lord Watermist's expression was grave. Thus, this matter is extremely important. You must raise your strength to the appropriate level. Otherwise, if you are too ordinary, it won't be good for either of us. After all, qualifications are too precious. You must be a monster amongst geniuses. Yes. Lin Ling took a deep breath. He couldn't miss this opportunity. He nodded heavily. I can, but I need cultivation resources. Yes. You sure know how to raise the price. But I can promise you that just like Venerable Si Calming, he supported you in the past and you didn't let him down. I support you today and you won't let me down in the future. Lord Watermist stroked his beard and smiled. Lin Ling was very straightforward and decisive in his answer. Such a martial artist's heart of martial arts was extremely firm. He didn't fear the fame of the Human Emperor. Instead, he hid a will that surpassed the Human Emperor. This was a true martial artist. I know you have many enemies right now, but since you've agreed, then I will support you. Your hometown's 6 sacred realms, as well as your friends Yonggan and Yuman-yun, will all come to the Black-White Dao Palace. All you need to do is not disappoint me. Yes. Lord Watermist added, causing Lin Ling to nod. He also knew that there was no free lunch in this world. Lord Watermist supported him because he wanted him to become stronger in the future. But if he didn't display his strength, then Lord Watermist might change his mind at any moment and give up on him. Thus, Lin Ling could only let Lord Watermist know that his investment was not wrong. Tomorrow, my disciple will bring you to familiarize you with splendid landscape. Moreover, I'll give you 10 black-white Dao fruits. Lord Shui Wu took a deep look at Lin Ling before dispersing like a cloud. Her faintly discernible voice was emitted, Lin Ling, monsters are born in this world at all times. However, many of these monsters are unable to reach the end. Therefore, I hope that you will succeed. Hearing this, Lin Ling grinned. His eyes were shining with confidence. In terms of talent, he wasn't a monster. Everything he had was obtained through hard work. Moreover, he had the Purple Palace, so he would definitely become an emperor in the future. It was just a matter of time. Moreover, apart from the Purple Palace, he still had his eyes, which he hadn't discovered yet. He had a feeling that his eyes were even more mysterious than the Purple Palace. Black and White Dao Fruit, TSK, this is a rare treasure. Your Majesty, your luck is not bad. At this time, Purple Elder's voice rang out, causing Lin Ling to be somewhat curious. Was there something mysterious about this black and white Dao fruit? This fruit is formed from the black and white Dao tree. It is said that this tree is the yin and yang tree from the beginning of the world. It contains the laws of heaven and earth. Not only can this fruit increase a cultivator's strength in all aspects, it can also increase one's martial laws. Purple Elder smiled, causing Lin Ling to nod happily. Coming to splendid landscape was the right choice. He had obtained cultivation resources so quickly. 10 black and white Dao fruits are enough to double your Majesty's strength. It won't be difficult for you to reach the transcendent 7th stage. Purple Elder affirmed. At this moment, after Lord Shui Wu left, he walked towards the depths of the Dao Palace. He stopped in front of a large hall and spoke his thoughts. What? 10 black and white Dao fruits. Moreover, you gave 2 of the black and white Dao Palace's spots to Lin Ling. In the grand hall, there were 18 elders sitting there. They wore black and white martial artist robes respectively. The one who spoke was wearing the same robes as Lord Watermist, but his body was thin and his cheeks were thin. He was Lord Mountain Mist. The black and white Dao Palace had 2 great palace masters. They were Shui Wu and Mountain Mist, representing black and white. My lord, you can't. This Lin Ling isn't someone from our black and white Dao Palace. He cannot waste a spot. Moreover, the black and white Dao tree only produces 1 fruit every 100 years. In these past years, our black and white Dao Palace has only accumulated a few fruits. Giving 10 to Lin Ling is not worth it. The elders all spoke out, feeling that it wasn't worth it. Lord Shui Wu, if you give the human sovereign spot to your disciple, then we can agree. But if you give it to an outsider, then why don't you give it to my disciple? Lord Mountain Mist narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp. Don't you already have a spot? Could it be that you want to take the spot that belongs to me? Lord Shui Wu looked at him indifferently. The black and white Dao Palace had 2 spots, and he and Lord Mountain Mist had 1 each. But now, Lord Mountain Mist was actually eyeing his spot. Lord Mountain Mist laughed, naturally, I don't care about your spot. I just don't want you to waste it. Moreover, this matter is of great importance. It doesn't mean that the spot belongs to you. You still need to go through our Elder Council. What a joke. Does my spot still need the Elder Council's approval? Then, Lord Mountain Mist, if you give the spot to your disciple, why didn't you go through the Elder Council? Lord Shui Wu sneered, causing Lord Mountain Mist to frown, but he didn't say anything. Let's not talk about the spot for now. We'll decide after the Elder Council's final meeting. However, the black and white Dao fruit cannot be given to an outsider. That's right. Although Lin Ling has a demon god, his potential is only at the peak of the transcendent realm. However, how could a seedling to be recommended to the human sovereign be just that? What's more, he's not the only one with a demon god. In terms of saint physique, Lin Ling is only at the earth grade. In our black and white Dao palace, the most basic talent is the heaven grade saint physique. The other elders said indifferently. They still felt that Lin Ling was very ordinary and didn't have the qualifications. Although Lin Ling's talent is only at the earth grade, he's a cultivator who cultivates essence, energy, and spirit. Lord Shui Wu said in a low voice. These old fogies were too stubborn. However, although the black and white Dao palace was ruled by the two palace masters, important matters still had to go through the Elder Council. Therefore, he didn't have the right to decide. Has anyone ever succeeded in cultivating essence, energy, and spirit? Moreover, cultivating one's talent alone is already very difficult, let alone cultivating essence, energy, and spirit. This kind of cultivation path is very complicated and vast. It's definitely useless. The elders said again. They had never seen a cultivator who successfully cultivated essence, energy, and spirit, so they didn't believe it. However, Lord Shui Wu fell silent. He wasn't sure, so he couldn't refute. He said, then give the black and white Dao fruit that I obtain every 10 years to Lin Ling. Lord Shui Wu, you're crazy. The elders' faces immediately changed. In the past, Lord Shui Wu had fought with the masters of Kun Temple and had left behind injuries. He needed the black and white Dao fruit to suppress them, but Lord Shui Wu was actually giving his black and white Dao fruit to Lin Ling. What qualifications did this Lin Ling have? In truth, Lin Ling wasn't even worth a single black and white Dao fruit. Chapter 1284. Black and white Dao fruit, haha, elders, since Lord Shui Wu has his own plans, let's go along with it. Lord Shan Wu advised, causing the elders to shake their heads, but they didn't say anything else. Lord Shan Wu wasn't helping Lord Shui Wu, but if Lord Shui Wu gave up on healing, it would be beneficial to him as well. The Council of Elders has agreed to give 3 black and white Dao fruits to Lin Ling, but Lord Shui Wu won't be able to receive them for 100 years. Lord Shan Wu said darkly. He wanted nothing more than for Lord Shui Wu to give up on healing and have his strength greatly reduced. That way, he would have the final say in the black-white Dao palace. Lord Shui Wu glanced at Lord Shan Wu indifferently. He knew what the other party was trying to do. Every 10 years, he could receive 1 black and white Dao fruit, 10 in 100 years. But now, the black-white Dao palace was only allowing him to take 3. This was going too far. However, he still nodded in agreement. The black and white Dao fruit was priceless. Even the geniuses of the black-white Dao palace weren't qualified to obtain it, so he had already done his best to obtain 3. Farewell. Lord Shui Wu turned and left, his heart heavy. In the past, he had been the #1 leader of the black-white Dao palace, but after being injured, his strength had continuously decreased. Now, in front of the Council of Elders, his prestige was also gradually decreasing. The next day, in front of Lin Ling's wooden house, a slender figure stood there quietly. Is Lin Ling here? Lin Ling was temporarily staying in the black-white Dao palace. Hearing this, he walked out and saw a woman in a black and white dress standing outside. She was about 27 or 28 years old and looked somewhat cold. She handed a green ring to Lin Ling. There are black and white Dao fruits inside. Master gave them to you. Her attitude wasn't good. She knew that these 3 black and white Tao fruits were for her master to heal, but she gave them to Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have? Master. Master. Lin Ling could roughly guess that this woman should be Lord Shui Wu's disciple. She was very strong, at the 7th stage of the transcendent realm, and her talent wasn't weak either. Most likely, she had reached the heaven grade. A person's talent determined how far they could go in the future. A heaven grade saint body meant one would definitely surpass the transcendent realm. Thank you. Lin Ling replied politely. There's no need. Although I don't agree with Master's way of doing things, he is still my master. Therefore, whatever he says is right. I'll be cultivating at the foot of the mountain. If there's anything, you can come and find me. At the same time, she muttered to herself, it's just an earth-grade saint physique. Even if he has a demon god, he's only invincible in the transcendent realm at best. How could such a person be worthy of Master's training, and even let Master fight for him? I really don't know what Master is thinking. Looking at the departing silhouette, Lin Ling frowned. He faintly sensed that something had happened, but he didn't think too much about it. Right now, cultivation was his priority. In the Purple Palace, Lin Ling was standing on the ground. There were 3 black and white fruits in his hand. These fruits were extremely mysterious. There were complex patterns on the surface of the fruits, just like the patterns of a formation. However, Lin Ling was a bit puzzled. Before, he had said that there would be 10 fruits, but now there were only 3. Your Majesty, this fruit contains the principles of heaven and earth. It can greatly improve your supreme martial arts. Old Zi looked at the black and white Tao fruit in amazement. He had seen it before in the star-picking nation, but not many times. Lin Ling was excited. Such a treasure was probably not weak. Your Majesty, this fruit can only improve cultivation and the principles of heaven and earth. It can't improve physical strength. Therefore, Your Majesty can only use it to improve cultivation. Old Zi said. Lin Ling nodded. He was currently wearing the Void Spirit Lock, so the effects of his cultivation were more obvious. This fruit could probably allow him to improve by a level. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and swallowed the black and white Tao fruit. A strange thing happened. In his mind, Lin Ling faintly saw the 2 worlds of yin and yang. It was like chaos. Below was yin and above was yang. In the yang world, there were hundreds of changes, and the great Tao of fire appeared. Fire was fire. It had existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. It was one of the great Taos. This black and white Tao fruit was indeed mystical. It could greatly improve a martial artist's martial Tao according to the changes in their martial Tao. At the same time, Lin Ling's fire aura quietly changed. Heaven and earth were like fire, and the laws of fire were formed. It had to be known that when Lin Ling used the ancient flame devil, he could also use the laws of fire. However, it was difficult for his main body to use it. First, he didn't have enough spiritual energy to support it. Second, the laws of fire were not complete. But now, the laws of fire were becoming more and more perfect. This also meant that Lin Ling's Fire Supreme martial arts had reached the transcendent realm. If he took another step, he would be able to reach the heavenly martial arts and form the laws of fire. As for Lin Ling's cultivation, it was still at the transcendent 4th stage. However, Lin Ling knew that it was because of the suppression of the Void Spirit Lock. If the Void Spirit Lock was released, Lin Ling's strength would increase even more. He would definitely reach the transcendent 5th stage and possess 6 paths of spiritual energy. Time quietly passed. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, a mysterious law of fire bloomed. Elder Z couldn't help but laugh. Supreme martial arts at the transcendent realm. His Majesty was indeed powerful. It had to be known that this was the power of a single black and white Tao fruit. This kind of cultivation resource was innumerable for the younger generation of other major powers. From another point of view, if Lin Ling also had a powerful family background, Lin Ling's strength would be even stronger. To the second layer of the Violet Palace realm. Lin Ling stood up and said with a smile. Now that his fiend god overlord body had reached the second layer and his soul force had increased, he could enter the second layer. There were even more heavenly tomes in the second layer, all of which were supreme martial arts. Moreover, there were a large number of soul fragments here. They were the masters of the former star-picking country. Moreover, the Violet Palace realm had also given him a reward, the Emperor refined armor. This armor could withstand 3 attacks from an early Saint Realm master. Within the Transcendent Realm, Lin Ling was invincible. However, within the Transcendent Realm, Lin Ling had 2 great demon gods. He was already at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, so this armor wasn't of much help. Elder Z, summon the Transcendent 7th Stage Master. Lin Ling said expectantly. Although his strength had increased, he didn't want to be a flower in a greenhouse. Therefore, he still wanted to fight and familiarize himself with his strength. Good. Elder Z nodded with a smile. His Majesty was as diligent as ever. Your Majesty, please excuse me. A master appeared. It was one of the 10 great generals of the star-picking Great Emperor, Marshal Che Chi. Although he was also a soul fragment, his strength was extremely terrifying within the Transcendent Realm. Let's fight. Lin Ling nodded indifferently and pulled out the Tyrant Song sword. In his left hand, raging flames erupted. The second layer of the Violet Palace realm was even more terrifying. Furthermore, there were more heavenly tomes, which greatly increased Lin Ling's strength. At the same time, he unlocked the Void Spirit Lock and discovered that he had indeed reached the Transcendent 5th stage. He could even fight against a Transcendent 7th Stage Master. Chapter 1285. Disappointing. Apart from fighting, Lin Ling also spent the rest of his time on forging. He gradually became more familiar with the basic runes, and his soul force also reached the 43rd level. After 3 years of bitter cultivation, Lin Ling finally left the Zifu. Now, he needed to find resources to strengthen his body. And in the outside world, only 3 days had passed. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Ling appeared in front of a luxurious mansion. He softly called out, "Senior sister." If he wanted to find money, he naturally had to go to Splendid Land. However, Lin Ling wasn't familiar with that place, so he wanted to ask his senior sister to lead the way. You finished cultivating. A slender figure walked out of the mansion. It was Lady Water Mist's disciple, Li Lingxian. At this moment, she looked at Lin Ling indifferently and shook her head. Lin Ling's aura hadn't changed at all. He was still at the Transcendent 4th stage. However, 3 black-white Tao fruits could raise a martial artist's cultivation by 1 or even 2 stages. Lin Ling had really let down her master. You've disappointed me. Li Lingxian said indifferently. Lin Ling was puzzled. He asked, "Senior sister, what do you mean?" It's useless to say it. Forget it. Do you want to go to Splendid Land? Li Lingxian was too lazy to say more. She grumbled in her heart, Master even gave you the black-white Tao fruits she used to heal herself, but your progress is so slow. If this isn't disappointing, then what is? Moreover, the black-white Tao Palace had 2 recommendation spots for the human emperor. Master fought for one for you, but you didn't have the qualifications to obtain it. Although she felt disdain, Li Lingxian still followed Lady Water Mist's instructions and brought Lin Ling to Splendid Land. If she knew that Lin Ling had reached the Transcendent 5th stage with just 1 black-white Tao fruit, she definitely wouldn't have thought so. The black-white Tao Palace was located in a fairyland. From time to time, there would be people flying in the sky. The clouds were ethereal, and it was extremely beautiful. Lin Ling and Li Lingxian walked through the mountains, immediately attracting the attention of many black-white Tao Palace disciples. These people weren't weak. They were all at the Transcendent 6th stage, and there were even Transcendent 7th stage cultivators everywhere. And their talents were all at the heaven grade. The black-white Tao Palace didn't accept people who weren't heaven grade. That's Lin Ling. He's just a Transcendent Realm 4 realm cultivator. I really don't understand why Lord Shui Wu values him so much. I heard that he became famous during the hero assessment and even defeated Li Finga. Unfortunately, his strength comes from the demon god, and the limit of a demon god is only the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Many people from the Black-White Tao Palace and Black-White Tao Palace, he is. Many people lightly said. They had heard that one of the 2 spots of the Black-White Tao Palace had been given to Lin Ling. This caused them to feel very uncomfortable. Heaven and earth and heavens and black-white. Secondly, Lin Ling's talent was only at earth rank. He couldn't compare to them at all. 3. Lin Ling is very powerful in the Black-Pink Great Region, but this is the Black-White Tao Palace, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Therefore, they believed that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to stand above them. Li Lingxian also heard the commotion around her. She suddenly felt that her anger had been vented. She calmly said, "The disciples of the Black-White Tao Palace all have heaven-grade saint bodies. In the future, they will all become saints. So, no matter how powerful a transcendent is, they are not qualified to enter the Black-White Tao Palace." Lin Ling, do you understand? Her words were filled with contempt. What she meant was that Lin Ling had a demon god and was invincible in the Transcendent Realm, but in the future, he would only reach the Transcendent Realm, while everyone else would be saints. Didn't Lin Ling feel that this was a disgrace? I understand. Li Lingxian was stunned. Lin Ling didn't feel inferior at all. How thick-skinned. Lin Ling didn't feel inferior at all. Lin Ling, I heard that you obtained 3 black-white Tao fruits. You don't have the qualifications to possess such treasures. It's better if you hand them over to senior brother. At this moment, several figures floated down from the sky and blocked in front of Lin Ling. These people wore black and white robes, and their faces were indifferent. Their cultivation was vast, as if they were emperors. The one in the lead was extremely handsome, and his long hair was tied behind his head. He looked like a dragon or tiger. Senior brother Nameless. Many Black-White Tao Palace disciples' eyes flashed. Nameless, the disciple of Lord Shan Wu, was also a peerless genius. Although he was only at the Transcendent 6th stage, because of his heaven-grade saint body, his strength was terrifying. He was famous among the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, and some said that he had the chance to become one of the 10 Langya temples. Lord Shan Wu's disciple, Nameless. However, Lin Ling is one of Lord Shui Wu's people. You're too bold to want to steal his black-white Tao fruits. Although Li Lingxian looked down on Lin Ling, she still couldn't bear to see Lin Ling being humiliated. Senior sister Lingxian, this person used Lord Shui Wu's black-white Tao fruits, causing her injuries to be unable to recover. Don't you hate him? Nameless said calmly, not afraid of Li Lingxian. So what if I hate him? Whatever Master says is the truth. So, as long as Master doesn't say anything, I will protect him. Move aside, or else you'll be humiliating yourself. Li Lingxian shook her head, causing Nameless to frown. He was a bit afraid of Li Lingxian, but he still said unwillingly, Senior sister Lingxian, this trash has obtained a spot to recommend the human emperor. That spot should have been yours. Are you willing to let it go? As soon as he said this, Li Lingxian fell into a rare silence. How could she be willing? After all, that spot should have been hers, but now it was taken by Lin Ling. I won't kill him. I'll just teach him a lesson. At least I'll let Lord Shui Wu know how trash the person she favors is. Move aside. Nameless saw Li Lingxian hesitating, so he shouted again. That's right. You can protect trash like him for now, but you can't protect him forever. Roar. The crowd also roared. The Black-White Dao Palace had its own pride. No matter how famous Lin Ling was, they didn't place him in their eyes. Even so, master's orders cannot be disobeyed. Move aside. But Li Lingxian took a step forward, still protecting Lin Ling. This caused Nameless' expression to become even uglier. Enough. Move aside. At this moment, a cold shout rang out, causing everyone to fall silent. They saw that Lin Ling was speaking, and he had said enough. What did that mean? I finally understand why you were so cold to me. Move aside. Lin Ling walked out from behind Li Lingxian, speaking indifferently. He had also heard that Lord Shui Wu had used the black-white Dao fruit he had used to heal his injuries to give it to him. No wonder the promised 10 had become 3. It seemed that it hadn't been easy for Lord Shui Wu to obtain these black-white Dao fruits. It's good that you know. Now, go back. Li Lingxian frowned and reprimanded. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Nameless. I'll deal with my own matters. As for the favor I owe Lord Shui Wu, I will repay him. How will you repay him? Li Lingxian was so angry that she began to laugh. She had protected Lin Ling out of the kindness of her heart, but Lin Ling didn't need her protection. Instead, he arrogantly said that he would repay the favor. He was simply overestimating himself. How will I repay him? You don't need to worry about that. I want to see just how this trash will take my black-white Dao fruit. Chapter 1286. The Great Law of Fire. If you want to die, do as you please. Li Lingxian was furious and stepped back. She wanted to see how Lin Ling would face Nameless without her help. Trash. You think you can call me trash? Nameless was so angry that he was laughing. His cold face had a hint of arrogance. He was very clear about Lin Ling's strength. He had defeated Li Fengge and had a demon god. Unfortunately, they were disciples of the Black-White Dao Palace. The Black-White Dao Palace was second only to the 7 emperors in Xianping province. In other words, those who could appear here were definitely the top of the top. I'm not one of those transcendent stage 6 cultivators you defeated in the past. Nameless took a step forward. Invisible astral winds gushed out. His extreme rune aura grew stronger and stronger, even shaking the distant mountains. Kill him. A large number of people shouted. Lin Ling was arrogant. He actually called Nameless trash. What was the point of such a person not dying? Moreover, Lin Ling was Lady Shui Wu's subordinate, and they were Lady Shan Wu's subordinates. So, it didn't matter if Lin Ling died. Use your demon god. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. In the endless astral winds, Nameless' body seemed illusory. He walked over step by step, and with each step, his aura rose. It was extremely terrifying. From a certain point of view, Nameless was stronger than 70% of the experts in Xianping province. The Black-White Dao Palace was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. It had its own capital. A disciple's strength was comparable to the experts in the outside world. This was the difference. I forgot to tell you. A month ago, I killed a cultivator with a demon god. That cultivator thought it was beneath him, so he looked down on me. In the end, I killed him along with his demon god. As for his demon god, I didn't bother using it. It's only at the transcendent stage. My goal is the Saint Realm. The arrogant voice drifted out again. A saber appeared in Nameless' hand. It seemed to be condensed from the wind. It seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Senior brother Nameless is so powerful. You even killed a demon god. This was the first time many people heard this news. They couldn't help but gasp. You want to take a spot in your dreams? Let me kill you and end it. This proves that Lady Shui Wu's vision is not good. It's time to abdicate. Countless cries of shock rang out, making Nameless feel as though he was the ruler of the world. He took a large step forward in a domineering manner and slashed out with the great saber in his hand. His heaven-grade saint physique allowed the might of the wind to erupt and fuse into his saber, engulfing everything in its path. Coupled with the sharpness of the saber, Nameless could probably slay any transcendental seventh realm cultivator. On the other hand, Lin Ling was only a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator. Many people felt their blood boiling. Even if Lin Ling was a transcendent realm 6th stage cultivator, he wouldn't be able to block Wu Ming's blade. Lin Ling's eyes were calm as he felt the heaven-shaking saber light and the wild wind momentum descend upon him. Even so, a trace of anger surged through his heart. He never thought that Lady Water Mist would believe in him so much that she wouldn't hesitate to give up heavenly materials to heal her wounds. For him, she wouldn't hesitate to resist the pressure of the Black-White Dao Palace. Thus, all he could do now was prove himself. Kill. A soft word floated out. His voice was not loud, but it made Wu Ming, who was rushing over, feel a surge in his heart. What a firm killing intent. He had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't high, but his aura wasn't weak. Pang! The ground shook. Lin Ling stepped on the ground. His sword shot out. This guy. Many people gasped. Lin Ling didn't block. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. He was crazy. Even Li Lingxian's beautiful eyes narrowed. She had planned to let Lin Ling suffer some losses. At the critical moment, she would save Lin Ling. Who knew that Lin Ling would fight to the death? It was hard for her to save him. But she didn't know that she was overthinking. Lin Ling needed her to save him. Boom! Sword and saber clashed. Astral winds blew. Violent energy bloomed. It was as if they wanted to destroy everything. What? After clashing with Lin Ling's sword, Nameless' eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's sword looked ordinary, but after clashing with it, he realized how terrifying it was. The energy was so vast that it could split mountains and seas. Blade of the Wind Demon, get lost. Wind energy erupted again. Nameless wanted to break Lin Ling's sword in half. You think you can? Dream on. Lin Ling roared. The sword in his hand didn't lose its momentum. Instead, it pressed down on Nameless. Unstoppable. The energy increased instantly. Nameless felt that he couldn't hold his saber firmly. What kind of energy was this? The cheers of the crowd also disappeared at this moment as everyone's eyes widened. In their eyes, the great sword was like a heavy mountain, actually suppressing Nameless' saber. How could this be possible? Nameless was a transcendent 6th-stage expert. I underestimated you. But you're only an Earth-grade talent. I'm a Heaven-grade talent. You don't need to use the demon god to win against me. Nameless' face turned ugly. He roared again. Boundless astral winds erupted. His heaven-grade saint physique was activated. You think you're qualified to make me use the demon god? However, Lin Ling sneered. His smile was filled with disdain. The tyrannical song sword in his hand was even more majestic. With a crack, Nameless' saber shattered under countless gazes. One must know that it was a rare low-grade heavenly soldier. The crowd's hearts exploded. What kind of energy could make Lin Ling's sword so terrifying? Nameless' face changed. He turned into astral winds and roared, "Die!" After his saber broke, he was like a wind god. He controlled the wind energy and wanted to destroy everything. The wind energy even tore apart the spiritual energy in the sky. You think you have the right to be arrogant? You're too weak. Even if you cultivate for another 100 years, you won't be my opponent. Facing the huge astral winds, Lin Ling roared. His voice was filled with pride. It was like a dragon swimming out of the sea and soaring into the sky. Many people from the Black-White Tao Palace felt their ears ring. Lin Ling was actually so strong. World of Fire. However, something even more terrifying happened. Countless lotus flowers and flame birds flew out from behind Lin Ling. The great law of fire appeared, turning the entire world into a world of fire. Many people felt that they were in a sea of fire. It was as if no power could stop the roar of the sea of fire. This feeling was the power of the great law of fire. Paw paw paw. At this moment, the wind was also ignited. Although Lin Ling didn't have a heaven-grade saint physique, his extreme martial arts had reached the transcendent realm. It was even stronger than Nameless. Those flames were even more domineering than Nameless wind. Great law of fire. Inside the sea of fire, Nameless knew better than anyone how terrifying the flames were. His face turned pale. Lin Ling's cultivation and talent were weaker than his, but his other means were stronger. It was too strange. In the endless sea of fire, Lin Ling was like the master of the sea of fire. He stepped forward and walked towards Nameless. You said that you were the transcendent realm trash I defeated in the past. Why are you afraid now? You. Chapter 1287. So what if you have a heaven-grade saint physique? You came from the Black-White Tao Palace, so you thought you were strong. But in the end, you're the same as an ordinary transcendent 6th-stage cultivator. You're just a piece of trash. Boom. Lin Ling stretched out his left hand, and an incomparably beautiful lotus appeared. It was even more ferocious, enormous, and divine. Then he gently waved it at Nameless. Arrogant and condescending. You don't have the qualifications to compete with me for a spot. Boom. The lotus floated out, and the dazzling light made it so that no one dared to look at it directly. The only thing they felt was the great Tao of fire. Then, with a rumbling sound, a giant lotus bloomed from the celestial mountain and soared into the clouds. Nameless had been burned alive. What a ferocious fire. The disciples of the Black-White Tao Palace all had ugly expressions. Not long ago, they had learned that the second spot had been taken by Lin Ling. At that time, they hadn't been willing to accept it. Many of them had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson and let Mistress Water Mist know that choosing Lin Ling was a mistake. But now, Lin Ling had proven himself. He didn't need the demon god to kill Nameless. And the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was only a transcendent 4th-stage cultivator. Lin Ling's actions not only proved himself, but also proved Mistress Water Mist's choice. They were unwilling. Did they have the qualifications? The Black-White Tao fruit is on me. If you want it, come and take it. I want to see just how strong a heaven-grade talent is. Boom. Lin Ling's arrogant voice floated out from the endless sea of flames. But at this moment, everyone was even more silent. The Black-White Tao fruit was indeed precious, but it seemed that one needed to be alive to obtain it. Lin Ling had killed a heaven-grade saint physique without using the demon god. What if he used the demon god? No one dared to imagine it. I thought that since the Black-White Tao Palace was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, there would definitely be some arrogant people. But in the end, it's just a bunch of trash that bullies the weak and fears the strong. Boom. Seeing no one speak, Lin Ling shook his head. The sea of flames flowed into his body like a tide, and his blue and white robes appeared. He slowly walked over to Li Lingxian. What an arrogant brat. Boom. The black and white Tao Palace disciples were so angry their faces became gloomy, their hearts still unwilling to give up. Finally, one of them coldly shouted, "You're only a transcendent, but the referral quota requires you to reach the saint realm. I'm afraid you'll never have the chance to enter the saint realm in this lifetime." Boom! "You're saying you want to fight?" Lin Ling stopped and didn't even look at that person. Lin Ling's words made that person's heart tremble violently and he actually fell silent. You. 9. If you use heaven-grade talent. As a martial artist, if you dare, then you dare. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. You're indecisive, neither up nor down. What kind of martial arts are you practicing? Is this what the Lord above your head taught you of? Lin Ling shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, shocking everyone so much that their hearts jumped violently. They all looked at the person who spoke. Indeed, if that person was not convinced, then let them fight. However, that person did not dare to fight. Since that person did not dare to fight, then what was the point of talking nonsense? I admit defeat. The disciple clenched his teeth and said in a humiliating tone. In the future, he would be stronger than Lin Ling, but now, he was not as good as Lin Ling. Trash. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Stepping forward, he arrived in front of Li Ling Xian and said indifferently, "Let's go, senior sister." Li Ling Xian was still in shock. When Lin Ling refused her help, she thought Lin Ling was ignorant, but now she realized that Lin Ling's combat strength was terrifying. Even she didn't know how Lin Ling had won. Of course, she didn't know that Lin Ling was a rare triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. In terms of talent, he was even stronger than a heaven-grade talent. He only relied on the ancient flame devil's flame. If eldest senior brother returns, he'll definitely die. That's right. Not only did he curse us, he even dared to curse Senior Shan Wu, saying that Senior Shan Wu doesn't know how to guide disciples. If eldest senior brother finds out, he won't let him off. That's right, there's also that madman. He cared a lot about the spots. Now that the spot has been taken by Lin Ling, he'll definitely be the most unwilling. Many people began to whisper, but their anger was extremely ironic. When Lin Ling was here, they didn't dare to speak. Only when Lin Ling left did they dare to be arrogant. At this moment, on a distant mountain peak, Lady Shui Wu faintly smiled. She had seen the battle with her own eyes, and she believed that the elders of the Black-White Tao Palace had also seen it. Although this couldn't change the elders' opinion of Lin Ling, at least they wouldn't give him any pressure. Transcendent extreme martial arts, a bit formidable. However, his saint body is earth grade. This is an unchangeable fact. Indeed. Look, he's still at Transcendent Stage 4. This means that his talent is ordinary. After all, if he had a heaven-grade saint body, 3 black-white Tao fruits would have allowed him to reach Transcendent Stage 5. What's the final decision of this meeting? The elders were discussing amongst themselves, deciding whether or not the final spot should be given to Lin Ling. At this moment, Li Lingxian was leading Lin Ling towards splendid mountain and rivers. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she unwillingly said, "Your current strength is formidable, but talent determines everything. Thus, my opinion of you hasn't changed." Hearing this, Lin Ling lightly said, "Do I need you to change your opinion of me again? Don't think too highly of yourself. Moreover, on the road of martial arts, talent doesn't determine everything, but the heart of martial arts." With these words, Lin Ling took the lead, leaving Li Lingxian stunned. She was the grand eldest disciple of the Black-White Tao Palace's Lady Shui Wu, and yet she was being reprimanded by Lin Ling. However, her beautiful eyes flashed. Lin Ling's words weren't without reason. The heart of martial arts represented everything. So what if one's talent was weak? If one had a firm heart of martial arts, then there would be a glimmer of hope. One would be able to overcome all difficulties and rule the world. And so what if one's talent was strong? If one slacked off, then one would be surpassed by others sooner or later. It's not without reason that Master values him. His background isn't as good as mine, but his heart of martial arts is stronger than mine. Li Lingxian frowned as she caught up to Lin Ling. Her opinion of Lin Ling had changed somewhat. Splendid mountain and rivers was vast and boundless. A large number of great powers had gathered here. Among them were the Pill Forging Union, Universal Main Hall, and Martial Pavilion. Currently, if Lin Ling wanted to obtain cultivation resources, the best method would be to auction off heavenly weapons. However, this would take a lot of time, and Lin Ling currently didn't have the money to buy materials. Thus, after asking around, Lin Ling's final goal fell upon the Martial Pavilion. You want to go to the Martial Pavilion? After learning of Lin Ling's plan, Li Lingxian was somewhat surprised. She then explained. The Martial Pavilion was also a neutral power. It was said that their backer was a martial godlike existence. Of course, no one knew if this was true or not. However, in these past years, no one had dared to cause trouble at the Martial Pavilion. The Martial Pavilion had the martial ranking, which gathered the world's top experts, heroes, and great heroes. The martial ranking was divided into the heaven, earth, black, and yellow rankings. Those who could enter the martial ranking were famous in Xianping province. They were even famous in the mortal world's 3 mysterious rankings. Chapter 1288. Martial Pavilion Yellow List. However, it was extremely difficult to enter the yellow list. For example, the weakest person on the yellow list was a transcendent 6th-stage cultivator with a hero token. Furthermore, one had to win 10 battles in a row to enter the list. In the transcendent 6th stage, one would have to face all the transcendent 6th-stage cultivators in the world. If one could reach the top of the list, they would be able to enter the transcendent 7th stage list. At that time, the reward would be doubled. The yellow list had a total of 2 realms, transcendent 6th stage and 7th stage realm. The weak could challenge the strong, but the strong couldn't challenge the weak. For example, a transcendent 7th stage cultivator couldn't enter the transcendent 6th stage list. Interesting. Lin Ling continued to listen, his interest rising. In the yellow list, winning 10 battles in a row would reward 10,000 yuan stones. If one's ranking rose, they would also be rewarded 10,000 yuan stones. This was very suitable for the current Lin Ling. And with Lin Ling's current strength, he could only enter the Transcendent 6th stage list. Although it's a ranking for Transcendental 6th stage cultivators, not only are there many heroes on the ranking, they also come from the 3 profound realms of the human realm. Therefore, even the disciples of our Black-White Tao Palace don't dare to proclaim themselves as the overlords there. Li Lingxian said. She was a Transcendental 7th stage cultivator, but she had never entered the ranking before. Because the cultivators she faced weren't just mere geniuses. There were also many 100-year-old monsters, too many hidden experts. Lin Ling smiled, his interest rising. The Martial Pavilion was located in Sky-Connecting Mountain. This mountain towered into the clouds and was tens of thousands of li wide. The peak of the mountain seemed to have been cut off by an expert, extremely flat. Many buildings were built on it. Among them, several sacred and mighty stone tablets were the most dazzling. They were the heaven, earth, black, and yellow lists. Among them, the heaven and earth lists were blurry. It was said that they only opened once a year. Normally, one couldn't see the names on the lists. But for the black and yellow lists, one could see the names on the lists. There were 2 yellow lists, one of which recorded the 100 strongest cultivators. Whenever someone disappeared, another would appear. Is that the heaven and earth's strongest Transcendent 6th stage list? Lin Ling stared at one of the lists and smiled. Lin Ling. At this moment, a familiar voice was heard. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was Yu Man Yun, Venerable Si Calming, Yang Gan, and the others. They were also staring at the list. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all shocked. "Ah, I knew you would come here," Yang Gan excitedly shouted out. Ever since the Si Calming Heavenly Palace had become a subsidiary sect of the Black-White Tao Palace, they had come to the beautiful mountain and rivers region. Thus, they knew that they might encounter Lin Ling, but they hadn't expected to meet him so quickly. Yes, everyone. Lin Ling was also extremely surprised. He quickly walked forward and held Yu Man Yun's little hand as he asked, "Are you guys here to challenge as well?" "Yes, but I lost. I only won 2 matches in a row." Yu Man Yun held Lin Ling's hand and smiled. This surprised Lin Ling. Yu Man Yun had the great illusion White Dragon King. How could she lose? The martial pavilion doesn't allow the use of demon gods. Moreover, we can't use celestial weapons. Everyone is the same. We rely on martial arts and talent. Yu Man Yun shrugged helplessly. Yes, otherwise I would have won even more. Currently, I have won 6 matches in a row. Then, I met a beast and was defeated by him. Yang Gan said helplessly. If you lost 1 match in a row, you would have to start from the beginning again. Venerable Si Calming looked at these people with a smile. These people were brought back by him from the insignificant sacred region. Today, these juniors had all grown up and spread their wings. This made him feel proud. He smiled and said, "It is said that only the heaven and earth lists can use celestial weapons. The others can't. The heaven lists are rumored to be the battlefield of the 7 emperors. The 7 emperors are also on the list." Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly felt that the martial pavilion's backer was the strongest existence in the mortal world's 3 Xian. Lin Ling, you are currently in the transcendent stage 4. You can only enter the lowest stage. However, you should be able to win a lot. Venerable Si Calming looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling was indeed very strong. However, the mortal world's 3 Xian opponents were included in the yellow stage martial platform. Therefore, he wasn't sure about Lin Ling's final result. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation was too low. I will try my best. Lin Ling didn't become complacent and said indifferently. After that, the crowd brought Lin Ling to register. There was a sea of people registering. After spending an hour, Lin Ling finally registered. There were 10 yellow stage martial platforms and Lin Ling was assigned to the 9th one. As for the 9th martial arena, there was a sea of people at the moment. It was like an ancient Roman Colosseum, with a large number of warriors gathered around. Some of them were here to fight, while others were here to gamble. Obviously, the martial arena was also a good place to find money. Lin Ling, it's you. Hey! Just as he stepped onto the edge of the 9th martial platform, a cold voice sounded. In one direction, a large number of people were sitting there. The leader was Celestial Venerable Void Star. At this moment, he was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be here. The splendid mountain and river was the core of Xianping province. This meant that Lin Ling had also entered the core. Celestial Venerable Void Star, is he an acquaintance of yours? Besides Celestial Venerable Void Star, a calm voice sounded. It was a man in white. He wore a jade crown on his head and held a wine cup in his hand. He looked down at the martial platform as if he was the ruler of the world. Young Master Hong, that is Lin Ling. During the Heroic Talents examination, his name shook Xianping province. However, he is my enemy. He is not an acquaintance. Celestial Venerable Void Star smiled and said politely. He didn't dare to slight the other party. Although the other party was young, his strength was almost on par with his. If he unleashed his full strength, he might even be stronger than him. Moreover, the other party's background was not small. He was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, a member of the Kuan Palace's Hong residence. The Hong residence was the descendant of the Hong dynasty, one of the 4 great ancient countries. The Hong dynasty was as famous as the star-picking nation. Moreover, this man was called Hong Tiandi. It was said that he was one of the 2 people recommended to the human emperor by the Kuan Palace. I've never heard of the heroic talents examination. However, since he is an enemy, let's just kill him. There's no need to drag this out. The white-robed man drank a mouthful of wine. With his strength, not to mention the heroic talents examination, even if the heroic talents examination shook the world, he wouldn't put it in his eyes. This child's background in the Kuan Palace is not small. Lord Shui Wu is also supporting him. That's why it's difficult to deal with him. Celestial Venerable Void Star gritted his teeth. That's because you're trash. The white-robed man said indifferently. He looked at Lin Ling and said, however, he is only a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator. How dare he enter the heroic talents examination with such a cultivation? Celestial Venerable Void Star, if you want to kill him, you can send someone to do it on the martial platform. Thank you for the reminder, young Master Hong. Celestial Venerable Void Star sneered as he stared at Lin Ling. Chapter 1289. Heavenly Emperor Hong. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He knew that the 4 spots for recommending the human sovereign were 2 for Heavenly Temple and 2 for Heavenly Temple. Those who could obtain these spots were definitely the cream of the crop. This Heavenly Emperor Hong was not simple. Lin Ling, do you want to enter the martial stage? At this time, Empyrean Void Star's voice rang out, drawing countless gazes. Lin Ling, he also came. Many people had heard this name before, and their faces were filled with curiosity. Of course, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Lin Ling wasn't the only famous person here. There were many people even more famous than Lin Ling. What surprised them was that Lin Ling was only a hero. How could a hero come to the martial stage of heroes? Be careful of overestimating yourself and dying on the martial stage. Empyrean Void Star sneered when he saw that Lin Ling didn't speak. In the past, whenever he met Lin Ling, he would look down on him like a divine emperor. But now, his mood was clearly affected, and he couldn't be arrogant anymore. Old dog, I didn't expect you to climb up to such a big thigh. Lin Ling said with a faint smile, his words full of ridicule. He could naturally see that although Void Star Divine Palace was huge, it couldn't compare to the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. It couldn't even compare to the unfettered 10 halls, so this old dog was flattering Heavenly Emperor Hong. You! Empyrean Void Star's face turned ashen. Lin Ling's mouth was too poisonous. He couldn't put down his face after being called an old dog in front of so many people. I won't argue with a brat like you. If you have the ability, then enter the martial stage. Empyrean Void Star roared. You're already so old, yet you're still so unsettled. Be careful of anger that might cause you to go berserk. Lin Ling smiled and said to himself. Shwa. Empyrean Void Star couldn't help but stand up, his face turning red and blue. He didn't know whether to be angry or not. He didn't expect that his emotions would be controlled by Lin Ling. The dignified Empyrean Void Star was actually angered by a junior. This situation is rare. Many people shook their heads and laughed, causing Empyrean Void Star to tremble. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sat back down. As for Lin Ling and the others, they also found seats to sit down. Lin Ling coldly looked at Empyrean Void Star. His enmity with Empyrean Void Star had yet to end. Lin Ling is here too. He's only at the transcendent 4th stage. Could it be that he wants to go up? According to what I know, his strength comes from the demon god, but the yellow stage doesn't allow the use of demon gods. On another high platform, several experts spoke. One of them was Lu Susu. She sat with her legs crossed. Her languid appearance had a hint of charm. She attracted many people's attention, including Emperor Hong. However, Emperor Hong didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Old Man Wu's analysis is correct. However, Lin Ling has always been someone who doesn't play by the rules. Perhaps, he might be able to win a few rounds as a transcendent fourth stage cultivator. Don't forget, when Lin Ling battled with Li Fengge, the Martial Pavilion lost a lot of money. Hall Master Lu's opinion is correct. How many matches do you think Lin Ling will win? At least 7. Lu Susu pondered for a moment and nodded with a smile. Betting was the most common way for martial artists to earn money. Many martial artists would never tire of it. At the same time, 2 opponents appeared on the stage. One was a one-armed man, and the other was an old man around the age of 70. Both of them possessed a hero card, and they were extremely famous in the Xianping region. Sangnan Sect's elder, He Feitian. He, you have been in Transcendent Realm for dozens of years. What? You want to break through to Transcendent Realm before you die? Xiao Yi, from the Jade Void Empire. I remember you were only in Transcendent Realm last month. You just broke through and you came to the stage. Do you want to die? The 2 of them didn't want to be outdone. Let's fight. Then, the 2 of them burst out with their strength. The stage had ancient runes that blocked their aura. Otherwise, this place would have been destroyed long ago. The one-armed man held a large saber. His extreme pattern martial art was extremely domineering. Layer after layer, it was like a mountain of sabers and a sea of flames. The old man used a walking stick. His saint physique was a little strange. It would disappear and reappear at times. It was hard to defend against. The 2 of them fought fiercely. They were evenly matched. Powerful. I can feel the terrifying spiritual chi fluctuation outside the stage. If it is inside the stage, it will be even more terrifying. Staring at the stage, Yang Gan said in shock. He then said to Venerable Si Kaming, Venerable, who do you think will win? It's hard to say. After all, the stage doesn't allow heavenly soldiers and demon gods. It will depend on the saint physique and extreme pattern martial art. Both of them have reached great success in their extreme pattern martial art. I wonder who is hiding their trump card. Venerable Si Kaming shook his head. I think it will be the old man. He is waiting for the old man to tire himself out. As time passes, the one-armed man will definitely run out of spiritual qi. Yu Mun Yun analyzed. She then smiled. I bet on the old man winning 3 rounds in a row. I bet 1 yuan stone. Meng Yun, you might lose. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He also wanted to bet, but unfortunately, he was poor. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Even Venerable Si Kaming couldn't tell who was stronger, but Lin Ling could. The one-armed man's talent is amazing. The more he fights, the braver he becomes. Moreover, he didn't consume much spiritual qi. Therefore, when the blade of heaven and earth's momentum became stronger, the old man couldn't block it. All right. When he was cultivating in the Purple Mansion realm, he had comprehended a large number of extreme pattern martial arts. Although his current strength wasn't comparable to Venerable Si Kaming's, in terms of knowledge, Venerable Si Kaming was inferior to him. That was because Lin Ling had read extreme pattern martial arts from ancient times to the present. Is that true? Yang Gan didn't believe it. He trusted Venerable Si Kaming more. However, as soon as he said that, a terrified voice came from the stage. I admit defeat. It was the old man's voice. Although he was fast and dodged the large blade, he realized that the entire stage was covered by the blade of heaven and earth. It was impossible for him to dodge. Ha, it's too late. The one-armed man shouted coldly. With a thought, all the blades in the space slashed towards the old man, killing him. Xiao Yi wins. Around the stage, voices rang out like waves. No one cared about the old man's death. After all, since they dared to go on the stage, they naturally had to be mentally prepared. They were excited that Xiao Yi would win and let them win. Lin Ling, you're right. Venerable Si Calming looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling's comprehension of extreme pattern martial arts was so strong. He couldn't help but be a little dazed. How did the junior of the past grow to such a level? Xingjian, how is this person? On the other side of the stage, Venerable Void Star asked a young man beside him. The young man was blind and hugged a long sword. He sat calmly and said, Venerable Void Star, I can kill him with one strike. Good. If he wins 7 rounds in a row, you go and stop him. Venerable Void Star said indifferently. He had bet on Xiao Yi losing 7 rounds, and this kind of bet had greater returns. Chapter 1290. Battle amazing, he just reached Transcendent 6th layer not long ago, and now he's going to win 10 battles in a row. This is rare even in the martial pavilion. However, he's going to lose. He's spending a lot of spiritual energy. Many people had different opinions. Winning 10 battles in a row was very difficult, and one of the problems was that it was hard to recover spiritual energy. Finally, the 7th battle came. A blind youth slowly walked towards the stage with a long sword in his hand. This person is Xingjian from the Void Star Divine Palace, ranked in the top 5. Although he doesn't have the talent of a peerless genius, he has been cultivating in Transcendent 6th layer for 5 years. With his strength, it's normal for him to defeat a great hero. This battle is going to be interesting. Deafening cheers came from the stage. Everyone was optimistic about this battle. After all, even though this was a Transcendent 6th stage battlefield, in actual fact, it was a common occurrence for people on the battlefield to defeat Transcendent 7th stage heroes. Xingjian. The one-armed man Xiao Ye's face turned serious. He was afraid of the opponent. I'll let you recover your spiritual energy. Yes. The blind youth said calmly. His words were filled with arrogance. After all, if he attacked now, his chances of winning would increase to 70%. Then I'll accept it. Xiao Yi nodded. It wasn't easy for him to win 7 battles in a row, so he wouldn't give up. As long as he won a few more battles, he would be able to get the prize money and increase his cultivation. After an incense stick's worth of time, the blind youth finally said, Use your strongest move, let's begin. Go. Boom. Xiao Yi didn't dare to be careless. His 6 spiritual sources were released, and his saint body was also revealed. It was actually an ancient mirror. His saint body had fused with his blade, causing his blade aura to almost reach the peak of extreme martial arts. Mirror, reflecting power, no wonder Xiao Ye's blade is getting stronger and stronger. Yes. Many people suddenly understood. In their eyes, the whole stage was filled with flashing blades, as if reflecting power from a mirror. These blades were all aimed at the blind youth. As long as they slashed, the blind youth would die without a doubt. At this moment, Xiao Yi seemed to see a chance to win. Starry Sky Sword. Go! However, the blind youth instantly attacked. Starlight scattered, and it was impossible to see whether it was a sword or a starry sky world. Xiao! A ray of blood-red light surged out. At the same time, the blind young man sheathed his sword and left. Xiao Yi, defeated. His winning streak of 7 matches ended, and he was killed. The true peak of the Supreme Rune Realm, it seems like apart from the peerless geniuses, no one in the 6th layer transcendent realm could match his strength. Some experts sucked in a cold breath. Xinjiang was indeed amazing. Next, Lin Ling. At this moment, a voice drifted out from the martial platform. Lin Ling also stood up and looked at the martial platform with a smile. Lin Ling, back then you defeated Li Finga and your strength is comparable to a transcendent at the 6th level. However, you still have to be careful. After all, the ones here are all transcendent experts from the 3 mystic realms. If you can't win against them, you have to surrender immediately. Reverend C. Calming reminded. Lin Ling smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, I will win." His current cultivation level was at Transcendent Stage 5. If he were to meet a true expert, he could just unlock the Void Spirit Lock. Furthermore, he guessed that there was no one in Transcendent Stage 6 who could unlock the Void Spirit Lock for him. Lin Ling, a Transcendent Realm 4th Stage cultivator, dares to fight. He is really arrogant. Maybe he is too hot-blooded because his name shook the entire Blackpink continent. In any case, I think he will at most win 3 rounds before being killed. Place your bets. The crowd didn't have high hopes for Lin Ling. They also knew that Lin Ling's strength came from the demon god. However, the demon god couldn't be used here. Reverend Void Star, your enemy is on the stage. Aren't you going to place your bets? At this moment, Hong Tiandi calmly drank his wine and asked. Naturally, I will place my bets. I bet that Lin Ling will lose 10 rounds in a row. I bet 10,000 yuan stones. Reverend Void Star narrowed his eyes and looked at the martial platform. Hong Tiandi glanced at him and nodded, "You are really generous. However, I will also place my bets with you. Young Master Hong is indeed an Emperor Realm expert. Don't worry, not only will Lin Ling be defeated today, I want him dead." Reverend Void Star's face turned cold. Previously, he had used his 4 eyes to look at Lin Ling and knew that he hadn't broken through. He was only a Transcendent Realm 4th Stage cultivator. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit to it. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling walked down the stairs. When he passed by a fairy-like young girl, the young girl's heart pounded violently. She gritted her teeth unwillingly. She was Luo Xuemon. Currently, she didn't have the strength to challenge the Yellow Board's martial platform, so she came here to observe. However, Lin Ling, who was in the same batch as her, dared to step onto the martial platform. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. As soon as he stepped onto the martial platform, a young man appeared in front of Lin Ling. He was about the same age as Lin Ling. He glanced at the jade token on Lin Ling's waist and shook his head. "Hero. Are you trying to give me a chance to win?" Although Lin Ling was famous in the hero assessment, it was still a hero assessment after all. He was a hero and was about the same age as Lin Ling, so he naturally felt superior. Moreover, Lin Ling was a demon god, so he didn't fear Lin Ling at all. Qian temples he family manners he woo. "Lin Ling, use your sword." Wang. A black spear appeared in the young man's hand. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword wasn't allowed to be used, but there were ordinary saint weapons on the side of the martial platform. Lin Ling casually took one when he stepped onto the martial platform and now it was hanging on his waist. "Seeing that your cultivation isn't easy, I won't use my sword." Lin Ling smiled faintly. "Why?" The young man was puzzled. What did not using his sword have to do with his cultivation? "Because if I use my sword, you will die." Lin Ling was still smiling. He was speaking the truth, but in the young man's ears, it sounded like he was looking down on him. Arrogant. The young man roared, 6 spiritual sources erupted, and the great success of the extreme martial art appeared. A spear shook the heavens. Rumble. A terrifying vortex appeared along with the spear and engulfed Lin Ling. This spear was extremely terrifying, and there weren't many transcendental 6th-stage experts who could block it. Because when the spear came out of the vortex, the opponent would be sucked into the vortex and killed by the spear. Many people saw how powerful the extreme martial art was and nodded. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and saw that Lin Ling was indeed sucked into the vortex. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling approached the vortex and threw out a punch, unstoppable. A majestic power erupted, and a punch exploded the vortex. In the next moment, the fist appeared in front of the young man. A terrifying wind blew, causing the young man's face to turn pale. There was a difference of 2 realms, and Lin Ling defeated him in one move. If he used his sword, he would really die. I admit defeat. The young man hurriedly shouted and ran out of the martial platform. He knew that Lin Ling was merciful and didn't kill him. However, Lin Ling only smiled, and his gaze swept across the vast martial platform. In the end, his gaze landed on Empyrean Void Star, and he waved his hand. His action was provocative, meaning to let Empyrean Void Star play with him. You are so arrogant that you can't see yourself clearly. Chapter 1291. Invincible in the past, Empyrean Void Star had come to the rainforest to massacre everyone. If it weren't for Venerable Sea Calming, Lin Ling would have died long ago. Therefore, when he saw Empyrean Void Star again, Lin Ling wouldn't give him any face. Moreover, Empyrean Void Star was like a divine emperor in the past, but Lin Ling no longer treated him as such. You! Empyrean Void Star stood up in anger. Lin Ling had once again humiliated him in front of countless people. However, there were countless experts present, so even if he was angry, he couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was also very good at taking advantage of the situation. Thinking this, Empyrean Void Star sat back down. Interesting, this kid is even more arrogant than the rumors say. The top experts laughed. Lin Ling and Empyrean Void Star weren't on the same level, but Lin Ling was still arrogant, which surprised them. Lu Susu shrugged helplessly, with a terrifying old ghost as his master. How can he not be arrogant? Lin Ling, I'll fight you. A moment later, another expert stepped onto the stage. This person came from the unfettered 10 halls and was also extremely famous. Boom! However, no matter how famous he was, Lin Ling knocked him off the stage with a single punch. The second round was won again. The third round. The fourth round. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had already won 6 rounds in a row. Moreover, every opponent was defeated with a single punch. At this moment, the faces of those who were watching a good show turned solemn, especially those from the Mystic Origin realm and Xianhuang Dayu realm. They were shocked. A 4th stage Transcendent Realm cultivator defeating a 6th stage Transcendent Realm cultivator was already very rare, but what was even rarer was that the handsome youth had only used a single punch from beginning to end. He didn't even use his spiritual yuan. It was too strange. This person's talent hasn't reached the heaven rank, but his physical body is very strong. It said that he has the strength of 2 universes. Those who were familiar with Lin Ling said. Many people sucked in a cold breath and said in disbelief, physical strength. That means he hasn't used his spiritual yuan up until now. Could it be that no one can make him use his spiritual yuan? One had to admit that even if Lin Ling didn't use his demon god, his strength was still terrifying. When did such a freak appear in Xianping province? 2 universes. Interesting, let me test your strength. At this moment, a giant's was a giant elephant's demon. The giant elephants. At the same time, the giant's bodies. This black elephant was like a demonic creature. Its muscles were sturdy, like a great mountain. It was astonishing. I'm from the black-yellow big region. I heard that your physical body is very strong. I wonder how it compares to mine. Let's start, void. His star looked, star void. Star. He looked. Sure enough, as Lin Ling won, more and more mysterious sixth-stage transcendent cultivators appeared. Maybe he can make Lin Ling. But in the next battle, Lin Ling will lose without ease. That's not necessarily true. Lin Ling might lose this battle. That tall and sturdy man is called Han Li. Last month, he won consecutively on stage 6 and entered the yellow board. He was defeated by an expert from the yellow board. That's why he appeared on stage 9. So powerful. Many people's blood was boiling. Lin Ling met an expert with 10 consecutive victories. Did you hear that? Do you think you still have a chance to win? Han Li said indifferently. A black axe that was taller than him appeared in his hand. The aura behind him poured into the axe, making it seem like a devil elephant had come to life. Tusks appeared on the axe's surface. When it was waved, the void exploded. The sacred tools on the martial stages are all of the same grade. Han Li actually used his innate saint body to cause the axe to change. His innate saint body most likely has the ability to borrow ancient power. Everyone's anticipation grew. As expected of an expert with 10 consecutive victories. You don't have the qualifications to make me use my spiritual. Lin Ling looked at the devil elephant behind Han Li in astonishment. Soon after, he shook his head. Han Li wasn't a pure cultivator of the physical body. He mostly relied on his innate saint body to bring about the power. In terms of physical body, Lin Ling didn't fear anyone. His fiend god overlord body was the cultivation technique of the great emperor Zhai Xing. You're still being arrogant. Let me tell you, I have the power of 3 universes. You don't need to use yours, spiritual. Bang! Bang! Han Li took a large step onto the martial stage and waved the axe in his hand, causing the void to ripple like water. It was as if he wanted to cut apart the sun, moon, and stars. Divine martial battle axe. Bang! Rumble. The axe wildly danced and pounced towards Lin Ling. From its fearsome aura, even a transcendent 7th-layer cultivator wouldn't be able to block it. It was capable of cutting through any supreme pattern martial arts. Roar! Along with the might of the axe, an ancient black elephant galloped across the ground. It was the ancient black devil elephant. In that instant, the martial stage seemed to have turned into a battlefield of ancient desolate beasts. It was violent and berserk. Everyone's heart fiercely trembled. They looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling was slowly raising the sword in his hand. But to their astonishment, Lin Ling didn't draw his sword. Instead, he brought his scabbard to battle. Brat, if you don't draw your sword, you're dead. Ha! Han Li also sensed this and wildly laughed. Lin Ling wasn't using his spiritual, or drawing his sword against Han Li, wasn't he courting death? At that moment, Lin Ling raised his scabbard with a calm expression, but the small world within his body was wildly erupting. His bones, meridians, flesh, and blood were all burning, causing an illusion of the great emperor Zhai Xing to appear behind him. When it's time to draw your sword, draw your sword. Roar! Everyone heard Lin Ling's calm voice as if he were a peerless swordsman. At the same time, the terrifying black elephant and axe rumbled towards Lin Ling, causing the martial stage to tremble. Many people forgot to breathe. Life or death would be decided at this moment. But in that instant, Lin Ling moved. His scabbard stabbed out at an inconceivable speed. No one knew what he was trying to stab. But at that moment, a huge illusion of an emperor appeared behind Lin Ling as if it was moving with the sword. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ancient black elephant shattered under countless gazes. Han Li's axe stopped, and the scabbard was pressed against his chest. It seemed as if time had stopped. Impossible! You used your scabbard to break my axe. Roar! Han Li said in disbelief. In his mind, he should have shattered Lin Ling's scabbard with his axe. Uproar. Roar. At the same time, Lin Ling's mouth moved and his soft voice drifted out, "I have the power of 4 universes." Roar. What? Han Li's eyes narrowed. He had the power of 3 universes through his innate saint physique, but Lin Ling's sword had the power of 4 universes. Lin Ling's innate saint physique wasn't of the wood attribute, so how could it have the power of 4 universes? While he was still in shock, cracking sounds rang out. His bones shattered, and in the end, he fell down like an ancient elephant. Boom! The sound was deafening, but it was also intimidating. Lin Ling had won without drawing his sword or using his spiritual essence. Chapter 1292. Battle Star Sword. Especially the martial artists from Xianyuan and Xianhuang Dayu, they were even more surprised. They had never seen such a strange transcendent 4th stage martial artist. He had completely given up on spiritual yuan cultivation and had such terrifying attainments in the physical body. Moreover, he seemed to have no flaws. Lin Ling has the hero card, but with his strength, there aren't many heroes that can be his opponent. Moreover, I'm afraid that 90% of the heroes wouldn't be his opponent. As for the martial artists from Xianping province, their hearts were heavy and many of them were angry. They had bet on Lin Ling's loss, but now, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to 10 consecutive victories. How could they not be angry? Of course, there were also some people who were looking forward to it. They were waiting for Lin Ling to create a miracle. After all, 10 consecutive victories weren't rare in the Huang board. However, a transcendent 4th stage martial artist was the first. Soon after, the 8th match began. The contestant was a delicate and pretty girl who specialized in speed. Once she got on the stage, she retreated far away. At the same time, she said, "I know your physical strength is very strong, but if you can't attack me, then that's just empty talk. Speed is your weakness. Physical strength is all round, it doesn't mean that your attack is strong." Lin Ling said indifferently. He stomped on the stage and shot towards the girl like a cannonball. Even the void was crushed by his stomp. Abnormal. Everyone's expression changed. His attack, defense, and speed were all so terrifying. How could his physical body be so strong? In fact, they didn't know that ordinary physical body cultivation wasn't as strong as Lin Ling's. Lin Ling was strong because he cultivated the fiend god overlord physique. In addition, Lin Ling had comprehended countless extreme martial arts and fought against ancient experts in the Purple Mansion realm. Therefore, how could Lin Ling have any flaws? The scabbard appeared in front of the girl's neck in the next instant. The girl's face turned pale and she said in surprise, "So fast." Then, she admitted defeat in an extremely embarrassing manner. Previously, she thought that she had found Lin Ling's flaw. Therefore, even if she couldn't win against Lin Ling couldn't win against her. But now, the scabbard hanging in front of her neck explained everything. Next. It's the 9th round. Everyone cheered loudly. Even many people from the other martial platforms came to watch. Today, a miracle was born in the yellow board. Xingjian, go kill him. At this moment, Empyrean Void Star's face was gloomy. He couldn't bear it any longer. Lin Ling was becoming more and more terrifying. Compared to when he had defeated Li Finga, Lin Ling's strength had increased by at least 30%. Now, there was only one match left before he could win 10 matches in a row. He had to stop Lin Ling. Interesting. Xingjian patted his clothes and slowly stood up. Although his eyes were filled with light, he seemed to be able to sense the intensity of the battle earlier. He then slowly walked towards the battle platform. Xingjian is the strongest genius in our Void Star Divine Palace. Although Xingjian's talent is slightly inferior to Li Finga's, Li Finga borrowed Chiyo's broken soul to descend. At that time, he didn't even display Chio's strength. Therefore, if Xingjian meets Li Fengge will also lose, unless Li Fengge uses his demon god. Empyrean Void Star said indifferently. He was very clear about Lin Ling's strength. If Li Fengge fought with Xingjian, he would have to use his demon god to win. However, demon god couldn't be used on the yellow board martial platform. This meant that Li Fengge wasn't Xingjian's opponent, and so was Lin Ling. Xingjian has entered the stage. His sword is very mysterious. In the previous battle, Xiao Ye's strength was clear for all to see. He can stop Lin Ling from winning 10 matches in a row. That might not be the case. Lin Ling, do your best. The cheers around the martial platform became even crazier. The cultivators from the 3 Xian of the mortal world were all excited. It had been many years since they saw such an intense yellow board martial competition. If Lin Ling won the final battle, he would be able to enter the yellow board. Moreover, he would be able to enter as a transcendent stage 4 cultivator. What a crazy atmosphere! Yu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. She was surprised by the lively atmosphere. It's good to be young. Back then, I was just like Lin Ling today. His battle made the 3 Xian of the mortal world cheer for him. Empyrean Void Star had always been calm, but at this moment, his emotions were stirred and his blood was boiling. At this moment, under countless gazes, 2 figures stood facing each other on the martial platform. An oppressive atmosphere spread out. You know that when I enter the stage, it's either you die or I live. Xingjian was the first to speak. He was valued by Empyrean Void Star, so he had to win this battle. Only then would he be able to gain Empyrean Void Star's attention. And Lin Ling's appearance was just right. Of course, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. In the previous battle, Lin Ling had already proven everything. I know. Lin Ling nodded. Xingjian should be here to kill him. Therefore, he wouldn't show any mercy. I can tell that you've been through many battles in your life. At least a few hundred times, you've fought against opponents of a higher level, even to the point of death. Xingjian said indifferently. He then shook his head, but compared to me, you're still far from it. I've fought against opponents of a higher level tens of thousands of times and almost died a few thousand times. The reason why I have such strength now is because I've died a few thousand times. Died a few thousand times. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This meant that Xingjian had fought against extremely powerful opponents several thousand times and survived the hands of the Grim Reaper time and time again. The effects of surviving a calamity were obvious, allowing Xingjian's strength to rise to his current level. Lin Ling was indeed incomparable. What you're trying to say is that this is the first time you've challenged an opponent of a lower level than you, and you won't lose. Lin Ling understood the meaning behind Xingjian's words and nodded. That's not the case. What I'm trying to say is that no matter what, you can't compare to me. I know you don't believe me, but you'll believe what I'm about to say. Xingjian shook his head and said, every cultivator has their flaws, and what I'm best at is finding them. Lin Ling, you definitely have a flaw. Mind's eye. Accompanied by his low bellow, his innate saint physique was displayed. It was actually a rare heaven-grade physique, and it was extremely mysterious. It couldn't increase Xingjian's attacking prowess, but it could allow him to analyze the opponent's flaws. Wang. At the same time, an ancient pair of eyes appeared behind Xingjian, looking at Lin Ling as if it was looking down on the world, wanting to find Lin Ling's weakness. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Xingjian actually had such an innate saint physique. It was indeed amazing. This innate saint physique was somewhat similar to Lin Ling's eyes. In fact, Lin Ling's eyes weren't as good as Xingjian's innate saint physique, because Lin Ling's eyes could see the flaws of inanimate objects. They couldn't see through people, and the only thing they could see was a rough idea of the opponent's strength and aura. However, was it possible for Xinjiang to analyze Lin Ling's weakness? After all, the analysis was only for the previous battle. However, Lin Ling had countless hidden trump cards. Have you seen enough? I'm not a lady. No matter how much you look, you won't be able to see anything. Thinking of this, Lin Ling smiled and said, attack, speed, and defense are all at a level that's hard to deal with. It's as if there are no flaws. After a moment, Xinjiang said with a solemn expression. However, he soon shook his head in disdain. Since there are no flaws, then I'll break the battle. Astral Sword. Chapter 1293. Analyzing Flaws, Uprooting the Heavens. Facing the colorful sword, Lin Ling bellowed and slashed out with the sword in his hand. It was as if the ancient emperor had waved his hand to conquer the world. Clang! A crisp sound exploded. Under the dazzling light, the two young men's swords clashed. Amazing! You must know that Xinjiang's sword is as mysterious as the starry sky. No one can tell which sword is fake and which is real, but Lin Ling was able to sense it. Many people clenched their fists and said nervously, Great starry sky sword. Xinjiang's expression was calm. He was not surprised that Lin Ling had blocked his sword. The sword in his hand turned into the trajectory of heaven and earth as he slashed out again. It looked like one sword, but if one looked carefully, Xinjiang had already slashed out millions of swords in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of sword arts were unleashed in his hands. This meant that his attainments in sword arts were terrifying. It was normal for a swordsman to cultivate millions of sword arts, but to slash out millions of sword arts in an instant was abnormal. Rumble. Endless meteors appeared, shooting towards Lin Ling, making him feel as though he was in the center of the starry sky, being hit by a large number of meteors. Furthermore, these swords were no longer illusory and real, they were all real swords. Good sword art. An ancient swordsman praised. That sword art was at the peak of the extreme pattern realm. It had a hint of the starry sky law and sword law. Unstoppable. Facing the densely packed swords, Lin Ling felt as if he could see countless people dancing with their swords. This made him close his eyes and hold his sword with both hands. Majestic physical strength erupted. Since he could not see it with his naked eyes, he would use his instincts. Lin Ling had cultivated the heavenly book martial arts in the Purple Mansion realm. His knowledge was stronger than Xinjiang's. Clang! Ear-piercing sounds rang out continuously. Golden light shot out in all directions. Lin Ling seemed to be dancing with his sword in the starry sky. It looked majestic and domineering, but it was pleasing to the eye. It was as smooth as flowing water. Lin Ling's sword is also powerful. That ancient swordsman exclaimed in admiration. Regardless of how strong he was, a cool breeze brushed past the hills. This was also a type of sword rule. A flaw has appeared. However, at this moment, a cold bellow rang out at the same time. Everyone looked over and saw Xinjiang smiling strangely. It was as if he had seen the hope of winning. He analyzed Lin Ling's weakness. It was not difficult for many people to guess what Xinjiang was thinking, and this made them even more astonished. As expected of Xinjiang, all of his previous sword moves had been to force Lin Ling to reveal his flaws and then analyze them. Your swords danced in an airtight manner, forming the rule of the sword. But this also shows that your strength is insufficient, so you can only resist. And this is your flaw. Previously, you erupted with fierce strength to win consecutively, but in reality, you wanted to confuse everyone, to make them think that your strength is very strong, but your strength is only the strength of 4 universes. Once the strength surpasses 4 universes, you won't be able to resist. Xinjiang's voice sounded even more confident. Taking a step forward, it was as if he was strolling through the starry skies. He raised the sword in his hand high up, and in that instant, he had absorbed the stellar forces from the endless starry skies. Earthen stellar sword. Rumble. Xinjiang gave up on the colorful earthen stellar sword and chose to suppress with strength. It was because he knew that the earthen stellar sword was useful against others, but it was useless against Lin Ling. On the contrary, it was more useful to suppress with strength. Pop pop pop. A new sword slashed out fiercely. It was as if the universe had condensed into a sword, slashing toward Lin Ling. Clang! Lin Ling raised his sword to block. At the moment when the swords clashed, the universe exploded, causing Lin Ling to retreat. As expected, Xinjiang has found Lin Ling's flaw. Seeing this, everyone became even more excited. As expected of a battle between super swordsmen, it was extremely exciting. You've lost, earthen stellar sword. Xinjiang's aura was rising steadily, as if he was dominating everything that followed. His earthen stellar sword slashed out once again. It seemed to be far away, but it instantly appeared before Lin Ling. Clang! Sword light flashed, and Lin Ling retreated once again. The situation had quietly changed. Everyone could see that if Lin Ling did not have a way to reverse the situation, his 10 consecutive victories would come to an end. However, at this moment, as Lin Ling retreated, his left hand slowly touched the sword. Then, he took off the scabbard. What? He didn't even draw his sword before. Seeing this scene, many people reacted. Lin Ling had been using the scabbard to fight before, and now he finally drew his sword. What's the use? Xinjiang also noticed that Lin Ling had drawn his sword. He shook his head in disdain. He had full confidence in his heart's eye. He had analyzed Lin Ling's previous battle. If he wanted to break Lin Ling's 4-universe force, the best way was to forcefully attack. Forcefully attacking was harder for others, but a swordsman could do it. Because a swordsman's attack was the most terrifying. Heaven and earth, stars and night, Starquake 100 Spirit's sword. Taking a deep breath, Xinjiang exploded with his strongest sword. He had originally planned to use this sword on the yellow board martial stage, but now, if he wanted to defeat Lin Ling, he could only rely on this sword. Has there ever been a transcendent 4th stage cultivator who could withstand this sword of mine? Die! Once this sword was drawn, all the swords in the world seemed to lose their brilliance. A swordsman's aura was also displayed. It was likely that this sword could cut through any extreme mark martial skill, half a step into the transcendent extreme mark realm. Starquake 100 Spirits. A terrifying sword cry pierced through the martial stage and spread out in all directions. Around the martial stage, as long as one had a transcendent realm cultivation, all of them felt their souls being shaken by this sword cry. Some cultivators below the transcendent 6th stage even coughed up a mouthful of blood. What a sharp sword! Many people's faces changed dramatically. That sword had actually pierced through the martial stage's protective barrier. It was too terrifying. What a powerful sword. Unfortunately, I've already drawn my sword. However, facing this sword, Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. Raising the sword in his hand, his divine demon overlord physique crazily erupted and merged with the sword, causing it to constantly tremble. But this wasn't the end. At the same time, a torrential stream of spiritual yuan appeared. Although Xinjiang was only a transcendent 4th stage cultivator, 5 streams of spiritual yuan appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Facing Xinjiang's most brilliant sword, Lin Ling didn't release the void spirit lock, because while Xinjiang was analyzing his weaknesses, Lin Ling was also doing the same. Therefore, Lin Ling was betting that Xinjiang's most terrifying sword wouldn't be able to block his combined spiritual yuan and physical attack. Boom! At the same time, 5 streams of spiritual yuan merged with the sword, causing it to tremble even more violently. Countless people stared at this sword, holding their breaths. Lin Ling had finally erupted with spiritual yuan, and it was 5 streams of spiritual yuan. Xiao! The 2 swords collided in mid-air, the dazzling light causing many people to be unable to open their eyes. In that instant, the sword's sharpness, domineering, and ethereal aura were all displayed. What? He merged his spiritual yuan into his sword. Xingjian's eyes narrowed. He had been looking for Lin Ling's weaknesses and had even managed to analyze them. However, he hadn't expected that Lin Ling would once again use a new trump card, which was to merge his spiritual yuan into his sword. As a result, with the terrifying power of 4 universe forces combined with 5 streams of spiritual yuan, the sharpness of this sword was likely to overshadow his own. Lin Ling was simply a sword lunatic. With all of his spiritual yuan erupting, how was he supposed to fight?